has been so interesting.
I agree. On that note, I think we are about to go into the game here shortly. I know everybody has been plugged into this stream all weekend because you love 20 Lore Pro and you love Lorcana, and you've been watching this yesterday. But on the off chance you were busy and are tuning in today for the first time, I do want to take a quick second to explain the format to anybody who might not know exactly what we're talking about here. This is the triple deck constructed format, which we'll be playing at Disney Lorcana Worlds. It was announced, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago, and everybody's rapidly tried to figure out, how best to attack it. And this is the first time we've seen it, I think, played in person. This deck requires you, rather than bringing one deck to a tournament, you have to create a lineup of 3 decks using all the ink colors. So each ink color has to be represented. Of course, there's 15 possible lineups now, and players choose which one to bring in and how to tech their decks for this. After you get here and you sit down at the table, you present your 3 decks to your opponent. Do you want to go over what happens next once you sit down at the table?
Yeah. So once you've sat down with your opponent, you are able then to present your 3 decks to them. They give you their 3 decks as well, and you review them. You have about 10 minutes, I believe, to review the decks. You can bring up your phone and look up cards with the nice Disney Lorcana app if you are so confused about what they're doing or trying to figure out their strategy. And then you're able to bench one of those 3 decks. You both do a blind, you flip them up at the same time, and then one of those 3 decks just out for that round. Then they are able to, roll, see who goes first. They both pick the deck that they're going to start with. They present them to their opponent just to show, hey, I'm playing, Sapphire, I'm playing Emerald, whatever. And then they play their first game like normal. Once your deck has won a game, then it's retired for the rest of the round, and you are then only able to play the other deck. The other player can then, the player who lost that the round can switch to one of their 2 decks, as long as they're not retired, of course. And then the best of 3 continues until somebody wins 2 of the games.
Yeah, it is a fascinating format because that whole game that happens before you even draw your first card, where you're banning and you're selecting your first deck and all that, sets the trajectory for the whole thing. And if you don't do it right, you could end up in your first match with a bad matchup, on the player draw, and then you've set yourself up for a sequence of events that will make it very, very hard to overcome, an advantage that your opponent may have based on the deck lineup. So it's a game before the game, and it really, really matters.
It does. I think we're about ready to switch over to the players. Let's check in here with the table. And then we shall see. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and switch over.
And we are in, it looks like we are in full swing already. Well, so if you look at the bottom of the screen, before we dive into the match here, you can see we've got the color combos reflected down there. It will show you all the way on the left which decks are being played first in this matchup. Of course, we see what's on the table. We have Emerald Sapphire being piloted on the left by Haley. And then on the right, Christian, a player who did play yesterday, bringing his Amber Ruby deck to this first game. All the way on the right, of course, you can see what's been banned. And in both matches, unsurprisingly, Steel seems like the choice that's been picked. I will say, and I'll let you analyze the board state in a second, this Ruby Amber deck on the right that Christian is playing is a very different variant of Ruby Amber. It is not the traditional Mufasa build. It is very aggressive and brings in cards like Flynn Rider and a couple instant lore gain cards that proc off of 5 strength characters to gain 2 lore. It threw a lot of people for a loop yesterday, and Christian was able to navigate the Swiss rounds pretty handily with this. And just like that, we see him take down I was going to turn it over to you to talk about game state, and it's over. And then on the left, of course, we see a Sapphire Emerald build. Do you have any observations from that couple seconds we saw of game 1?
It looked like they were maybe on turn 4 or 5, and I would, based on that, I would say that Christian probably went first, and it looked like it was Daisy into Flynn into Sisu. So since Flynn was on the board for that long, it probably gained about 6 or 9 on its own, and that's a little too much for Sapphire and Emerald to really deal with. They just don't have, well, let's be honest, they don't really have characters that are going to compete with Sisu as far as strength, And if they're not bringing Flynn off the table, it's just going to gain way too much lore too quickly. And that's sort of the way that particular deck functions. You know, I talked with Christian a little bit yesterday after the event was over, and one of the major cards that it feels like that he's running is actually the Tinkerbell.
Mm-hmm.
And so this new Tinkerbell here is just a 1/1 evasive, quest for 1. But if you play a character with 5 strength or more, you do gain 2 lore, which is quite a bit. And it gives you, between that and the Flynn Rider frenemy, gives you a great way of gaining lore without necessarily having to quest directly. And given that the focus is on 5 strength or higher characters, frenemy generally has a lot of, you know, very reasonable large strength things to keep that trigger going. So you don't necessarily have to always be questing. They don't have, you know, the ability to do targeted removal. It may just get to do that for several turns in a row. If you remove steal out of the equation basically every round, there isn't a lot of targeted removal going around that can deal with frenemy then. So it makes sense to me. One of the major characters that we, honestly, all the times we've had Christian on, didn't actually get to see, I believe is
Prince John.
Prince John, yeah.
It's such a fun card.
It's huge.
There it is.
It's a 5/5 for 3.
For
That's
3.
crazy.
And the fun thing is, on this one, the drawback to it taking 1 damage, it seems bad that it constantly ticks down. But when you're running a deck that gets its primary card draw off Rapunzel, it's not that bad if it stacks up 2 or 3 damage.
Sometimes it's honestly an upside more than a downside. You know, again, if you remove steal, there's not that much like damage-based removal then. So putting even as many as 4 damage counters on it doesn't really matter that much.
Mm-hmm. The other card, the Maximus, is another card on the top end that gains lore off high-strength characters in this deck. And what I think is fun about this deck is a lot of aggro decks are straight aggro, and the decisions you have to make to remove specific characters is fairly easy. I target the highest lore character. I target the Piglet, or perhaps the Flynn Rider, which is getting me 3 per turn. This deck forces your opponent into some interesting decisions, because if that Tinkerbell is on the board, and there's a Flynn Rider, and there's a Sisu, and you have a choice to remove one, what's the right choice? Because that Tinkerbell may gain 2 lore off the Prince John dropping next turn. It may not. And there's all these different ways to gain 2 and to slowly grind your way up or close out the game. And it forces your opponent to make some interesting decisions to dodge some untraditional play lines.
Yeah. So it looks like Christian's other option here is the Blurple, as people like to call it, you know. Some Amethyst Sapphire. That's the one that he's going to be running here. And it looks like Haley's going to go with the sort of Amethyst Mirror here with the Amethyst Ruby. Now, for my money, I probably would have stuck with the Sapphire, because I do feel like Emerald Sapphire is probably better leading into any sort of kind of Sapphire Mirror.
Well, how does the play draw differ here? Because Haley will be on the play here.
That's true.
And so she'll have to pilot then the Sapphire Emerald on the draw. So do you choose here in this scenario kind of the deck you think is more unfavored because you have the play advantage in game 2?
Sure. That would actually make a lot of sense here, given the consideration that you have to win with both against specifically, you know, the Blurple pile, right? And you know the way that plays, it's a lot of Amethyst for drawing. It just tries to ramp out cards a little bit faster. You may not think that the Amethyst Ruby is able to win on the draw in that type of a matchup, because they're just doing what you're doing but better. So it could be that if the deck is a little bit more aggressive, we're trying to get out on the play, basically get the same cards down in the Amethyst Mirror and just try to close out while we have that play advantage, and then leverage the ramping and the interaction that the Emerald gives for the Sapphire half of the mirror to overcome the go second sort of downside. Because usually in those Sapphire decks, they don't care as much about going first or second, unless they're against an aggro deck, of course. Then they're in a bad way.
These are two traditional decks, two very traditional openings here, with the one drop Popsicle on the Amethyst side, followed by the Popsicle over there on Blurple, and then we have two one drops on turn 2. But one of them is new from set 8. It's a card that we saw quite a bit yesterday. In fact, I saw 3 of them on the board in one particular match. But this is the 1/4 Palace Guard with Vanish from Reign of Jafar. This card, I feel like we saw it everywhere yesterday.
Yeah.
That 4 stat line seeming to play or loom pretty large in people's minds.
And it also has the benefit that the downside portion of it is pretty minimal, given again that steel's removed. If we're living in a world without steel, Banish has a lot less of a downside than it does when steel exists. You're not seeing the strength, you're not seeing the storm, Zeus to some effect, but like fire the cannons and the smaller damage things just aren't there as far as actions are concerned. So if we live in a world where steel is not real, then a 1/4 Vanish for 1 doesn't really have a downside. So we're getting some of the benefit of Daisy Duck's stat line without necessarily needing to commit to a card that does have a little bit of a penalty to it to get those extra stats.
Yeah. And here, speaking of Vanish, we have another illusion coming into play. It's the Big Diablo, another card that I think benefits from steel not being here, because a lot of the efficient removal is gone. So very big stat line for turn 4, and Christian's finally getting characters on the board here on turn 3. Got to pay attention to the ramp to shut down some of Haley's early aggression. Haley, though, racing up to 4, and we'll probably see some more Lorgain here.
Iago is very interesting of a card to me, because when the set first came out, it really didn't see a lot of play. It had very little monetary value on the secondary market, and it kind of exploded once people realized that the Vanish isn't as big of a downside as they thought, and you can leverage that evasive with things like the Peter Pan, like the Shadow Finder, for it just to be a massive stat line for the cost.
Yeah.
And again, world without steel, there are a very few actual targeted removal spells that are favorable to be able to take it out without it just already being a straight removal spell on it. We see here a Fox rumbling in, being played and not actually gaining any real value from the rush. So a pretty rough spot just because of Iago's huge 4/6 stat line.
Yeah, everybody focuses on, losing a 4/6 to like an efficient spell, but really what you need to focus on is you lose a 4-cost card to an efficient spell.
Correct.
And there's other 4-slot cards that you would be playing in place of Iago that would suffer from a lower stat line and be more efficient to remove anyway. And if it sticks around, this card is a huge presence on the board and is an answer to a lot of the evasive threats that have become popular recently in the meta.
Iago does take out the 1/4, which makes sense to me.
Yeah, Christian in the controller, he'll just trying to slow down that Lorgain a little bit.
Yeah, I would think that there's a little bit of an inevitability with Christian's deck over Haley's, in that I think it's going to be full of more bigger cards on the top end, the Hades and likely Elsa and things like that can sort of apply a lot more lore pressure towards the end.
Yeah, it definitely benefits from better removal at the top end. Of course, Haley does have the be prepared board wipe, but in a world where you're wiping the board and then both players have to rebuild, unless Haley's managed to build a significant card advantage in the mid game with rabbits, etc., where you can dump a lot of threats on the board fast, Christian's answers are generally going to be bigger and better with higher lore, and so the board wipe a little less palatable. And I say that to highlight again that normally these Ruby Amethyst decks in the mid game want to get this rabbit engine going to recharge them going into the end game. We have not seen the rabbit. We did see a friend from the other side earlier to draw a couple extra cards, but soon here, if Haley keeps going wide, you run the risk of running out of resources. Christian on the other side with the Genie, the bogeyman of last 2 metas ago, actually.
Finders Keepers also very powerful. Okay,
Do you see
so we have an
Elsa
Elsa.
down?
Should be able to easily mine those 2 cards to take out the Genie, which would make sense to me. You know, at 7 lore already, so certainly ahead on a little bit of the game here, but this Iago is really being a bit of a bully here.
Yeah, we're seeing that the value of it here, that 6 willpower will enable it to do a lot of work before it's finally taken down. Haley gaining another lore up to 8. We do talk about the importance of card advantage, and looking at Christian's hand, I think there's another Finders Keepers in there, maybe 2. So plenty of gas right now, plenty of cards in his hand, full grip even, and a couple. Oh, is that 3? That's 3 Finders Keepers in his hand. So one of them will go in the inkwell because
at a certain point, you don't need that many cards.
That's right. Diablo being challenged here. Speaking of cards that will get her a card, did she draw off that vanish?
I believe so.
Okay. Very quick. And removing the Elsa. Again, Iago, let's just calculate the value this Iago is getting. 2 characters removed already. Elsa coming down here, taking care of that Shadow Finder, and the board state is swung pretty significantly in Christian's favor.
Yeah, this is... We're seeing some of the Amethyst Mirror problem where one player has drawn a lot of extra cards and the other one has not. Where whichever one ends up getting that bigger hand size, the card quantity, is generally going to be ahead a lot. And it's not just a matter of like what is able to be played on the board. Some of it is like the inkwell, right? The double spell, triple spell kind of situation. Haley has what, 5, maybe 6 ink in play versus 7 on the other side already.
I have a Maui going into the inkwell here. We did have a brawl on that Elsa, which again, you remove a threat, but it does feel bad to me to spend 3 ink and almost a whole turn removing that 1 lore threat. So it does feel good to get it off the board, but again, running low on resources. Luckily, that Friends will help a little bit, but Christian able to respond here with everything he has in his hand. Finders Keepers now, another one drawing 3 cards.
And with no pressure on the board, this is a perfect time to deploy just draw more cards.
Draw more cards.
I think Christian has like 8 cards in hand or something now.
It's a very patient game from Christian. Just build up resources into the end game. That's what Blurple wants to do.
Exactly, but there's no pressure on the other side. All the cards are gone. And we're ahead on an ink advantage. We're ahead on a card advantage. It doesn't matter that there's some lore gained already. There's only 8. That's not a massive amount of lore. If we were at 14, 15, that would be a little different, but we're just not there yet.
Now, luckily for Haley, we don't have any high lore gains, no big threats on the board in terms of closing out the game. So still some time to try to deal perhaps with what's there. We have a Lady Tremaine in hand, and to start dropping threats on the board that keep forcing Christian to respond. But at some point, Christian's going to draw into some of those high lore characters and really close things down.
Oh, that's an interesting shout. So Never Came Back is an Amethyst card that's very, very powerful against the illusions that probably hasn't seen enough play. So this card, not only does it draw a card, right?
Targets 2 characters.
It targets 2 characters. They don't have to be exerted. So you just get to hit 2 things. And, if you're able to leverage the, not untap clause, kind of putting it to sleep or whatever, that's cool. But if you can't, it does take out Iagos. It takes out the Palace guards. Seems pretty strong, maybe under adapted so far.
And it's inkable. So worst case scenario, if it doesn't come into play, it's easy ink. Fair.
Yes, Christian did win game 1 very, very fast. By the time that we jumped into it, they were already basically done with the game. I think it ended on maybe turn 5. So it was get out of the gates really fast and close it out. It was basically Daisy into Flynn Rider into Double Sisu. The game was over. So
and Christian, for those who didn't watch yesterday, made it to the semifinals on the strength of this Ruby Amber aggro deck. And I think what did it for him is exactly what happened here. Christian on the play almost gets a free win all day.
Yeah.
And so the auto ban for most people is the devil that they know, the Emerald Steel deck, which I think was banned for the preponderance of Swiss play. And Christian then able to get a free win off this aggro deck and then just has to navigate that Blurple deck to victory. It's kind of the story of yesterday and the story of today as well now. Popsicle's coming down here, healing up that, or coming back from the Tamatoa, healing up that Iago. We've got the item engine on board here, just going to pull those Popsicles back every turn, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, the story of Amethyst Sapphire is really, let's draw some cards. Let's draw 3 cards every turn. And we're going to have a grip of, 10, 12, 200 cards. This is the prime example of why I do think that the Sapphire Emerald is better into this matchup, right? Christian really hasn't done anything all game, except for exist, right? There's no lore gained, really. We've drawn 1,000 cards, put some cards in the inkwell. Bend to My Will would just be a disaster, right?
Right, yep. That would game ender almost.
But I think you're absolutely correct in that you really need to win on the play with the arguably like underdog, right? Which is the ruby half of the deck, really. But the Amethyst Mirrors are tough when your opponent gets to ramp and has drawn so many cards.
And here, Iago into Iago. It looks like...
I think debating just trading the...
Yeah, debating the trade, perhaps. There
I mean, I think if you challenge with the Iago, you almost have to, because otherwise, if another Popsicle come down, it's a disaster.
And we know we have a crab in hand. We know we're getting 2 back. So we benefit from that. But at some point, when you've drawn this many cards, you have to expect that those happy as a clams are going to be happy together. Usually the Bulldog player is able to drop several of those in the end game.
Yeah, it also plays around a little bit like an Elsa or something too, which is going to be pretty common, given that Christian has, 15 cards in hand or something now?
Now, Christian, of course, tempted to start closing things out with some of the high lore characters, but against a Ruby deck, the Be Prepared starts to loom large here. And so I think the game for Christian is start to drop some higher lore characters on the board, expect that Be Prepared at this point of the game, but draw it out and have it done on your terms. So Christian kind of taking that route, just drawing cards, and just, I don't know, just being completely oppressive with his control of the board here. Removing both Haley's characters.
Healing up Elsa a little bit, keeping the idea of an opposing Shadow Finder, Elsa just not being a free removal spell here.
Genie, not a terrible answer. Again, at this point, I think Haley's just looking to scratch out lore wherever she can, get a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's tough.
Turn.
Being so many cards down, it is a very hard battle. From this point.
All right. Bounce the Genie with the Fox. We'll be able to play that again next turn, draw another card.
I mean, do you take out the Tamatoa? I suppose the Crab is certainly better than whatever you have, better than a Fox, but we're just not winning a control battle here.
And that's the problem. If you're forced into the control role, you're most certainly losing this game.
Yeah.
And so really the answer is to try to continue to be the beatdown, but it is tough when your opponent has drawn into so many cards, so many answers. Speaking of, closing out the game, high lore characters, we have Radigan coming down. I've seen him inked a lot. I think this is my first time seeing him played this weekend.
I think what's really nice about a character like this is it's okay that because it's inkable, you can afford to have some in a deck like this, and you just ink it a lot. That's okay. But if you ever get to a point like this in the game where you have 15 cards in hand, you have virtually infinite ink and time, right? What is the answer to this? The only answer is Be Prepared. That's a terrible, terrible spell on this board. Yeah, it takes out 3 characters, sure. But like, Haley's not in the control role. Haley has to be the beatdown in this matchup. So if you play a Radigan and you're like, okay, use your whole turn to play Be Prepared, and then I will untap and just deploy 3 threats again. And then I'll put you in the exact same spot again, and I'll pass the turn. And I'm just going to be presenting a board that's this strong every turn for the rest of the game. That is an impossible situation for Ruby to ever deal with, because she just doesn't have enough card quantity to be able to ink enough things to really do that.
Haley here playing a library, moving the Fox over, challenging the Crab, getting a card off the library. So a little bit of removal there with a little bit of card advantage, or a little bit of card gain. The Radigan, really fascinating card in this particular build. It's kind of occupying that 8-drop Tamatoa slot.
Yeah.
You don't get the benefit of like stacking up like 7, 8, 9 lore on it to gain 20 lore a turn with a dime. But it has ward, so it's a card, to your point, in the late game, which there really is no answer, and it sticks. If it sticks, you're getting 4 lore a turn off the dime, and you can get 4 lore instantly without having to generate that item pool.
Yeah, it's a much smaller package of lore density, right? Tamatoa, super explosive, but you need to have 15, 18 items in your deck to really take advantage of it. Where with Ratigan, you just need Ratigan. That's it. You need card quantity and Ratigan. And from what I saw, it looks like Christian is playing all 4 Finders Keepers in the list, plus the crabs, plus the, everything else is drawing cards. There's plenty of cards to be available. There's 10 in hand here, it looks like, and that's plenty of resources to work with, but it's inkable. So you can get away with having, a card like that in here. You use every other card in your toolbox to just be managing the game up until the point when Ratigan can come down and just close out in a few turns.
Yeah, he's an answer to a problem. He's another tool because he's an answer to a problem that you face in the end game, which is your opponent loaded with targeted removal, and he sticks. Yeah. So why not work him in, especially if he's inkable? Yeah, great. All right, Haley, I think managing to get another little bit of lore here. 2 lore up to Genie, going up to 11, bounce it with the snake. We might see it redeployed here, but at this point, looking at Christian's side of the board, I mean, the math is kind of oppressive. I think 5, 9.
I think if there's a be prepared here, you almost have to use it.
Have to.
Which, if that's the case, I don't hate bouncing the Genie
to
do the be prepared. Okay.
I mean, it's not the answer you want, but it buys you another turn.
It's interesting for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but you see occasionally this in Ruby Amethyst builds, but it's not one that I see terribly often. Well, coupled with Shark, if you're running a Shark package at the top end. Yeah.
Given the amount of evasives in the deck, I would assume this is the sort of evasive, including Shark, including Pirate's Life sort of pile. My guess is that we're closing it out here with Goat.
Yep. The Goat bounce, Goat.
Again, plenty of cards. You set up that, you get to 17, you close it out in the classic fashion. So a well navigated sort of Amethyst mirror here on the draw for Christian. It helps that, we drew 9 extra cards off of the Finders Keepers and deployed 3 crabs. That's another 6. We're 15 cards up or something on that already. So that helps a lot. You can get away with some less favorable trades and stuff when you have just so many card quantity over your opponent that it was an uphill battle for Haley for sure.
Yeah, tough matchup, and helps that she was on the play. But I think the early game plan was what she wanted to do: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, go wide, start getting lore. Things I think it was evident to me that the game plan wasn't on track when there was no rabbit in the mid game.
Yeah,
and what that did is you saw the hand advantage change in the mid game, and crucially, she was never able to find that be prepared. I think that's in the game plan for this deck in this matchup, is have that be prepared, reset the board at some point, and give yourself a little breathing room to draw a little bit extra lore. But not having that card draw engine in the mid game didn't allow you to find those answers, and you could just see her stall out on turns 7, 8, and just forced to use like one of the whatever 2, 3, 4 cards were in her hand at that point to just try to do something.
Yeah, kind of running out of resources. It happens. I mean, that's been Amethyst mirrors kind of forever. Whoever's drawing a bunch of cards has the ability to continue to play the game because you have to ink every turn. Like, the deck is very, resource demanding. You need a lot of ink to be able to play 2 spells a turn, and that's kind of where you have to get at some point. Whether that's just playing a Fox or Snake and redeploying a threat, or it's playing a Be Prepared and then following it up with something. You kind of have to get to that point, which means that you have to have card quantity to be able to still be inking sort of every turn. And if you miss one of those pieces, you kind of get to that 6, 7, 8 ink, and then you have to just stop inking for a while if you want to keep having cards. And then that's when the wheels start to fall off a little bit more because you're just not double spelling the same way that Christian was able to this game.
Yeah, well, excellent round from both players. I think both matches for Haley were an uphill battle. Facing that aggro deck on the when you're on the draw is a a really tough thing to do. And then obviously not an amazing matchup second round on the play though. Well fought, but Christian doing what he did yesterday and coming away with it, I think on the strength of that aggro deck, which again is I think what really powered him into the top cut yesterday.
I might see if I can go snag Christian.
Sure.
We'll bring him in and he can spend a little time in the booth here yapping about his experience yesterday, and then any changes or thoughts on coming into today, and then we will we'll see where that is. So let me go run and do that here, and we'll I'm sure I'll be able to snag him. So
yeah, is the ad running, or can I? I'm muted. I'm unmuted now. I do think it's an opportunity to run through the format while you're out there again. I don't know how to switch this to screen. I want to be on camera so that we can be ready for when Christian comes in. There we are. I am a pseudo professional content creator. There's a lot of tech here going on. If you all have never seen what goes into like a professional level broadcast, there's a lot going on with cameras and mixers and 5 screens here and stuff. And I am okay at tech, but I'm not that good. So yeah. But while JBS is out there going to get Christian, hopefully we can talk to him just to run everybody through the format again if you came late, because I did see some people join midway through. The way that, as you're watching today, the way that you're going to interpret the ink colors in the bottom of the screen is each round we're going to show what the lineup is that player's bringing. Those will load up, I think, because they have to be loaded up individually based on something. But eventually, as they're loaded up, you'll see what each player's bringing, and then we'll obviously indicate the ban on the right side with the red X's. Over on the left, the leftmost deck will always be what those players are playing first. So if you come in midway through, you can see what each player chose in game 1, and then you can kind of intuit who won based on who's playing what in game 2. And then, of course, again, on the right, the X's are what were banned. And if you, hopefully you can watch all the way through the finals, because we're going to follow this format all the way through the top cut until the finals, when the players will be forced to navigate or win with each deck that they've brought. So the first time they'll have to use their full lineup to win. And speaking of finals, Christian, you almost made it there yesterday. Not to rub salt in the wound.
Yeah.
You're this close.
That was close. That's okay, though. It happens.
Yeah.
Good on Thomas, though. Shout out to him. He played really well yesterday, and he crushed it in the finals. So congrats to him again. So
he did. A lot of great players. Everybody everybody who came out yesterday. I didn't see a game where I was like, man, that it's super high level play, and some really fascinating deck building decisions, etc. So we just got to see your round 1. Yep. It's a little bit of what we saw yesterday. Mm-hmm. One of the things I've been saying during that whole match was I suspect one of the things that powered you through the Swiss rounds yesterday was the strength of that aggro deck, which people weren't familiar with, really give you almost a free win on the play.
Kind of, yeah.
And then you just have to navigate with your Blurple deck. Is that kind of the game plan today?
Yeah, it is. So to kind of go further into the game plan in my list, so I built my list around Blurple, even though it looks like I built it around like the other two. It's really a Blurple lineup.
It does.
Right? So the whole concept is that when you're playing this format, you can really like pick like decks that you plan to go first and go second with, and then one that people will probably ban most of the time. And so picking a deck that you are most comfortable with, or a deck that excels going second, which is hard in Lorcana, I think was something really important. And Blurple is a fantastic deck for that. Its worst matchups are the Steel Song decks. Mm-hmm. And if you take those out of the equation, Blurple, I think, has such great free reign to roam in this metagame. Being able to ramp into all your good Amethyst cards really early on the draw is really, really impactful. And I think it's like one of the best decks. Like it looks like a great going second deck, but it's an amazing going first deck. So every time I get to win the dice roll and I get to play the red-yellow deck first, which you kind of, like you alluded to, on the play, it kind of equates to almost a free win. Not all the time, obviously, but the percentage to win is very high because of how like high rolly the deck can be, how much it can cheese, right? We kind of have playing a cheese deck going first. And then I now have free reign to play this Blurple deck going second and then going first, which I think the deck is amazing going first. But it's also really good going second because of the ramp tools it has. It has amazing staying power. I'm not sure if you saw in that game. I had like 4 Finders Keepers in my hand that I had a chance to play.
And then you inked one because you're just like, I have too many.
Yeah,
I have too much card draw.
I played a Finders Keepers and I drew 2 more. I'm like, well, I actually don't need these right now, but I guess I'll do that now. Right. And so, it's just kind of how the deck panned out. My opponent played really well, though, to give props to her. I was really nervous in that game, too. Ruby Amethyst against Blurple is usually a pretty good matchup for me most of the time. But she started with the triple 1-drop opener. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have Bell. Like, I got very fortunate. The turn I played Iago, I also drew a Bell for that turn that I could play. Because otherwise, like, I play Iago, I didn't have an Elsa or Bell, the purple Bell in my hand. I'm like, I'm going to kill one of these guys, and like another 2's going to pop up. I'm like, I'm losing this game. I'm getting cooked. And then the Bell, I'm like, okay, I can stabilize a lot more. And I just, had a lot more card advantage. She unfortunately didn't have as much card draw in that game. It's just how it pans out sometimes. But I thought she played quite well.
Yeah, no, excellent game. I think, missing that card draw in the middle, because the deck really wants to get the rabbit online in the mid game, and you want to start generating that card advantage. And just never able to find that, and so couldn't find the answers in the end game. So, definitely a card advantage win there. So I love the way that you talked about this, because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that unless people watch this interview, or you all out there start texting people who are here, nobody is going to ban your Blurple list today.
It's really it's hard to. I mean, like yesterday in top 4 it was really interesting. Thomas banned the Amber Ruby deck.
Yes.
Which was super impactful in that game because I hadn't played Emerald Steel all day. I was pretty rusty. Honestly, like if you go back and watch my top 4 match playing Emerald Steel, it was a great example of how not to play that deck. I played it bad. I played it really bad yesterday, and like I opened it up and like all the cards are still in order. But when I like put it together, I'm like,
so funny.
Oh, I got a pile shuffle. I'm like, oh wait a minute. So and it is interesting because like if you feel comfortable playing the Emerald Steel lineup, this is where the format gets really interesting. I think a lot of people jump to the steel banning steel plan, which I think works. But if you're comfortable with that, with the deck, then banning the Blurple deck could be a good plan, or the Amber Ruby deck, like the free win deck on the play. It could also be like a good plan to expect. It's really difficult. It kind of comes down to comfort. Blurple has its weaknesses. The Amber Ruby deck has its weaknesses, and Emerald Steel has its weaknesses. It really comes down to like what the comfortability of what you have. But I don't foresee people banning the Blurple deck. I think it's probably the least problematic deck in the lineup. But I think it's also just the most flexible by far as well. So, there's a lot of trade-offs, which makes the format interesting, right?
Yeah, it makes it really interesting. I think, the decision to the reason I say it's not going to be banned is I suspect that unless players can, and I think some players actually did come in with just like 3 really good meta decks. And in fact, the winning lineup yesterday was that. Like 3 decks we recognize with a couple little tech pieces, but generally 3 very good meta decks.
Yes.
But I'm willing to bet that a lot of players came in with a game plan to work around banning a specific color. And I think that when everybody's talking about is steel, like I can now build my decks without having to worry about early game removal. And therefore, that's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
And so I think there is a temptation for a lot of players to ban your steel deck because that's what they planned for. And if not that, to say that aggro deck is so scary and I don't know how to play against it, so better the devil that I know than the devil that I don't know.
Yes.
So they ban that deck. And that Blurple deck kind of ends up being the beneficiary of both those lines. And so if that's the deck you want to play, I think it's fun.
Yeah, I love Amethyst decks. I've played them all since the onset of Lorcana, so I feel very comfortable with Blurple. I'm not the best Blurple player, but I can play my way through a couple games, that's for sure. So, as long as I get to keep playing Blurple, I feel happy today, right?
There you go. Any changes from yesterday?
No. I thought about making a couple changes to the Amber Ruby deck, but then I didn't want to rewrite my deck list again. So
that's fair.
Yeah. Otherwise, I was thinking of playing the Gaston. The big one, the 9-drop that you pay 2 less for each damage character you have. I thought about trying that because another rush guy, and he triggers Maximus to gain 5 as well. But I figured it might just be like a little too bricky for what I'm looking for because the deck is supposed to be the going first deck, and I didn't think the Gaston really aided in going first any more than the Tremaines or whatever unequals I had left in the deck, right? So, but I think it's a cool tech card to include. Probably good in steel, honestly.
That's a fun. I love that. You have those various options at the top end. Another card that like is never going to see play except for in this deck or perhaps unlimited. But
Yeah.
even then, it's a
Yeah, and it's got a good curve to it too, because if you go like the 1-drop Milan with 2 damage, the Gothel with 3 damage, and then Prince John, they usually play a guy. Prince John comes in with a damage on it. Now you have 3 damage guys. The Gaston is only costs 3, and if you play like another like damage guy and you have 4, you only cost 1, and you got this 10-10 2 questing body for 1 that has rush on the field. So it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea if anything. I didn't run it today.
Yeah.
But I did bring him just in case, but I sadly did not bring the juice, the sauce today.
That's a bummer. I wish if I'd been out there with you when you were submitting your deck list, I probably would have like leaned over and like crossed out. I added 1 Gaston just so we could see it.
Do the Tremaines if you could take them out. Just cut those.
Cut the Tremaines.
Yeah, you always start with them in your opener anyway, so just put the Gaston in there. You could play it sooner than it anyway, so that's what I would do.
That's fair. Well, awesome. Well, I'm gonna let you get ready for the next round. I know you won that one pretty quickly, so a little extra time. But congratulations on an excellent performance in round 1. Excellent performance yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, hard to do better than yesterday, except to make it to that finals round, and hopefully.
It's a different day, right? I could do better. I could do worse. I could lose the next 2 rounds. I'm going home, and that's okay. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, excellent performance. All right. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We're going to be back here shortly, cover the next round, and talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday, what we talked about today. Thanks for joining us today. If you have any questions at all throughout the day, we are monitoring chat, although I am not good about reading it during games. And we'll try to get some other players in here for interviews. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to figure out how to go to the Be Right Back screen, which I'm going to get help with.
I'll help.
Jeebus is here
He's always here.
to help.
Look at that.
But it's not. There it is.
Excellent.
But now I need to mute.
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown here behind the scenes. Really excited to be here with World Class Cards for their 10K weekend. We're in day 2 here for their second 5K tournament. This has so far been a really exciting tournament so far, and it was a great tournament yesterday. So glad to be here with an amazing crew of casters. We have Liam here in the booth. We just had Jeebus. And now we should have Lorcana Villain joining us for this round. This should be a great time for just really some great competitive Lorcana to see kind of a glimpse into Worlds. LV, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. It's a pleasure to be here again. Yeah, it was lovely to be here yesterday and watch this super unique format. The preparation for the World Championship, us all getting to see a glimpse of what the World players will be doing. A huge shout out to World Class Cards for organising all of this, and of course the 20 Lord Pro and everyone involved. And it was a great day yesterday, and I'm excited for more of it today. Just watched a fantastic match between J-Bomb and Kendall Badet. J-Bomb taking a 2-0 over Kendall in a bit of an upset, even beating him on Kendall's flagship red-purple colors. So that was a fantastic match to start the day, and I'm keen to get into more.
Wow, I kind of got to hear a little bit as I was moving around behind the scenes, and it looked like an amazing match. And you got to interview him. How was that?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to talk to J-Bomb. We run in similar secret testing circles, so I know he's a great guy and a great player, but obviously getting a chance to interview him off the back of a 2-0 over Kendall, he was elated. And to get his thoughts about this format overall, which, again, we talked about it yesterday a lot, just how interesting it is, what the dynamics that come into play, the psychology, what is my opponent going to bench, what am I going to bench, how does that manipulate my deck building if I know that I can just say this color deck doesn't exist. Steel seems to be the main choice for players over the weekend, but that's also given us room to watch a whole bunch of other wacky things come and do their thing. We saw Racers yesterday tearing through Swiss. Amber Ruby in general seeming like a bit of the winner of this particular format.
Now, this has been a really exciting time, and you're right. This has been an innovative tournament, and we're seeing some other color pairings kind of come to the forefront because some players are, whether or not through targeting or just not wanting to play against it, we're seeing certain colors kind of be snuffed out. Liam, how have you been enjoying it so far? What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I love commentating Lorcana in general. I love interacting with amazing folks like Baker, who has the best entrance in all of Lorcana. Every time I hear the laugh, I'm like I need a thing. I don't have a thing. But no, it's been so fascinating to watch the players navigate this format. And one of the interesting things is this format has a very high barrier to entry because of the card pool required to bring it in and the amount of playtesting required.
Absolutely.
So the players that you get showing up are all very, very high skill level. And so it's a really, really competitive field. Every match feels like it really is competitive. It goes down to the wire. And then the other interesting thing is, Baker talking about people's approach, seeing how people choose to navigate this, because there's a couple different philosophies. The winning lineup actually yesterday was a pretty standard list of, I think, what we would consider some top tier meta decks that ended up winning out. But along the way, players ended up qualifying for the top cut and doing very well by bringing perhaps a rogue deck or one very strong rogue deck, or setting a trap for their opponents in terms of what to ban. And we can talk about in a minute Christian giving some really good insights about how he basically tricks his opponents into letting him play his preferred deck. And then we're going to see another philosophy this round. I believe, Baker, if I heard correctly, and I don't know this 100% sure, but if I heard correctly, one of these players that we're about to see, their philosophy was for this tournament is just straight gas, no breaks, all aggro. And so we're going to get to see if that is a strategy that pays off in the Swiss round here.
Did you just say, "Oh, gas, no brakes"? Know what I mean? Sorry, that's for the wrestling fans out there. They really appreciate that. Both of them, I'm sure, loved that. But again, both of them, I'm sure, loved it. But nonetheless, you are absolutely right. It was a conversation I was having with Jeebus about, hey, maybe you just build everything in its ultimate aggressive form. Even something like Ruby Amethyst can play things like the Simba and the Pinocchio and can be this aggro deck and just say, I'm going to ban Steel, and then I'm just going to have a really good Swiss run. And then when we get to top cut and I'm not allowed to bench anything, I will worry about that later. I just made top 8. I got prizing. I had a good day. Right. So, if it ends there, then that's fine. But you're absolutely right. And then another philosophy, which is just, I know this player. I know their pet deck is XY. I'm banning XY. Do you play the game or do you play the person?
Mm-hmm. I don't know, and perhaps the right call is different for everybody, and that's what makes this so fascinating. Is the different approaches, and we always talk about hey, is this the right deck for this moment, or is this the right lineup for this moment, or is this the right approach, overall? But the reality is that the right answer for each player is probably unique, and that's what makes it so fun to watch, because each player kind of finding their own path.
Yeah, it will be unique for everyone. Again, like the reference I keep using is someone like a DKP who's known for running red-blue, but you could say an Artabax on green-purple or a Kendall on ruby amethyst, whatever it is. But some people will play the person and say, hey, I'm banning your ruby sapphire DKP. I know you're good with that. But I think if you're a player like a Zach Bivens, a Zan Zayed, any of these top caliber players, I think they care a whole lot less about that and more about the decks they brought and the predictions that they're going to make. They might have built their decks in a way where they're confident that no matter what gets benched, they think they have a good Ruby Sapphire match. So they would rather ban something that they think is actually a little trickier for their brought decks. So again, every player's going to feel a little bit differently about it, and I think that adds so much expression. Honestly, I was just saying with Clara, it's like Christmas, this format. You don't want it all the time. You don't want it every day. You may think you do, because yesterday I thought I did, but realistically I don't. Like, we have to respect single deck format. It's nice to see players bring what they want to play and play that deck, right? But this as a treat, like a Worlds format, and events like this building up to Worlds where we get a sneak peek, I love it. I think it's such a great way to play Lorcana, and we get to see cards and decks that we otherwise wouldn't. And Emerald Ruby starting us off for Anthony.
I was going to say,
case in point.
Speaking of Christmas, we have a Christmas deck down here. Actually, one in each lineup, so likely to see two different versions of this. But yeah, to your point, this format allows decks and colors and cards to shine that otherwise wouldn't, and we've seen that all yesterday, and we're clearly going to see it again here today. Although, looking at Anthony's hand there, I don't see a lot of unfamiliar cards. It's just in an unfamiliar package. We'll see how this goes.
And I'm sure you've noticed as well, both players with the exact same ink combination
I
as
know.
each other. But that doesn't necessarily mean as much as you might think. Again, we've talked a little bit a few times now about how every ink, we're at a point in Lorcana where the card pool is vast enough that every deck has at least two, sometimes even three versions of that deck that it could be. So this Blue Steel deck, this could be a Kiwi Bird style list popularized by Justin and Harlan Sweet, super low to the ground, play out the curve, running cards like Alice and Doc and Gantu, or it could be that sort of Justin Morales style deck with Fishbone Quill and a whole new world. We don't know for sure. These players do because they've seen the deck list, but we can only speculate at this point. But nonetheless, both these players bringing the same ink combinations. And XVVT, if I'm not that old and my memory hasn't completely gone, Liam, I do believe I saw him playing yesterday, a friend of Jeebus. I believe they traveled up together, and we saw him piloting the Emerald Ruby discard deck. So I dare say there's a good chance that this is the same thing. Whereas we see Anthony, who's piloting that Christmas deck right now, we see the Cursed Merfolk, which is a discard card, but might not be a discard variant. It might just be an aggro version of the deck.
Might be, and I think that is probably where it's leaning, based on
from what I've seen so far.
But you're right; it could be any flavor, and that's why it's kind of an interesting tangent. But we've gotten so used to the first few sets looking at meta of a particular tournament or top cuts in terms of their color pairings, because generally we got an idea of what each deck was just by looking at color pies. I think we've probably reached the point in Lorcana where we would benefit from breaking out those colors into specific archetypes, because when you see a list of when you see Amber Steel, for example, making up a good share of a top cut, it's very different if those are all traditional Steel Song lists versus an aggressive like Diggy Diggy Hole or the evolution of that, and understanding, and they play very differently and they have different advantages and disadvantages. So I think we need to start thinking about the tournament in that way. But speaking of aggro, we do see the Cursed Merfolk on turn 1, the classic opening for an aggro green variant. So it looks like Anthony's gonna be off to the races here with a little early.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about this format is after the bench phase, both players select the deck they're going to play for game 1 and reveal them at the same time. So you do go into game 1 knowing exactly what your opponent is playing. Again, you've seen the list but you know exactly which deck they've brought every single time, so that's going to be helpful. And yeah, Curse Mofo turn 1 responded to with one of the best cards you can have on the draw as a Steel player is Fire the Cannons. Like, this is absolutely the perfect turn for it. Just you're on the draw, turn 1, popping a Curse Merfolk or a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, a number of aggressive cards, and now we see that Simba. I said not long ago, maybe this is like, even Ruby Amethyst can benefit from this, like a more aggro version. This Simba, the Scrappy Cub, the same stat line as Pinocchio, the Star Attraction, 2-cost uninkable, 1/1, quest for 3. That's a lot of tomatoes.
That is a lot of tomatoes, especially on turn 2. He had the answer for it on turn 1. No clear answer for it now, although that 2/2 Robin Hood with a potential shift is a great turn 2 play here. You can quest with that Simba, but you're potentially going to lose it pretty quickly.
Oh, this is a nice, interesting new card from Emerald Ruby, which I believe is your opponent discards a card, and then this is the one I'm the least sure of. It's the Emerald Ruby Duel Link.
I'm blanking on the name.
This one keeps escaping me. I'm having a quick look now. It's Undermine. Yeah, your chosen opponent chooses and discards a card, and then chosen character gets +2 strength. So I was half there. It does indeed involve discard, but that is going to be ink, but worth bringing that up, what that does. I expect there's more in the deck. And we are going to see a quest with that Simba. Again, this sort of deck knows it's not really winning card resource games.
It does not have inevitability.
It's not winning the board. We just want to go fast. We just want to cross the finish line as soon as possible. So we don't care about the fact that we're giving up a good challenge to the Robin Hood. We're just getting our 3 lore, and that Robin Hood does take it out. But we put down a Prince Philip, Liam. I'm a big fan of this card. 3/2 quest for 2 with ward. That 3 strength, keeping it out of the range of Brawl and Big Sisu. And being warded means you can't coil it down, you can't Zeus it, you can't storm it. Just a really solid quester with the 3 strength, which is enough to trade with a lot of things when it inevitably is challenged.
Yeah, a great card. We see it go in and out of the meta depending on what everybody else is running. I think Mo Shamblin ran this in his list in North American Continentals.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
It made an appearance here again, but yeah, that ward is really what it's in here for. Tool or quester, but not susceptible to the standard steel removal. And a Super Goof coming down on Anthony's side of the board. Again, another card that allows you to get some quick lore and used to great effect here for that rush challenge 2 lore. Get rid of that Robin Hood. I mean, I don't know if he was lured into that challenge, but yeah, that Cinda did lay a trap. Scrappy card, indeed.
Yeah, offering up a challenge that you're not going to turn down with that 3 lore and the Robin Hood surviving, but then having the Super Goof to follow up and able to take out Robin Hood, survive and gain 2 lore. This would have only really been punished if the Robin Hood had shifted on turn 3 into the Champion of Sherwood, and then obviously this Super Goof could have still done this same move, but you wouldn't be taking it out, making it far worse, because then you also offer up the Goofy for a potential to finish it off with. The Robin Hood only has 3 strength, but we can combo it with a Tipo or something. But yeah, this working out really well for Anthony with that Robin Hood shift not being available. But we're instead going to see the tragic hero. He's a sad beastly. And why is he sad? His effect's so good. I don't get it. Why does he know who he is?
He's sad because he doesn't have a low-cost beast shift target other than Morph. That's why
Medusa exists.
And Medusa exists.
That's something I was to be kind of sad about, but
that's what he's
this beast
down there.
She's down there causing chaos. But this beast is great. Yeah, 3/5 quest for 2. At the start of your turn, if you have no damage, then you draw an extra card. Drawing cards is a good ability, Liam. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but if he does have damage,
is better.
It is
one of TCGs.
Absolutely.
But here, able to set another trap here if Anthony wants. If he leaves that Super Goof up, obviously that beast is invited to challenge in that Prince Philip. You can't remove it any other way than challenges. And then setting up the Super Goof for the trade potentially. So interesting to see whether or not we value the card draw over reducing Anthony's rapid lore gain here. But
yeah, I think you want to get damage on this beast if you can, even if you're not forcing a trade necessarily. You would love it Anthony would love it if VT challenges with this beast here and put some damage on it, meaning that he's not drawing 2 cards every turn, because that ability is absolutely bonkers. You want that offline, so you absolutely quest with everything here, 100%. And we put down the Cloud Racer Pegasus as well, who's a 3/3 quest for 2 with evasive. Quite tricky to remove, depending on what removal is in the blue steel deck. I imagine there's strength for a Raging Fire at the very least, perhaps. there are Zeus here as well. And the Pegasus not shifting. If it shifts with the hop-on ability, you can give evasive to all your other characters, which would have been pretty cool this turn, buying a free questing turn, but that not triggered this time. And here's the R for Liam. How familiar are you with this, as Strength of a Raging Fire does blow up the Pegasus?
Familiar because I saw it yesterday. Actually, a lot of people working this into their list for a more aggressive blue steel lineup. You do skip your draw step. That is the downside. But when you have a Beast Tragic Hero online, well, no, he doesn't draw your card. So yeah, it's a risky card. But if you play it at the right moment, it can be really impactful.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're about to win the game with it, then do you care if you're not getting a draw?
No.
So it is a really good finisher. And again, even at this early point of the game, you know, if we've got a beast that's helping us draw cards, or, you know, if we're confident we win the board, because this Arthur is a 6/6, my guys. So really nice, interesting inclusion to some of these blue steel decks. And we're going to see Go-Go Tamago. Is it Tamago or Tomago?
I think it's, I don't know. I was corrected once, I think by Rochelle, who told me how to pronounce it, and I've since forgotten. We got to figure this out before.
We'll figure before whatever you hear us say at Worlds. Guarantee we've double checked. But nonetheless, this Go-Go super thinkable 2/2 quest for 1 with evasive, and on play you can pay another 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on a chosen character. So something like that Beast, or indeed this Arthur, big body. If we can get some damage on there, then this Go-Go can come down and give you a pretty significant lore leap and win the game out of nowhere. Anthony already at 10 lore, it's worth noting courtesy of a couple of quests. And this super goof with the super peanut powers.
Indeed. And that Go-Go Tamago can be a fantastic finisher in this deck. Anthony here valuing that evasive quest more. Probably taking a look at the hand over there, knowing we're skipping draw steps. There's no removal. We just took a peek, and all there is a beast. And we know we're not drawing many cards here, so putting that down confident it's going to be around for a little while.
What a final card to have in your hand, though.
I know.
This second beast, where you've just put damage on the initial beast, so you've turned off the draw completely. And now comes another tragic hero. That is tragic in and of itself, but we're going to clean up the board, Arthur and all. So XBVT will still draw 1 card.
You need to race now, because the problem is you're skipping your draw step. Your hand is empty. Unless you find a way to remove your Arthur, it is a pure race to the finish here. Unfortunately, you know, for XBDT, you know, challenging into the Ursula won't finish off the Arthur, so you can't turn back on your card draw. And now Anthony up to 16 lore with a 2 lore quester on the board. It's getting tight.
It is. We do draw 1 card courtesy of the beasts. It's better this way, I think is the name of the ability. If I've got that right, I'm gonna be so impressed with myself. We find a Robin Hood off the top of the deck. We can throw that down again, as Liam just said. We just need to race at this point. Anthony is at 16 lore, about to go to 18. No way of interacting with this Prince Philip, but XBVT is going to just put on the gas. He goes up to 9. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore on the board, so we could go to 18. We find a Flynn Rider. Oh, this Flynn quests for 4, but loses a lore pit for every card in your opponent's hand. And I don't know if you're paying attention, chat, but there are no cards in VT's hand. There's going to be 1 because of the beast, but that's a pretty good closer.
You needed anything with just even 1 lore. This one's evasive though, and it's, I mean, even the 3 stat line is just a little bit better because Let the Storm Rage On won't remove it. So very few answers that XVVT could draw. And
we can't even touch the Go-Go. We don't have evasive.
No. So you need to draw multiple answers, and oh my goodness, I mean, this is just racing.
This Arthur has ended up being a liability.
Yes,
like it's quested once and challenged once. So we reached the point where it's kind of cut VT off from his ability to deal with this. He finds a Cogsworth. That's not going to do a whole lot. You make a couple of challenges with resist 1, and maybe you survive, but you still can't touch this Go-Go. Or this Flynn Rider. This is game 1 to Anthony. I'm not seeing another workaround.
So fast, this Christmas deck, as I'll call it, will quest. I think that'll take us up to 18, and just not enough. No reach, I think, in this deck. So it had to find the removal, didn't find it, and you know, back over to Anthony to kind of close things off.
Yeah, I mean, you say if we're calling it Christmas, then for VT must be the Grinch right now, because he's not going to be happy with what he is seeing. This Emerald Ruby deck just aggroing its way to victory. And yeah, like Arthur is the the character of conversation here, because yeah, it's fantastically statted. It really is a 6/6 quest for 3 on a 4-cost inkable character. It's just a little bit bonkers, Liam, but that ability is such a, like you said, it's a downside. I think this is the biggest downside ability in the game, in my opinion. Skipping your draw phase is huge, so like timing putting this down is huge. That being said, when he put this down, he had a beast that was healthy and another one in hand at the time. So VT, with every reason to believe that he was going to like have some draw, we were able to get a couple of damage on one of the beasts, and the other one was able to draw us 1 card per turn, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I have to go back and check the lore and etc. Because when he played this card, he needed to get a 3rd character on the field in order to enable the Strength of a Raging Fire to remove the
Raging Fire.
Pegasus. And so, depending on how the ink worked out, and I believe Beast challenged that turn rather than Sing. So the calculus may have been based on ink. He needed to play the Arthur instead of the Beast. It may have been.
Yeah.
But the strength was a calculation there.
Very much so, yeah. But again, we just talk about like high risk, high reward for this card, and eventually it just shut VT from being able to draw as much as he would ordinarily with a beast online. Normally that's 2 cards per turn, but yeah, Anthony getting over the finish line, and as a result will have to retire his Christmas Emerald Ruby deck. We didn't mention this at the beginning, Liam, but both players banning the hyper aggro, I'm assuming hyper aggro, Amber Amethyst decks, both of them saying, I don't want none of that. Both players just removing them from the table here, so Anthony will have to switch to Sapphire Steel for the remainder of the game. Either match, he either wins here and takes a 2-0, or he loses and he will have to stick to Blue Steel. Whereas VT getting the option, he can either switch to his Emerald Ruby Christmas deck himself, which I think is a discard variant, or stick to the Blue Steel deck that he just lost with.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating choice here. I wonder, if you're going into the mirror and you're on the play, do you value the play in the mirror over the play with the aggro deck? I'm not sure.
Depends on the build of Blue Steel.
Yeah,
because again, I think whether you're Kiwi or if you're Whole New World, Fishbone Quill, big top end like Tinkerbells and stuff, then I think that it significantly changes the matchup, right?
Because that's the interesting thing about this format. You have to plan not only, how best do I win this game, but then you're setting up, if you win, a game 3 where you're on the draw. And so calculating which deck you prefer to have in that scenario against a known quantity is also part of your calculus.
For sure, and VT opting to stick with that Sapphire Steel Kiwi Bird list. We see that Arthur in the hand, again, the culprit from last game, you could call it. But the Alice there, that's definitely a card you want to see on curve. I don't have much experience playing with Kiwi Bird style. I've played against it a lot. I don't know if Alice is a save. No, it looks like we're going Mole 7. I guess if you've got no 1-drops, because again, curving is the name of the game, right? This might be Mulan or Mickey or something like that we're looking for.
Yeah, probably perhaps some removal as well. I mean, the calculus here is, do you play on the play? Do you play as the beatdown and try to race ahead, or based on what you know about Anthony's list, do you opt for finding a little bit of control? Based on what we've seen from Anthony, I'm willing to bet that this is a very aggressive version of this. We see the Robin Hoods in hand. I see a Jasmine in there that I'm not.
Oh, is it the ally version? Yeah. So we have a couple of interesting Jasmines who are seemingly giving our first really interesting support to allies. So we got a brand new Jasmine in the Reign of Jafar. She's a 4-cost thinkable 2/5 quest for 1. I'm pretty sure it's 1. But she shift 2, and when she quests, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck and find an ally to add to your hand. The rest go to the bottom. So that's pretty cool in and of itself. We see a Robin Hood in a couple of Robin Hoods. And yeah, the Jasmine in her hand is the shift option, which I'm pretty sure is a 1-cost. I think she's a 1/2. I can't remember the ability. But thank you, our production team, for chucking her up on the screen. She gives resist. There you go.
Yep. Fun option in this deck. Makes you guys stick around a little while. We do see the Robin Hood come out. That is a shift target. We know that Anthony has the shift Robin Hood in hand. So interesting to see if he chooses to turn on the gas here and make that Robin Hood a little vulnerable, or preserve it for perhaps the turn 3 shift and leave it up.
Turn 2 Doc is
yeah.
not the one.
No. I mean, obviously, you're not going to use the ability here, but possible. He just clearly needs something to get on the board to answer what's sure to be some aggression from Anthony, but also,
oh yeah,
perhaps you have 2, and 2 is no good anyway, and if or there's ink issues. There are scenarios where XVVT has cards to play on turn 1 and 2, but if the inkable scenario is such, you just are trying to ink what you have to ink to play cards, and then you throw that dock on the board. Anna coming
yeah,
out
you have to play something. You'd love that to have been like a Calhoun at least to check this Robin Hood, but Doc's better than nothing, especially in building up your strength numbers. But Anthony throwing down Anna braving the storm. Shout out to Ali Sweet. I know this is one of her favorite cards. 2-cost inkable 1/4 quests for 1. If you have a hero in play, then she gets +1 lore. And this Kiwi Bird style list runs a lot of heroes. Robin Hood is a hero. There is likely a Baymax in here, perhaps even the DLC promo Baymax. You never know. So yeah, an abundance of heroes go in this Kiwi Bird style list. So this is really well statted. Another Doc is not what you want to see. We do have the cannons for the Robin Hood. Fire the cannons, Liam.
Fire
Can we get away with? Can you dress up as Smee? There you go. Can you dress up as Smee for Worlds, and I'll dress up as Captain Hook, and I'll just give you orders all day.
I
like
sure
really unreasonable orders.
Caterpillar heading to the Inkwell there. Really unreasonable orders. Yeah, XVT. I mean, look, we had 2 Docs. We have Fire the Cannons that we've seen. Ink is clearly an issue affecting this play line over there. Probably. We did see him, I think, send away 7.
Yeah, it was a full
something. And clearly drawing into an inkable problem. Luckily, did have that removal, so slowing down the gas a little bit on Anthony's side. But we'll see if he has. We see if he can recover here from that awkward drop.
Yeah, we're gonna ink that Jasmine on Anthony's side of the board. I imagine like this is like you want. If you're gonna take this line, you want to do it on curve. You play the Jasmine on 1 and shift on 2. Maybe we'll still see the Floodborn at some point in this game, but for now the 1 drop is ink, and we're gonna see Savvy Sailor Alice. Really interesting card, and really in my opinion, the caveat for what developed and brought along the Kiwi Bird list in general. Because again, Blue Steel was always like a very control-based deck with Whole New World and Fishbone Quill and playing a lot of things like Simba and Tinkerbell and these big bulky bodies. But Alice Savvy Sailor, she's got Ward, and when she quests, you give Ward to another character and an extra lore pip, and she's a 1/4 quest for 2. Really interesting tool that we got in Azuret Sea, or no, yeah, it's Azuret Sea.
Azuret Sea.
Yeah, and really brought this Kiwi Bird style list to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, this Kiwi Bird style list, in these Sapphire Steel mid-range decks always benefited from cards that protected the board. Cogsworth was the bane of everybody's existence for a long time.
Indeed.
Grandfather Clock, just protecting everything there, allowing you to go wide and protecting your high lore questers. And this ward having a similar function, preventing that removal and keeping your high lore questers up. Speaking of high lore questers, Alice is also a hero. So Anna benefited from that synergy and getting an extra lore off that quest. But look at that,
She's a
Baker.
hero!
We just talked all about the high-risk high reward of Arthur. What do you think about this play on turn 4?
How many cards does Anthony have in his hand is my first question. There's at least a couple I can see. I can see a dot. Oh, there's a dot.
Oh, that dock. There it is.
I have no more questions, Liam. I have no more questions. And to be fair, we've got 3 cards in hand, so
yeah.
I don't like this at all. When we've got a counter play, because like the idea here is this Arthur is probably going to have been banished by the time we've run out of cards. Like because with 3 cards in hand, and one of them being Doc. That's great. So, yeah, I think in this instance, with the context of the hand, this is a nice turn to put down the Arthur. We are going to be doubling into the Arna, courtesy of a couple of Docs and a Fire the Cannons as well. I think that the other damage, Arna being a 1/4.
So, it was actually quested into or challenged into last turn. So those Docs spent a couple turns finishing off that.
Yeah,
that
it took them a while, but they got the job done.
Right, like 4 or 5 lore off that Anna though, like definitely doing her job here as a turn 2 play, and
and sorry, just to finish the point, I just wanted to say this, Alice as well. Like this is an example of a card that I think is so reasonable to have Ward because she is incentivized to turn sideways.
Yes,
and in my opinion,
absolutely.
Ward should be a thing that you use so that something sticks around long enough to do the thing.
And look at this 6/6 stat line, terrible to remove. But then giving it Ward with the Alice so that Arthur there is protected. And, that Doc that we joked about earlier, now the only card in hand and it's a wonderful insurance policy if that Arthur is shutting down your draw. Next turn now, Anthony's played this right, and it looks like if that Arthur's still around, we'll skip our draw step, dump that dock, immediately draw 2 cards, and I think benefiting from timing that like perfectly on curve.
Yeah, we drew an extra card courtesy of the healthy dock, and we're going to send both Beast and Docks to finish off the Alice. Makes a lot of sense to me. And, like, Arthur's another card that can really make players think, right? Because if I'm on VT's side of the board and looking at my opponent with 1 card in hand, I'm like, okay, am I incentivized to, like, let this Arthur live any amount of turns just so that I deny your draw and then I can eventually win the race? Don't get me wrong, it's playing with fire because the Arthur is questing for 3, and at this point in the game where Anthony's at 14 lore, it's probably not wise to keep it around if you can get rid of it, but it is something you have to ask yourself, right? Like, you look at the clock, you look at the lore, like, is it more in my favor to let this Arthur live 1 more turn so you draw nothing so that I can then win this race? But if you're scared of that 1 card being a dock, then that can change everything. And we do see it down. You see the body language from VT there. I think I can see that. A little bit of laughter, maybe a little bit of frustration, which is understandable. Anthony with the perfect card to play when you got no cards. Finds a Jasmine.
Jasmine. There was a fun interaction there where Anthony reflexively drew through for a turn, and XBVT explaining, "Hey, no, by the way, you have your Arthur, you can't do that." And Anthony going, "Oh, okay, well, I'll just draw with this then."
Yeah, it's funny. That happened to me I did a sealed event over release weekend at Games Expo, and I had an opponent who played an Arthur, and drew for it before I could stop him. He already had 2 cards in his hand, and to be fair, as soon as I went Arthur, he was like, he immediately, I saw in his face the regret, and he immediately called a judge, and I was like, don't worry, just put the card back, let's carry on. I trust you, it's fine. But again, that was just sealed.
You get these
it happens,
when
right?
you play thousands of Lorcana games, like start of turn, you draw a card, right? No, that's what you do.
This is the first card to do something like this. So I absolutely could understand for opening or even first couple of opening weekends, people maybe not making a mistake. Hey, I've done it. I've seen pro players do it. I see people every day still play an action after Pete. And these are like pro players that have been around a while. It happens to us all. We're all human. Like,
yeah. Going back, XBCC thinking through this turn, there are some answers here. That Beast, let's remember, is now super strong, and can challenge into either the Robin Hood or the Arthur to finish it off. We do have Strength of a Raging Fire, but we don't have enough characters to use it to finish off that other high willpower character. So I think just taking a look at the lines, there's the handshake, and
yeah, 19
not
lore.
enough. Wow. So Anthony racing ahead in both games, all gas with both these decks. And what do you think of that? What do you think of that matchup?
Yeah, just like dominating aggro there. Even if we'd have dealt with the 2 sideways characters, there was a Jasmine and a Doc on board. Anthony already at 19. Nothing that VT could do to keep up in that instance. And yeah, I mean, it's a little sad that we didn't get to see VT pilot the Emerald Ruby Christmas deck. And hey, we as commentators, we love it to go to a game 3, right? We want to see as much Lorcana as possible. But hey, these players are here to, if they can take the 2-0, that's going to be super good for their breakers. It means also for their break in general. Maybe you get a little bit more time to relax between games, do whatever you've got to do. So as much as we love to see a game 3, fair play to Anthony taking a 2-0 in this instance. And yeah, just showing how I don't think the community is ready for aggro in this format. Or just prepared for like how good it seems to be in this format when you can ban things.
Yep. Yeah, because you ban. Well, and interestingly, like what I love about this, we highlighted earlier, you know, the traditional hyper aggro colors are that amber amethyst deck. When you see those color combos, unless you're running something really wonky like Josh Pult in Atlanta throwing us all for a loop with fairy godmothers and Perditas and craziness.
Yep.
You see those colors and you think that's hyper aggro. That is the most aggressive, deck that you can build in Lorcana. And both players opting to.
Oh, Vinny! Shout out Vinny! Sorry to cut you off, but I think Vinny is the new community darling. I know that a lot of people really like this Vinny. 1-3 and 1 is on board. If your opponent banishes a character during their turn, then you gain a lore. And yeah, the green pigeon. I don't like. Shout out to Sky, who is a Sapphire Steel master. Was very upset by the banning of Flavisham and Fordosphere, as were many. But I know he's a big fan of this Vinny. I've seen him cooking.
Little
and I
consolation
know
prize here.
Consolation, Vinny.
There you go. We'll give you a.
But sorry to cut you off there. You're absolutely right.
No.
The amber amethyst being these hyper aggro colors 99% of the time. Again, unless you are the DLC Atlanta champion and you're running Fairy Fusser. But in this instance, both players with knowledge to the decks, knowing that these steel variants were not playing a lot of, like we saw Strength for Raging Fire, but I imagine that was it for steel removal. No storms. No Zeuses, so aggro seemingly can like get away with a bit more.
Yeah, it is super interesting, the choice. I mean, XPVT teched, against aggro with those cannons that we saw. But yeah, an interesting choice here, because I think the calculation is, when you stare at these lists, and both of them, we can talk about what's in the mind of both players because they're identical lists. You're looking at that red-green list, that Christmas list, and you're like, that is probably aggressive as well. It could be, some hand control, but we have the benefit here of knowing that XPVT was playing a bit of an aggressive list yesterday, and so choosing to say I do not want to fight two hyper aggro lists. The play draw disparity being such a powerful thing that I'd rather not deal with it twice, I guess. Interesting choice.
So I've got to shout out the chat. Thanks to everyone that's watching us either on YouTube or on Twitch. A humongous shout out to World Class Cards for organising this 10K weekend. Always a great weekend when there's Lorcana action, but getting a sample of the World Championship triple deck format, which I know players will be interested to see, like get a taste of what's in store for Worlds. And again, on a personal note, for me and you, Liam, great practice for us for the upcoming World Championship. So a huge shout out to everyone involved, and of course to 20 Law Pro who have been hosting the whole thing, and just anyone that's been involved with this, whether you're on camera or behind the scenes. I know there's a lot of moving pieces. I just want to give a huge thank you, and a shout out to the players, and I got a shout out to the chat, and I must quickly answer this, Liam. I feel it's not fair. A couple of people saying what? A couple of people saying why is it called Kiwi Bird? And
people will be asking this to the end of time.
Yeah, they will, but we'll give a quick breakdown. Okay, so there are better versions of this story out there, but I will give you the quickest version I can. 99% of it's an in-joke, because this deck was created by Harlan Sweet and Justin Shadows, who are part of a certain testing group. And while they were in this testing group on Discord, they were discussing this deck that they were creating, this new way of playing Blue Steel. And someone in the group sent a meme of a couple of the American woodpecker is what ended up being the bird. It's just a couple of birds bobbing their heads. It didn't mean anything. It was just a simple, whatever Discord you're in, go to it now. There's a silly GIF that someone has sent in the last hour just embodying an emotion. That's all it was. Just a couple of woodpeckers just bobbing their heads as a celebration of like, oh yeah, we cooking. This deck looking real good. That's all it was. And then Justin and Harlan thought that this American woodpecker was a Kiwi bird. And as a result, they thought it was really funny. And when they used this deck, I think it was Adam, Harlan Sweet, who used the deck in a tournament and named it Kiwi Bird just for lols. And then Inkdex took this deck, called it Kiwi Birds because that's what Harlan had called it. This deck then got a ton of attention for being a really innovative way of building this deck, and it performed really well. And then all of a sudden, everyone was calling it Kiwi Bird. Maybe I'm partly to blame as one of the people that reviews deck lists, because I very much enforced this and started calling it Kiwi Bird, and so did others. And it just became the norm. And most people that know it as that deck name have no idea why, unless you've seen the content on Harlan Sweet's channel where he's talked about the story. But that's literally all it is. It's an in-joke that started on a Discord when the deck was being made because someone confused the American woodpecker, I think that's what the bird was actually called, with a Kiwi bird, and that is it. And now it's gotten everywhere, basically. And that is the story.
It's a great story, and you have to love, in communities like ours, the Lorcana community or TCG or any hobby community, when these things happen, these fun little jokes and nods and
absolutely diggy hole.
That's
Case
the
in
other one
point,
I was
Brennan,
diggy hole.
come on, tell that story.
And well, it's a lot more straightforward. That deck was named that very specifically for a certain song, which I'm not going to lie, I had never heard before.
Either had I, but DeCanio sent it to me.
Yeah, and as soon as but the people in the know knew. It's this like metal version, or they had an original one, and then there's like a metal version of, it's about dwarves digging in a mine, and because this deck ran 7 dwarves mine and dwarves, DeCandio named it that, and it really took off. So it was purposefully named that, but it was so fun for the whole set referring to this particular style of deck as
he built it.
that name, and you have to love it, right? Because it gives us this feeling of. It adds to the community feel of this game. It gives us a language all our own, right?
It lets the community put their fingerprint on this game in a really meaningful way, which will be remembered. And
in an organic way.
I've had these conversations with I've met Steve Warner a couple of times at a couple of DLCs, and I played against him off camera. And he was playing a Blurple deck with all Enchanteds, by the way. It was beautiful. And I was calling it Blurple. And he at never point went, what's this? What is, they know what the community have come up with. They know the things that the community, that come up with. And I think that's great. And yeah, DeCandio putting his imprint on that specific version of Diggy Hole, and it will be remembered as such. And Kiwi Bird has been normalized. And I'm sure, and again, the ultimate one and the first one was Steel Song, right? And that will never die, as far as I'm concerned. I think that was the first name that everyone agreed was, perfect for that style of deck. Some of them make a lot of sense, like Steel Song. As soon as you hear it, you're like, oh, I get it.
Yep.
One half of the deck is Steel, and the other half is Songs. It's Steel Song. It rolls nicely off the tongue. Excellent. And then some are weirder, like Kiwi Bird, and we sometimes have to explain. And I love that. I think that's great.
And the last piece of it, and you nodded to this as well, but to draw it a little bit more, it is also a way that we can honor and respect the innovative players who came up with these particular decks. Because 100%. Let's face it, what happens is, somebody runs a deck at a tournament, and then it catches on, and then everybody's running it. And if you went out and you pulled, a DLC, let's say, hypothetically, near the end of the Diggy Hole season when that deck became popularized at the very beginning due to a CCS run, and you ask them who invented that deck, a good percentage of the competitive players would know, but I would venture to guess that the percentage is very low. But because, Brendan DeCandio got to name it and put his stamp on it, that name is in a way an homage to the work that he put into crafting that particular build. And
I love that. I love the community
great,
having
right?
those sort of original names. We are Lorcana is graced to have one of our World Championship qualified players being Frank Carsten, who has this incredible reputation for what they've done for TCGs in the past. And again, that and in Pokemon, names like Tord Reklev and a lot more, people that have really become known for their impact to the game. And I love that. And those are created by not only the skill of the players, if you perform well regularly, then you're going to become a known and respected name regardless. But the community can also boost people and create their own champions, as it were. And I love that they will be remembered as such. And again, shout out to Candio, who is in the Twitch chat. Who we miss dearly in the Lorcana community for their content and as a player, but I'm super proud of him for moving on to new ventures as part of the Ravensburger team, and who knows what other members of the community that might also happen to. But a shout out to the chat. I'm just browsing through both Twitch and YouTube. Squeaky Sheep, we've got 20 Lord Pro up in here. I think it's all First at 20 up in here as well. Shout out to First at 20, another fantastic caster and member of the community. Over on YouTube, we've got some people enjoying the stream. Cash the Flash, Alonzo, Emerson, plenty of people enjoying the weekend, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, and shout out to Aladdin's Castle as well, who was here yesterday.
Yes, saw them on stream.
I mentioned Castro because there's very few people who do this anymore because it's so time consuming. But Castro's always really good about vlogging the events that he goes to and trying to bring the community into it and give them a taste for what it was like. So if you're watching this now and you're interested in what this triple deck constructed format was like, what it's like playing in it, the emotions, kind of the thought process, I'm willing to bet that if you follow Aladdin's Castle, you'll see a pretty good video about it in the near future that kind of walk you through what it was like to compete here. So if you are somebody who's watching now or are going to watch Worlds and you want a flavor for what it's like playing in this, take a look at that channel or send a message to anybody else who played here, because you appreciate it so much more once you've kind of tried to understand the psychology of the event and watched players trying to navigate it, because it is so different.
Yeah, Land's Castle, shout out to them. It was great watching them play on stream the other day. I do believe they played it was either a Ruby Emerald deck, or it might have been an Amber Ruby deck. Either way, I remember there was something spicy. Yo, Liam, I'm really hoping we see Racers again today. That was the highlight of the day for me yesterday, watching Racers do their thing. And we talked about this quite a lot as well. Like a deck like that, where it got a lot of its support cards in Reign of Jafar. Obviously, there is the deck check part of this format, where you get to actually look at the opponent's cards, and you can get out the Disney Lorcana app and check a couple of things if you want. But if you don't have that knowledge of this card pool and how this deck wants to work and what it wants to do kind of just ingrained in you, then maybe you're not as aware of the play lines that could be available. So I love the surprise factor and the fact that this format will really reward those who have the why, again, along with, you know, being a very skilled player, but just knowledge of the card pool overall, what every deck wants to do, even these off-meta decks that you might not see all the time. So I've loved this format so much. Shout out to RMB also in the chat. Shout out to bold people. Yeah, there you go, RMB. Shout out to all the bold people out there.
Bold people. We'll get them all.
We'll get them all eventually.
Few bold people in the chat.
Are there? All right, let's go.
We're cooking. No, yeah, it's a fascinating point, and that gets to the mental load, the cognitive load that this format can place on you. I told this story yesterday. I'm going to tell it again. Really fascinating.
I love a
you
story.
mentioned Frank Karsten, a fascinating player to follow. Sees the game in ways that other people don't. He had this really, I thought, funny but also interesting and insightful line in either one of his articles or interviews, where he talked about bare necessities. And he said, he runs like 18, 19 songs in his list. It's very, very specific. But he preferred not to run bare necessities because he didn't like the cognitive load that knowing his opponent's hand added.
Interesting.
It's a really fascinating thing, right? Because if you think about your mental like processing, your mental capacity as a resource, and it's a finite resource on a given day, then you start to think about how do you preserve that throughout the course of a long tournament. And it's interesting to know that one of the very best like TCG players in the world, not only somebody who plays but also documents and analyzes it and writes about it and creates content about it, thinks about just glimpsing at your opponent's hand as a little bit more cognitive load. So if that's true, and then this format, it adds such an additional like mental burden, because not only are you given the benefit of looking at your opponent's list ahead of time, but then also you have to oftentimes look at new cards and try to figure out what they do. But then in an extreme scenario, you're trying to figure out not only what certain cards do, but how they fit together in the script for a deck that you're not familiar with. What are the play lines of this particular deck? You look at Racers, you're like, all right, I can understand all of these cards in isolation, but how are they all clicking together? How are they connecting? And that is a lot to try to figure out in the course of 10 minutes before you're making your ban decisions. It was a long story. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I think it's fascinating, and like you bring on a really good point. Like I don't know how many players would ever deny hand knowledge. It can be really good, but I absolutely can see the point of view, and I am now hopeful and excited for if Emerald, if Frank Karsten, a world qualified player who will have to prepare at least a deck with Emerald in it. Hopefully there's a Diablo, and we get for the first time ever on stream, round 1, turn 1 Diablo, wave away, I don't want to see the hand. Player just goes to put it down, and Frank's like, nope, I don't want to know.
Yep.
I don't want to see it.
Here to shift.
This is just here to shift. I don't care. I don't want to see your hand. Let's move on. I'm waiting for it. Right. Just denies the deck check. Gets brought free list. No, I don't want to know.
Nope. And this color, I'm fine. I'm gonna do it live. Yeah, no, I know. Of course, I will say, it's situational. Of course, there's scenarios.
Yeah, no, of course. Like, that is a super extreme example. I'm sure that Frank Karsten would just, at the very least, just do the glimpse. Is there a storm there? Like, can I shift next turn, or do I have to wait? Like, again, that's a very extreme example I'm using.
Hilarious.
But yeah. Nonetheless, it's a super interesting point that not everyone will necessarily think of. And again, these Worlds players are I know a lot. I know a few of them that are going through a very intense training schedule, right? It really means a lot to them. It's the first ever world championship, and can you we talk about people that make an impact on the game, right? And there's an argument that every player at that first world has already etched their name in the stone, but can you imagine the glory? I don't think that's a dirty word. The glory for the first ever world champion.
It's going to be incredible, and
It's
not
pretty
only-
big, right?
Not only being the champion, but then how far you progress, finishing out of a field of the world's best players, if you finish top 8 even, or even if you finish, even if you finish 28th, yeah, get to your point, these players are already etched in stone in terms of the Lorcana lore, but yeah, it's about trying to win, but also just to show well and to show what you can do, and yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be amazing. Baker, I have a treat for us here in the booth.
A treat?
Yes, we're going to get to interview a very talented young Lorcana player who we just got to watch, do very well in his on-stream match. It's for Anthony.
Well, let's go. I'm ready.
Anthony, how are you doing? Good. I'm going to switch the camera here, and so Lorcana villain Baker is on the headset from London, so you get to chat with both of us here. How are you feeling after that win?
Good.
Good. Did those games go kind of like you thought they would, or was that your game plan?
Kind of.
Kind of. What is your plan for this tournament? What are you trying to do?
Trying to make top 8.
Trying to make top 8 and win fast.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Baker, you were really impressed with how Anthony navigated kind of his openings and with some of his play lines, particularly with that Arthur. What questions you have about how he opened these games?
Yeah, I was impressed with the absolute domination from you, Anthony, and I must count myself surprised that you are a very young man. It's incredible to see you performing at this level, a 2-0 against another very respected player. Can I ask you first, how long have you been playing Lorcana, Anthony?
I think maybe like a year, maybe.
Okay, so
Something
since
like that.
maybe into the Inkland's Ursa's Return sort of era you came into it. So that's really, really awesome. And yeah, I loved game 2 in particular. You used Arthur, the 6/6 quest for 3, who stops you drawing, but you didn't put him down until you had a dock in hand. What do you think of Arthur? Is it a card that you like? Obviously, it's really dangerous being able to, it's shutting you off from drawing. So what do you think of Arthur?
I think it's actually a pretty good card for my deck.
It's performed well for you so far, but you had to prepare 3 decks for this event. Why did you choose these ink combinations? You had Amber Amethyst, Sapphire Steel, and Emerald Ruby. Why these decks in particular?
Because I think I'm pretty good at. I'm not the one who made these decks. It's actually was my dad, and the yellow and purple deck I actually had played for a long time, and
Okay.
the blue and gray. My dad thought I would be getting really used to it really quick. And the red and green, I think I played something similar like that once. So
I mean,
So Ruby Emerald, is that a deck that you've played a lot in the past, or was it something you started playing just to prepare for this tournament?
I actually played it. I played it in Germany and California before. So
you're one of the
Amazing.
few Lorcana players to play on 2 different continents. To play in Germany.
Germany and California and Paris.
Wow. What was it like playing Lorcana overseas in Lorcana Villains?
Really cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are you having fun today?
Yeah.
What advice would you give to any other young players who are thinking about playing in a tournament like this?
Try your best and pick a deck that you think you would be really good at playing. And when you have more experience in that deck, if you want to try a new deck, I think would be a good idea.
Awesome. So learn
Anthony,
different
have you
decks.
I was just going to ask, if you don't mind, Liam, Anthony, is this your first card game? Have you played any other card games before, or like
No.
still now? No, this is your first card game.
Yes.
Wow, that's super impressive. I'm really impressed with that, and that you're so traveled already. You've been to, you said you came to Paris, you did Germany, obviously over in the States. That's amazing. And then 2-0 in the second round. I think that's awesome. I want to ask you, what's your favorite new card from Reign of Jafar? What have you been enjoying the most from the new set?
Some people call my
Anything
dad
that comes to-
Some people call my dad Bobby, and I pulled like 4 Bobby cards out of the new set.
Excellent. That's a good choice.
That is a great choice. My last question: do you have a favorite Disney character or movie?
Ooh, Disney character or a movie? I do have a favorite Disney movie. It's called Atlantis.
Ooh,
Oh, good
that's a
choice.
classic. What? I love that. Why do you like Atlantis?
A lot of the times when my dad watched a movie when he was a kid, or my mom, I always liked the movies when they was younger. So I really like those movies, and every time when I get asleep in my mom and dad's room, I always ask them, could we watch a movie when you was younger?
That's amazing.
That's beautiful. I love
I
that.
love that so much.
What a choice as well. Atlantis is a very mature Disney film
Yeah.
in a lot of ways. So I'm very impressed by Anthony.
I totally agree. Well, Anthony, amazing performance in the first round. Baker, do you have any more questions?
No, just well done on your record so far. Good luck for the rest of your run. Hopefully we'll get to see you play again at some point. And yeah, just please keep it up. And yeah, really impressed by you, mate. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome performance. All right, we're gonna go to I'm gonna check to see how close we are to the next game, Baker, because I'm willing to bet we're pretty close. But before we do
If
that,
we're close, then we go. But wow, Anthony is
there
super
we
impressive.
go. What? Actually, I got. Well, those who've watched content recently know that I'm prone to tears on camera. But I will say one of the things about Lorcana. But Wesley, I think I'm echoing. If I don't know if the mic's muted over there. So one of the things I love about Lorcana, about Disney, is the cross-generational appeal and how it
Yes.
enables families to enjoy this game together. And just hearing Anthony's story about Atlantis and why it matters to him. Atlantis matters to him because it matters to his parents. And it's a film that they grew up with, and because of that, it has a special resonance for him, because he didn't say it was funny. He didn't say it was an adventure film. He said, I like this movie because it's a movie that I enjoy with my parents, because it's what they watched when they grew up. And that's one of the beautiful things about Lorcana, as opposed to other card games and other hobbies, is that it's something that families enjoy together, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I can absolutely relate to that. Again, my memories of watching Disney films growing up, are all with my mum. So I'll always have those memories of sharing that with her. And if the time was to ever come where I did become a father, then I would certainly hope that I would get to enjoy those sort of moments. So yeah, I think that's really beautiful. And again, shout out to Anthony. It's always great to see more young players playing the game in general. But when you get a little superstar, I had no idea how old that he was until he appeared on the screen. No one said anything to me. And maybe that's wrong of me. The assumption, you make certain assumptions. Maybe we're all a bit guilty of it, I think, to be fair. We make an assumption of who's probably behind the hands that we're seeing on camera. But for it to come over and to see this young man who just played an excellent match of Lorcana and 2-0'd, that's really reassuring. So, yeah, great start.
Yeah, loved it. Wesley, how's it going out there?
Hey,
Wesley!
Liam, Baker, it's going good. Lorcana Villain, this has been a great tournament. I mean, there are so many people out there. We're going to have another, I believe her name is Kylie, another younger, youthful player for Lorcana. She'll be doing our next feature match. So we're really excited to have I mean, more kids into the game, more youth into the game, I think is great. We want to create a safe play environment for people to feel welcome to come and enjoy this hobby. And so we're so glad to see more of them come out to today's event and to be here.
I agree. It brings families together. It sounds cheesy to say it brings families together, but one of my favorite Lorcana stories, Baker and Wesley and chat, there was a family that I met after we had an introductory event for Lorcana where we introduced new people to the game. We had a family come out and try to learn to play, a son, daughter, in their early teens, and then mother, and they were all trying to learn how to play. When we asked what brought you to Lorcana, they said, she said, the mother said, well, my husband plays like Warhammer here at the shop every week. And every week he is here Saturday playing Warhammer, and we come to the shop a lot. And we want to enjoy Lorcana because A, we think he would enjoy it too, and it's a game that we can play together as a family. But B, like now we can all come to the game store together and enjoy a hobby together and bond a little bit more as a family. And because of Disney's, the brilliant design of this game and the cross-generational appeal of Disney, it's a hobby that allows us, that really invites that. Anyway,
I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've had some collaborations, I believe, with another content creator, Daniel and Lily.
yeah,
Is that right?
Yep, Lorcana Fanatics.
They've been great at putting on events targeted towards families, more welcoming to the community, more social environment. I think it's so beautiful to see that because, as I've said in the past, there's something in this hobby for everybody. Whether it's playing cards, enjoying the artwork, commentating, talking about it. We have lots of different aspects of this game that we love, and so happy to see all these people come together and enjoy this Disney game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Lorcana's it's so multi-layered, right? You can appeal to so many different types of people for different reasons. Like there's we as commentators, but as commentators we like to feel like a little touched into everything, but some people are here to be competitive players, some are here to play League with themes. They like their theme nights at League to build a franchise deck, and again, like there's so many. I'm glad that there's representation for those sort of things as well. Like a shout out to Rebecca, who does such amazing work with the more casual side of Lorcana, with the fan events and all these sort of things that are so important to help everyone find something in Lorcana for them. So yeah, like again, I fawn over our community, but I think it's warranted. I think we should be very proud of where we are so far.
Totally agree.
I agree. We are going to get ready here in just a moment for the next round. We're going to go on a quick break, and then we'll head off into that. Lorcana Villain, thank you so much for joining us. You have been amazing. You were on earlier with our secondary channel, 2-0 Lore Pro. That's not
2-0 Lore Pro.
It's our new second channel. We wanted to be able to share the other community pro match with all of you, and so we have that channel set up now. And the main one here where we do the general audience of just top tables, top players. And so, Liam, thank you for joining us. Lorcana Villain, you've been great. Thank y'all.
I'm super excited.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, chat, because this next round is starting up soon. And I think Baker and I will be back for the next one. So, excited.
See you soon.
Well, hello and welcome back to 20 Lore Pro. This is Sir Ashtown here, and we are entering into, I want to say, round three. This has been an exciting time here with really just the whole cast playing a world-style format tournament. We're kind of getting a small glimpse into what we might see here in a couple weeks at Disney World. Very exciting times. I know that was a short break, but we just got so much Lorcana to pack in today. And so here we are again with Liam and Lorcana Villain. Thank y'all so much for joining us here today with world-class cards for their another Day 2 5K tournament. 20 Lore Pro will be live next weekend at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 10K. There's going to be a Day 1 and a Day 2 with the top cut. We're so excited for that tournament, but here we are off to the races. Lorcana Villain, how are you doing?
Thank you, Sir Ashtown. Good to be back. This is going to be my final round for the day, which is a little bit sad. I would love to chill with you guys for the remainder, but I'm gonna hope to go out on a banger for round 3, and of course I will catch the remainder of the tournament later in post. Great that the VODs will be available online afterwards, and I can't wait to check them out. But for right now, we've got round 3. I'm back with Liam, and it's a pleasure.
Is an absolute pleasure, and what a treat we have this round. Something on both sides of the table here. One, Kaylee, a fantastic young player traveling up from Chicago, I believe. Shout out to the Lords of Lore team, and they always roll deep in the chat, so I'm sure there's a huge fan base out there for her watching right now. Fantastic young player. And on the other side, Christian, a player that we saw earlier today, and we also saw yesterday in the semifinals of this event, piloting what we see I think that's wrong. I think he runs Emerald Steel, which is probably banned, and he also runs a Blurple deck, and then this really innovative Amber Ruby deck. So we're going to get to see him again, and if he's running that Amber Ruby first, as the screen is indicating, you all are going to get to see a really fascinating build here.
Yeah, Amber Ruby does seem to be the first deck on the menu tonight, and it's been the winning deck of the weekend. Yesterday, seeing a lot of success with people playing Amber Ruby. But yeah, our production's still updating the decks available and what's been benched. Obviously, you can only have one Amber Ruby deck in your 6 decks. You must represent all links, so the Steel Song currently represented to be benched. That's probably waiting to be updated, so we'll get confirmation on that soon. But yeah, like I said, Amber Ruby is putting a lot of work this weekend. We saw racers doing all sorts of wacky things, but the majority of them being these very aggro mid-range decks utilizing Mufasa, and of course Rapunzel being the primary draw, combined with things like Mulan and Mother Gothel, and even some people running the spot. Oh, there we got a little cameo from Christian there, just a little, oh, I'm here, yeah, we see you, Christian. But yeah, Mulan, we also see the Floodborn Mulan do some work yesterday to shift onto that 1 drop, and that elite archer with a very interesting ability to help with wide boards. So Amber Ruby is always a treat to behold, but you talk about Kaylee on some Emerald and Amethyst tempo, just win the game. And another one of our younger Illumineers. Again, it's always a pleasure to get to watch the younger generation of Lorcana players, the next generation. Well, I call them the next generation, that's rude. Kaylee's here saying, no, your time is up, and my time is now. She's doing the best John Cena impression.
You know the wrestling references, I love it.
I'm sorry, it's a consequence of having me on your channel. Even the DLC, I slip them in. I don't know if Disney have twigged, but...
clearly not to this point. And
no one said anything to me. No one has ever told me to stop doing any of the things I do, Liam, and I think that's the problem. I think Lil happened, and I just tried to push my luck, and no one reined me in. So, and now here we are.
Walk a little further over the line. Take a look. See what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit more. But here we are after the races. Christian has loved playing this Ruby Amber deck on the play. It's very fast and gotten a win out of it every round. Interestingly, one of the things that the colors I think are still wrong on the bottom, but one of the things he talked about is how he is trying to basically trap people and trick people into letting him play Blurple, because that's the deck that he wants to play. So that probably paying off here again. And Flynn Rider coming down here on turn 2.
Yeah, this Flynn Rider, Frenemy, 2-cost Ingable 2/2, and at the beginning of your turn, if you control the character with the highest strength on the board, you gain not 1, not 2, but 3 lore. This Flynn Rider has been running amok in Ruby Amethyst decks for a while, fallen off as of late, just with the increase of steel in the meta overall. The Flynn Rider can be a bit of a liability against steel decks, but has been my primary example of cards that you can absolutely get away with playing if you're just going to ban steel. And Kaylee, who had a Pegasus on board, only able to respond with a Flynn Rider, this Emerald Amethyst deck. A lot of small characters, not the most strength, so not able to stop this Flynn from triggering. And then we follow up with a new card from Reign of Jafar. What do you think of this Prince John, Liam?
I mean, I love this card. I love it particularly in this list. This does a couple things. This card is in this list for a few reasons. One, it's a really big stat line and difficult to remove. Two, it's meant to trigger a couple cards which gain you lore immediately off of 5 strength characters or higher. One of them is Tinkerbell and one of them is a Maximus, which is running this deck on the top end. The other thing is
there's a Maximus in here.
There's a Maximus in here. The big Maximus. And
it's a
the
spicy
other thing
meatball.
this does is it's a fun deck. The downside of this character is it takes a damage whenever your opponent plays a character, right? Which does seem like a pretty big downside, unless your primary card draw involves drawing cards off of damage counters on your characters. And so in this list, it's a fantastic turn 3 play.
Yo, I'm sorry, I'm still getting over the Maximus. That is spicy. Maximus allowing for 3 or even 5. No, I think it's 2 or 5 lore gain based on, again, the strength of characters on board. If you have a character with 10 strength, you gain 5 lore. A character with 5 strength, you would gain 2. And obviously this Prince John fulfilling that need quite wonderfully. And I imagine there are things like Maui and other things that can trigger this. But yeah, if you've got 10 strength, you gain 5 lore. There's not a lot of characters that have 10 strength. But there are things we can do about that. There are ways we can manipulate strength. We'll have to see what Christian is packing to take full advantage of that.
As a fun bit of flavor, Christian almost considered working in, I forget what it is. It is a 10 strength character from this set, 6 drop, and it gets cheaper if you play. I'm gonna blank out on it. So,
Gaston. Is it the Gaston Pure Paragon? Yeah,
yes.
The Gaston Pure Paragon, and you pay 1 less to play it for every character that you have with damage. That was one of my reveal cards. It was my first villain.
Well,
it was my first villain reveal.
Perfect. I knew that, of course, which is why I said it. But yeah, this card almost considered working this in the top end. Like very nearly put a 1 of in here purely for the Maximus and for a fun little end game. Did not. But if you're going to run this list, it is something you can work in for a little bit of fun.
So in Ruby Amber, there's the Gaston and then there's Chernabog that has 9 strength. So outside of that Gaston, if we want the high roll of 5 lore, then we will need to manipulate strength in some way. A good way to do that with Amber, though, is the Queen. I don't know if the Queen is in the deck, but the Floodborn 5 cost shift 2. She can quest and give something plus 4 strength. So suddenly all you need is 6 strength, which is a little easier to achieve. Case in point, Maui, hero to all. But we're not paying enough attention to the board. And Ursula coming down to have a little look at the hand. We had no songs. I don't even know if this deck will be playing any songs, to be fair, or any non-characters for that matter. Have we seen a non-character card yet?
No, we haven't, and I don't think there are in this deck. I think the character synergies are so strong that that's what it's really working on. Speaking of synergies, that Sisu and Flynn Rider are what Christian is using to try to close out this game. Kaylee has managed to keep pushing her lore total a little bit higher, forcing Christian into a bit of a control role, trading a few characters there, and hoping that he can keep Kaylee slow enough right now in the lore game that the Flynn Rider can run away with things.
I think this is the first. I think I saw from Kaylee's body language there. That was the first turn that she did not have the Flynn trigger because she only has 1 card in hand, from what I can tell. So the Sisu only has 2 strength, and of course that Peter Pan Shadow Finder matching it at 2. So the Flynn denied on that turn, but I think that Flynn has gained 6 or 9 lore in this game so far.
Most of the lore gain for sure. Kaylee, now talking about hand size choice here, obviously wanting to keep the hand as empty as possible, does have a friend from the other side, which. In some instances would be kind of an autoplay here. We do have 5 ink though. I stand corrected. I didn't realize we're at 5 ink, which means the Elsa can come down, do a little rush damage, and take care of that Flynn Rider if we so choose.
Yeah, sweeping this Flynn Rider off the board has got to be appealing, because if you go over 1 card in hand, suddenly that Sisu can get carried away, and this Flynn has done enough damage, and of course it would take a bit more of an investment to get rid of the Sisu, of that 4 willpower, but we are going to do it. We're going to go in with both the Shadow Finder and the Ursula, so that was 3 of the damage. Where did the other damage come from? Because I'm pretty sure the Elsa went into the Flynn. So
well, 2 from 2 and 1.
Maybe there was a damage on it, and I missed that. If there was already a damage on it, then the Peter Pan plus the Ursula should get the job done.
Yeah, I'm trying to do any quick math here. I think think that's it. But nevertheless, Christian put it in the discard pile, so it is banished. And yeah, I mean, tempting to race ahead, but also, I mean, Christian's big way back into this deck is exactly that. What he just inked, that Rapunzel with no characters on the board, you can't activate it. So Christian forced to just play one card a turn now. There's really no other card draw engine in this deck besides the Rapunzel. So huge play there for Kaylee, getting everything off the board.
Yeah.
And not
it was Pegasus, by the way. It was Pegasus, by the way. Christian had challenged into Kaylee's. Although I don't. No, it must have been the other way around because the Pegasus is evasive. But that was how the damage got on there, regardless, to be able to finish it off. But yeah, you're right. Clearing up a little bit, we've got Lady Tremaine, the Imperious Queen, on the board. Obviously, a fantastic card if your opponent only has one character. But if there are multiple options, you're always going to pick the one that's providing the less value. But she is still a 3/4 quest for 2. And Christian is at 12 lore. Kaylee at 13, though, but catching up with a wide board. We definitely have to take some of the pressure off here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board, so not quite threatening game, but we still need to stem it a little bit. Lady Tremaine going into the Merfolk, nothing to discard. We played the Rapunzel from our hand.
Yeah, and unfortunately, nothing to challenge into get any damage counters in the Lady Tremaine either. The other 2 threats being evasive, so challenging into that 0 strength Merfolk, unable to get any value out of that Rapunzel.
Yeah, if sometimes you have to cut your losses and say it's better for me to just play this and just develop the body, and that is 2 lore on the board. Finding another Gothful now, and
there it
the
is,
Rapunzel. So finding an incredible top deck to be able to meet it, and are we just gonna pack it up there?
Yeah,
oh, we have
Kaylee
has game here,
Kaylee's
regardless. It can't be stopped.
But it's always
Kaylee
fun
zooming
seeing
ahead.
that combo. Both the gameplay and the flavor of that combination just so fun. The Mother Gothel coming in with damage counters and Rapunzel healing for
Absolutely, I love that.
What a fascinating sequence of events here, because Christian, as we talked about yesterday, it has really went all the way to the semifinals on the strength of that Ruby Amber deck on the play, and stealing a game, and then using his Blurple deck to close things out. And in this instance, Kaylee with a deck that we've seen, teched here for aggro, because, for example, Merfolk has worked his way out of a lot of tempo lists, because there's other things to do on turn 1, Diablo Shift, etc. But Kaylee bringing an aggressive version of Emerald Amethyst here, and kind of saying to Christian, I see your super aggressive list there. I'm going to race ahead of you, and really taking that game, because is Christian on the play? I think Christian was on the play. I have to double check.
Yeah, Kaylee really showing her dominance with that deck, akin to the original styles of Emerald Amethyst, like you say, with the Merfolk and just the super low to the ground aggressive package. A lot of Emerald Amethyst decks these days, you're seeing Diablo builds. Obviously, we have a lot of Diablo targets to shift onto now with Emerald Amethyst, so that's the way a lot of players are opting to go. But Kaylee just with a super aggressive version, and as the winner of Game 1, will need to retire her green-purple deck and move to her remaining deck, which is Ruby Sapphire. Whereas Christian can stick with his Amber Ruby deck or switch to Blurple. And you were telling me, Liam, that Christian's whole game plan is just a trap to trick the opponent into letting him play Blurple.
Mm-hmm. He feels like that is one of the strongest decks into this particular meta. It's a deck that he's super familiar with, and he loves it. He also thinks that it's very good on the play as well as draw. And so he really wants to play that deck, and if he can win an aggro matchup on the play with his Amber Ruby deck, he feels like winning one of the remaining 2 games with Blurple is almost a guarantee. Yeah, one more throwback. I have to mention, Flynn Rider is a card that I used to love to play way back in the day. And that has not been popular for a while now. It being worked in occasionally in these builds, but yeah, the 2 lore on turn 1. 2 lore on turn 2, both of which require a discard from your opponent if they're not playing steel, is very oppressive, because you want to slow that down, but losing 2 cards to do it when you can't do it with steel is it feels bad.
It feels bad. Just to let you know, Liam, you've gone very quiet all of a sudden. I've been able to turn you up myself in Discord, but the chat are noticing that you've gone noticeably quiet, so just wanted to alert you to that so that they can hear these wonderful takes that you're making. And again, it's a pleasure to be with you, Liam, this weekend, the first chance that we've had to commentate together. Great practice for us for the World Championship, and yeah, just a general honor to me. And shout out to the chat, everyone involved watching this weekend of Lorcana. But we go into Game 2. Christian sticking with that Amber Ruby deck, the Blurple in the back as the secret weapon, it's seemingly being Christian's pet deck of choice. So we know we've got to go through Ruby Sapphire twice if we're going to win this. So let's start off, let's stick to Amber Ruby and see if we can aggro our way there. Again, these players have seen the deck lists, so Christian will be well aware of what type of Ruby Sapphire list this is. Is it a workshop variant with a lot of items and maybe the big Tamatoa? Or is it something akin to a DKP style of list with manas and sharks and stuff like that? So we start off in the best aggressive way with Daisy. A Porpsicle from Kaylee triggers a quest from Daisy to trigger, and we are able to get a character off the top. I think it was a small Sisu. But we follow up with the Flynn Rider, which is the perfect Ruby card to play against Ruby Sapphire this early. They are not going to be establishing characters anytime soon. We might have seen a T-Po on that turn, but even that wouldn't have been enough to check the 2 strength of the Flynn Rider. So we are going to get a gain of 3 lore here. Turn 3 on curve with Flynn. In the past, you'd have seen a Sisu, and Sisu does go into the Inkwell, but we're going to opt instead for the Prince John with that 5 strength. Denied a Daisy trigger courtesy of hitting a Porpsicle. No ice cream for you, Kaylee, and you must either deal with this Flynn this turn or be able to deal with this Prince John, which, knowing these colors, as if I know them like I think I do, the only answer to that is going to be the turn 3 Brawl, which does come out. It's absolutely necessary. We really would like to have ramped and be a little further along in our ink here, but we've got to Brawl. We've got to stop this Flynn Rider gaining lore.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tale of 2 different openings here. On the one hand, Christian, I think, with his ideal curve with the Daisy Duck Flynn Rider, followed by the Prince John and another Prince John. On the other side, Kaylee really needed to hit that ramp on turn 2. Playing a Popsicle feels bad because one of the ways Kaylee's going to win this game is by getting to Be Prepared or a board wipe as fast as possible, and a little bit harder when you're not playing that T-Po or a Sail or something in the early game. She's just on ink curve, normal ink curve right now.
Yeah, which is not what you want. It's not the strength of this deck. But regardless, even if we had ramped on turn 2, I think we still would have had to have played Brawl there.
Yes.
Like, we couldn't have afforded even a Tala is only 3 strength, which isn't going to check with the Prince John. So you would have had to have Brawl regardless. So hopefully it ends up not changing too much for Kaylee in this matchup on turn 4, following up with a Sisu, which again, you'd really love to be playing a Tala or how far I'll go on that turn. But you need to get rid of this Daisy. Christian is already at 11 lore, and they're going to extend some more. We heal some of that damage with Rapunzel, courtesy of the Prince John's ability to take damage whenever a character's played. And Daisy Duck as the follow-up. I think this game is over already, Liam. We are too far away from... Unless we can shift Sisu, like, this is this turn 5 or 6 ink? Turn 5. So we do have the
5.
Maui. That's going to help a little bit. The Maui's going to be able to make a trade into one of the Johns. And obviously, they both took a damage just because the Maui was played. Request with Sisu. Do we have Shift Sisu in hand? That changes something.
We do have, it's turn 6, that Maximus, is it? No, okay. I was going to say the Maximus allows you to get extra lore, but that Jim Darling, I forget the name of the card, but it's Darling something.
I don't know a sub name, but her name is Darling Deer.
Darling Deer,
which is what Lady refers to. It's John Deere and Darling Deer because she calls them what they call each other, which is a really cute moment, but insignificant for this gameplay. But the point is, she gets +2 lore to a character this turn. She is indeed a darling, and that's going to end the game. Christian taking quite a convincing game 1 against the iconically slow Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic game, and you can see now what this deck is designed to do. One of the interesting things about this particular build is in normal aggro decks you have your choices are pretty easy about what to remove, what threats to remove. It's the highest lore character, and you're dropping things, you're questing. This deck has a number of different lines, a number of different plays, a number of different options, which offer not normal threats. The one thing that we didn't get to see that game that this deck is built around as well is the Tinkerbell or the Maximus triggering off those Prince Johns. We didn't get to see it, but that line is in here as well. And those cards give it reach, as well as this card here, Darling Deal, which is on a board that wants to be pretty wide. You're generally always going to have an option for this 2 lore when it comes into play. So I don't know, when you're playing Amethyst and you get into the like 16, 17 lore range, you're always thinking, oh, that's GOAT range. Against this deck, if it manages to race to like 15, 16, 17 lore, you're within range of these reach cards, which Christian's worked in there. It's a really fun build. And I think I'm going to go on a limb here. I'd say I think this deck even has some viability in a world which Steel exists.
I mean, Amber Ruby has seen like moderate success throughout its entire especially since Mufasa came along. It's had success here and there, and like yeah, it absolutely got a lot of tools. It's definitely an in combination I've had my eye on for a long while. You did go quiet for a minute, but then within like 10 seconds it went back up again. So I'm assuming the chat can hear you clearly. I'm sure they'll keep us updated. But we move into our third and final game, which will pit that Ruby Sapphire deck that we just saw not do a whole lot. Didn't really get a whole lot going, and Amarubi able to just speed ahead. But finally, we're on Christian's pet deck. You've hyped this up. This is the man's flag colors: Sapphire Amethyst, also affectionately known as by the community as Blurple.
As
nice
Blurple.
and simple. It's simple, sweet. It's here for good.
It says what it is. It's a funny word. It's nice. I apologize to the chat. I know we're trying to fix the audio on this end between echoing and quiet, so I'll try to talk quieter. I talk really loud because
they can
really
hear you now
excited.
loud and clear for what it's worth,
good.
is what they're saying. I just know you'd rather I let you know, because if you're going on a rant and no one can hear you, then we want to hear the rant, Liam. Like, that's what we're here for. It's what you're here for. We want to hear you, but we've got popsicle action. You get an ice cream, I get an ice cream. We've just got different flavors. Kaylee enjoying, I don't know, red cherry, and then purple, that's blackberries, I guess.
It's a raspberry, I think.
Raspberry, yeah.
Hayberry. Kaylee,
regardless, ice cream for everyone is the turn 1 play, just drawing a card. Kaylee does have that turn 2 ramp though. Sail the Azure at Sea, able to draw us a card and let us ink again. Oh, we're gonna see Ratigan!
I knew you were gonna get excited when you saw that card. I was waiting for it.
Let's go! I think this is absolutely the deck for this Ratigan as well. Brand new, has Ward. If you are unable to ink the turn he's on the board, well, every turn that he's on the board, then he does unfortunately get banished. But questing for a whole lot of cheese, Liam.
Oh, a whole lot of cheese, whole lot of lore. I knew you'd get excited about this card. I purposely haven't mentioned it until now, but we did see that get played in an earlier round to great effect. So I hope we get to see it here on the board eventually.
I've seen a couple of people testing it. This Ratigan is real in Blurple, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's our most competitive viable Ratigan yet, so I'm super pleased to see. And we've had like double legendaries for Ratigan. Someone at Ravensburger is a Lorcana villain fan. I'm just saying. I'm just putting that energy out into the world. But nonetheless, I'm a big fan of this quest for 4 boy Ward, 6-7 stat line, and he's inkable. But now we saw the story of ice cream on ice cream, and now one apprentice against the other. Bell's now hitting the board. You can banish an item to play this character for free, although I do believe that the Bell for Christian was played just as for a 3 cost, because there are no items in the discard. The ice cream is still there. So just an honest 3 drop. Okay, so neither of them cheating this character into play, just an honest 3 drop. But for Christian, she does a damn fine verse of Friends on the Other Side. And we can shift into the big Bell. That's pretty cool.
There is no question her name means beauty. Yeah, a lot more beautiful when you play her for free. But yeah, people used to thinking of her as early board control on turn 1, but her value as a 3-cost singer comes into play in these matches more often than you'd think. And here comes a popsicle.
Yeah.
Now we pair that with a Maurice's Workshop and draw an extra card.
Yeah, Bell definitely in her element now with the Workshop on the board. Whenever you play an item, you may pay 1 ink to draw an additional card. And this, I think this engine is the definition of, if you don't see your cards in the right order, then it all falls apart. But if you do get the Workshop early, and then you're able to just keep accumulating card advantage every time you play a Porpsicle, there might be a Maui's Fishhook in here, there might be a Great Stone Dragon I think I saw inked, Vitalispheres might be in the list. There's a host of cheap items that you can get away with playing in this sort of deck, and suddenly you're drawing extra cards of all of them. So this is, one of the highest roll draw engines in the game. If it's the other items don't draw you cards unless the Workshop's on board, with the exception of Porpsicle. But if you do get the Workshop early, then it really does snowball.
Yeah, Baker, I think we're in for a game here. Both players managing to get their card draw going a little bit. Friends on one side, followed by Genie. Christian drawing into some of his later game stuff and a full grip over there. And on the other side, Kaylee with that Workshop on board. Both of these decks have some control options and a lot of high end. And so I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth here. Unfortunately,
Sapphire Coil as well, I expect is in the list somewhere.
Unfortunately, Christian's game plan has got to be to start accumulating lore. He doesn't have a way to finish very, very quickly other than to kind of gain control of the board and drop on big threats. And on Kaylee's side, if we are running the Lucky Diamond, I think I saw one earlier, Kaylee can build up a board state such that she can win the game on a single turn.
Oof,
And so is
that's
going to be
big.
trying to gain control of the board and setting that up.
That is a big Elsa. Kaylee, I believe, on 6 ink. Meaning this Sisu could represent a shift, which would immediately remove that genie, but we do have the Elsa to be able to exert it with that crystallized ability and then rush in with that evasive keyword herself, get rid of this Sisu, potentially delaying that Sisu shift by a turn. This genie just even getting to quest one more time could really be the difference. We follow up with a Grandma Tala. We might not even be at 6 ink. We may be even behind that, to be honest. We just paid 4 for Tala. So yeah, it's our 6 ink turn, and we do ink that Maui's fish hook that I speculated could be there. It's very useful at the moment, again, with genies and sharks about, and again, like even just things like Diablo. So the fish hook finding a lot of use. And we're seeing another new card, and we do get the "Can I read that?" of Pride. It's always a good moment when your opponent has to read a card. This is a new Blurple Anna. It's not that Anna that you're seeing on the board right now. That was that was actually the promo Anna for Arcasia's Island. It is indeed the Floodborn 6-cost inkable 3/6 quest for 2. So just shift 4. So there might be a shift option in the deck. That 4-cost Anna might be here. You never know. But she's got support, and whenever she quests, if you have an Elsa in play, you may draw a card. I'm a little surprised, I'll be honest with you, but it's not going to stick around long. We're going to see the Infernal Schema put it in the Inkwell, but very interesting, especially because, of course, we are playing a high count of this 5th Spirit Elsa to help us draw cards. So, yeah, not one of the Annas that I would have expected to see play, but love the inclusion.
Yeah, it pairs particularly well with this Anna the 5th Spirit because of that 2/5 stat line. Anna is pretty durable with that 5 and usually has enough turns to challenge into a few things, but clearly very weak unless you give her +3 strength with Anna's support ability. So these cards kind of both feel like they're meant to work together.
I wonder how and why that happened.
Right?
Almost like but what's interesting is that there are a couple of Annas that could be shift options. Like I mentioned the 4-cost that was shown on screen a moment ago, but there's also the Sapphire 2-cost 1/4 that gets an extra lore if you have a hero in play. That's also quite a reasonable shift target for this to immediately draw a couple of cards. So yeah, this Anna, maybe I slightly underestimated her.
Well, fun to see her used here for sure. It's a shame she didn't stick around long enough for her to use that support ability, but into the Inkwell she goes. Kaylee now at 7 ink unlocks some of her higher end control options, including this Hades card that's been around since set 1, kind of disappeared for a while, but now back. It gets around things like resist, and we've seen it actually quite a bit here today. Speaking of card draw, Christian with Finders Keepers, we saw a game where he had 4 of those in hand. He loves to find those in the mid game, using them here to draw 3 cards. And look at his hand size, Baker.
Yeah, we've got a lot of resources. This Finders Keepers providing 3 extra cards, and yeah, like if it can be slow if you've got no board and your opponent's got a board, and you need to prioritize the time in actually establishing and contesting said board, then Finders Keepers ain't great. But if you've got a couple of questers on board that are sitting there doing their thing, and you're under no particular hurry, we're sitting at 8 lore to 1, then this is a perfect time to just freshen up our resources a little bit, make more optimal inking decisions, find answers to the opposing board. But finally, down comes the empowered sibling. 8-cost uninkable Sisu on play. You banish all opposing characters of 2 strength or less, which is going to include that genie. And what was the other character on board? We hit 2, I'm sure.
The Elsa, I think.
The Elsa, there you go. Yeah, that'll do it.
9 ink worth of characters there taken off the board. Kaylee saying this has dragged on long enough with this genie, so I'm going to play my dragon. That didn't work, and clear things up a little bit. But this is what Kaylee wants to do: start to gain control of the board here once her high-end removal gets put into play, and gaining a little lore herself. Of course, eventually wants to get that lucky diamond board and close things out quickly. But and key to that game plan is shutting down Christian's gradual lore gain. So Christian now forced to rebuild a little bit and having to deal with some high lore questers over on Kaylee's side of the board.
Yeah, and I get it's all well and good having a wide grip of hands here, but as Blurple, you do not have access to these ruby removal cards, so your ability to combat the board is not like it's there with where there are amethyst cards, there are foxes, there are crabs, there are ways to like make response plays, and of course we see this Hades that's going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but really like if Blurple does not want to lose the board because it can be hard to contest back, and Kaylee had a lot of pressure on the board there. The Sisu sticking around, which quests for 3 as well. So already we could quest up to 8 this turn with these 2 characters to bring us near neck and neck and, you know, keep this game going. You said you thought that we had a banger on our hands, and it does seem to be the case. But that lucky dime that you alluded to earlier, Liam, can
There
be
it
a
is.
game ender, and we're going to see 7 paid.
Enough
Put down
ink.
this lucky
Oh.
dime. Yeah, and enough ink to exert it to gain 3 lore from the Sisu, and we may not even turn the Sisu sideways. We may just keep it safe.
A fascinating decision there. So Christian last turn opting to remove the lower lore Hades in
Yeah.
favor of getting the higher willpower character off the board, because Sisu is an easy target for a fox, which he has in hand that you mentioned earlier. So if it turns sideways, Christian saying, I'm allow you to get that extra lore so that I can banish
Yeah.
this with my fox next turn. But
It's a
actually
heads-up
uses
play as well.
2
Like
lore.
I respect
Fantastic.
it. Like I think it's a good choice. Yeah, but Hades can be that much harder to deal with. But yeah, this being the risk that you take is this happening.
Yeah, so losing not 1 but 2 extra lore there, with the dime coming down and getting that extra lore off the Sisu, which wouldn't have been available if it had been targeted with the Hades.
2 cards in hand for Kaylee at the moment. I think there's a small Sisu in there, and yeah, Christian needs to make a decision here. I imagine you said there's a fox, so I imagine this is just quest. I imagine this is just quest. Send in the fox, trade with the Sisu. That's a trade you make every single day of your life, and then you've got the Hades in hand as a follow-up if a big Tamatoa comes down, or again another big Sisu, which is it. Yeah, it's a couple of Sisus in Kaylee's hand, 1 big one and 1 small one, and we're actually going to bounce the goat. That makes more sense. You've got enough ink to do it. You can play the goat, bounce it, keep this Hades on board. If there's another fox in hand, then we can still reset this Hades if we want to. But this Hades isn't under much danger other than Maui. Like Maui would hurt, but the 3 strength, it's out of the range of Sisu. This is not a board that Kaylee is likely to be prep. There is that Sisu, and Hades going to evade the ability with that 3 strength. There's the dime.
It's a really fascinating ability because, you know, Kaylee, to set up her endgame, is forced to spend her whole turn dropping some sort of big threat, probably not dealing with that Hades on board. So you're going to get extra lore out of the Hades.
This is threatening game, Liam.
I know, this is so tight.
This bell coming down threatens game because obviously next turn we can gain 6 from the dime and questing the Sisu, which takes us to 19. This bell, the extra lore that we need some Sisu removal this turn. But this is probably maybe why you should have bounced the Hades on the previous turn. If you didn't have another one in hand or something else to like lock down these characters, some Blurple decks play like Big Elsa, the Spirit of Winter. But without something to remove this Sisu, you are just going to lose the game here, unfortunately.
There's another Hades!
We do have it! Okay, it was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan, so it was the right decision to take it as we did because we had this backup Hades, so we are able to remove the Sisu. That changes everything because now we're threatening to go to 19 next turn with a goat in hand, Liam. I think this is Christian's game. That Hades changed
way
everything.
Up for that play. I mean, he was sneaky, hiding in the hand there. We didn't see him. And look at that. I think that's the fist bump. Kaylee saying, I have no way to deal with those Hades. The goat's in hand. That's it. Christian is battling back from 2 games down, or a game down to take this match. But a fantastic game from both players. 2 fantastic games.
What a match. And it really did come down to that Hades. Like, you know, Kaylee seemed on the back foot there, but a really nice catch-up turn and like put herself in the position to win the game. And Christian, without that second Hades, like I'm not sure what else in Blur. Like if Christian is playing Elsa, which not everyone is, then that's a potential answer. But outside of that, there aren't a lot of ways to hit the ready characters. Maybe a Let It Go in the deck potentially. But yeah, without that Hades, that's Kaylee's game. So, and coming back from being 1-0 down is huge. And again, huge shout out to Kaylee, a younger Lorcana player. Great to see her like really showing off her skills, showing off that she knows this game and she's coming for us.
Yeah, what a nail biter too, because Kaylee, you know, didn't have game on board necessarily, but one good top deck with that dime on the board allows her to close things out. So that was really down to the wire, and Christian hitting it perfectly at 20, showing that every lore matters throughout the game,
really
where you
does.
can sneak out 1 or 2 here and there. You know, especially with these Amethyst decks, I found out you hit the nail on the head like right away. One of the reasons I despise a Pirate's Life with every fiber of my being.
Understandable,
Oh,
but there's a
man.
lot of love for Kaylee in the chat. I feel like people they probably know her, maybe people from the local LGS, and she nothing to be ashamed of. What a incredible performance! And hey, the day is still ongoing. Now a 1-1-1 record, so there is time yet, and yeah, I'm super excited to see Kaylee's future. But props to Christian. That's pretty stressful being a game down. Kept the Blurple secret weapon in the back for that final game. Was able to win quite convincingly with Amber Ruby against Ruby Sapphire, which is no huge surprise. But then, yeah, I think you put it right, a nail biter. That always makes me think of Spessy. That's a term that I associate with him a lot. And yeah, it was exactly that. What a match for round 3. And I don't know if we're going to get the pleasure of speaking to Christian.
We will see. Wesley just walked out of the
We
room.
will
Our
see.
production here. So we may get a player to interview here shortly. That would be a delight. We always like hearing from the players and getting inside their mindset, because we
Always.
speculate, right? We sit here and we
Yes.
intuit and we speculate, and we love getting to hear if we were right, and getting a feel for that. I will say again, shout out to Kaylee. If anybody's tuning in just now, Christian is played this yesterday, so he's no stranger to this format. Kaylee coming in fresh today. This is her first or her third match playing this, where Christian has the benefit of 5 Swiss rounds yesterday, as well as 2 rounds in the top cut, because he did finish either 3rd or 4th, however that works out. So Christian, you know, cutting his teeth yesterday, and Kaylee doing well to come here and force a game 3, and really going down to the wire against one of the better players we have here today.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be proud of. What a match, and it's been like all day. It's been the story, right? Again, I will enforce. I am such a big fan of this format, like getting to see all different sorts of matches. You know, even if people's 3 decks are 3 like meta decks, like the things you expect to see, at least you know you're going to see different matchups, because once you win with a deck, you have to switch. So I'm a big fan of this format. Again, I think it's Christmas. Like once a year is good, and like an event like this building up to Worlds. But what a treat, what a delight to get to see Lorcana played in this way. I love this game.
I do too. I love this game. I also love the interview that we're about to do. Another treat, Baker. We have an interview, but we don't have Christian.
Do we have Kaylee? I would
have
love
Kaylee.
to talk to Kaylee. I would love to talk to Kaylee.
Well, I am excited to tell you that we're going to get to do just
Excellent.
that. Kaylee is joining us here. Fantastic player that we watched last round go toe-to-toe with another fantastic player. Kaylee, how are you feeling right now?
Good.
Good. Well, how do you feel about that last match and this format today?
I feel like it was really fun. It felt hard because I was getting bricked a lot. I think if I had a better hand and maybe like not a ton of uninkable high drops, maybe I could have done better.
You did very well with what you had. We did notice, you know, there's one game that you missed the ramp on turn 2, but yet, you know, you missed that ramp. It's not in your game plan, but you still managed to make a good game of it and came back. And how do you remain focused when you don't draw what you want, you don't hit the turn that you want, and yet you have to, you know, you're trying to finish out that match? What's going through your head when you're off your game plan?
I think, oh, this isn't what I want. I have to work with what I have. That's just how a card game goes. But I always try to make sure that I'm able to still play out things and maybe make things work, even though I don't have what I have.
You certainly did that. Baker.
Yeah. Super mature response, yeah, like just saying, hey, this could be a whole lot better, but this is what I've got. I need to find a way to make it work. And I think there was an example of that in your second game. It was Ruby Sapphire against Ruby Amber, who unfortunately, you know, you missed the turn 2 ramp, and they were able to, Flint Rider was able to do so much work, but you identified, you know, turn 3, I need to play this brawl. Even if you had have ramped on turn 2, I feel like you probably would have had to have still done that just to stop gaining so much lore. So I can see from the way you played that you've got a really strong understanding of the game. Winning the first game and then losing 2 in a row, I know probably feels quite bad, but from our perspective, I think you played that so incredibly well. Again, you dealt with some bricky hands, and that final game still could have gone either way, right? Like, you had games set up on board with the Sisu and the Dime and the Bell. You just needed him to not have exactly Hades or let it go, and you would have won that game. So you put yourself in a position to win. Cards didn't go your way this time, but you should be proud of yourself because I think you played really well. I would love to know how long you've been playing Lorcana. Has it been right since the game began with the first chapter, or did you come in a little later?
I went on vacation with my parents, and we found Lorcana around the beginning where first chapter was really limited in New York.
Yep.
And they said they'd have some at the next day in the morning. So my dad, me and my brother wanted to stay in the hotel. So my dad went and got some. So that's how we started right at the beginning, where it was really hard to get product.
And is it your first card game? Have you played any other card games before?
It's my first physical that I played competitively. I
Got ya.
vaguely played Pokemon for a little bit with my brother.
Online? Or
And
just
then-
casually? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I used to play Hearthstone on the computer.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're no stranger to strategy games and tactics. You know what that's all about. But it's great to hear Lorcana's your first competitive game. And how do you feel about the game? Are you enjoying Reign of Jafar? And like this triple deck format, I imagine is different to anything you've done in Lorcana. Was that fun to prepare for and build 3 decks and place potentially some new cards?
I had so much fun building them because I had to actually build 6, 3 for my dad.
I love that you're the deck builder.
You're the deck builder.
So
He helped me like plan a bit of it.
Awesome.
So with your lineup, what was your strategy coming in? How does your lineup work together, and what are you hoping to do with it here today?
I just want to have fun and do my best because I know that there's luck and strategy put into the game. So sometimes I have to hope the luck's on my side and then just use strategy to win it. Or if luck's not on my side, use strategy to do my very best and get to as far as I can go.
Well, I'm hearing from people in the chat right now saying that you scare all of Chicago, but you're the best. Which is great to hear. What's your favorite card from Reign of Jafar? I've got to know something that you've been enjoying playing, whether because you think it's good or it's fun.
80, because I get to play more cards that quest for more lore.
That is one of the best new cards in the set, so that is totally reasonable.
So do you prefer to play fast and aggressive? Is that your kind of play style?
Yeah, that is my play style. But now that I get to play red, blue, and more mid-range, I'm having fun with really all of the styles of decks.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Well, it showed because, Baker, we got to see, Kaylee use an aggressive deck, a very aggressive Amethyst Emerald deck to close out one game, and then you immediately switched over to control and piloted that perfectly too. So, master of multiple crafts. So you're clearly one of the younger competitors. I have to say, by the way, you not only scare Chicago, but I knew you were coming yesterday because out there everybody was talking that you were coming today, and so your rumblings of you coming and competing were already here yesterday. I've forgot. Oh, that's it. You're clearly one of the younger players out there, and I know there's a lot of young Lorcana players getting into the game. It might be their first TCG. What advice would you give to younger Lorcana players looking to participate in a competitive event like this?
Always focus. Don't get distracted. When I first started playing, I was distracted, but I knew when I had to focus because it was more high stakes. So you have to definitely focus on the cards in the game. Make sure you don't miss anything, such as lore amounts or things like that. And if you are able to, run scenarios in your brain when you're playing, like every possible thing. Well, that's kind of hard, but every possible thing that could stop you and the chances of that happening.
Awesome. Great
Good
advice.
Solid and constructive advice as well. Things that people your age and around your age can actually start to implement already. So, no, well done. It's great to have got to see you play. I look forward to the rest of your Lorcana career, and of course the rest of the day. Which of the 3 decks you brought today is your favorite? Then, if you had to pick.
Amber Steel, even though I know most of that day, the day it'll be blocked.
Yeah,
It's still
fair.
my favorite.
It's your favorite. All right,
Yeah.
great. We got a Steel Song player at heart. Good
Hey,
on
man,
you.
that one round you get to play it. It's gonna feel super good.
Hey, if you make top 8, then you get to play it
That's
at
true.
least once.
When you're in the finals, you'll get to play
Yeah.
that deck.
Actually, already let me play my Amber Steel, and it's actually Diggy Hole with no mines anymore.
Oh.
It used to be Diggy Hole, but then with this set, we switched it a bit.
All right. I don't know if the Candio's still in chat. He was, but I'm sure if he is, I'm sure he'll be glad to hear that you were enjoying some Diggy Hole. What's that, Liam?
I was gonna say a fun deck list for you to hunt down, perhaps.
Absolutely. Bet.
I have just one more question before we let you go for the next round. It's one of my favorite to ask. What is your favorite Disney character and/or film?
My favorite film and my character is Lilo and Stitch.
Solid answer. I love that doubles for character and film. Baker, any other questions?
No, I think we've just about wrapped it up, really. Just really well done, Kaylee, playing an incredible match. Keep it up. If you're this good now, then if you keep playing this game, then I can only imagine the force that you will be in the Lorcana world. So enjoy the rest of the day. Be proud of yourself, no matter how it goes, and keep playing Lorcana.
Thank you.
And we could talk to you all day, honestly, but we know we have to let you get ready for the next round, which is starting fairly soon. So thanks so much, Kaylee, and we look forward to seeing you perhaps in the top cut. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye, Kaylee. Oh wow, what a treat, what a delight, what a wonderful
Yeah.
girl. That was very very mature. She's gonna be a force, and the chat are telling me over and over again that she ain't funny scary, Baker. She's just scary. Like she's just a full on. She's the person you see in the store and you go, right, I guess I'm going to the LGS across town.
Oh no.
For the set championship today. She is her.
Yeah. Very, very talented. And this is one other observation. Kaylee plays with such confidence. When you watch her pilot her deck, very sure of her moves, knows the lines. You can tell she knows, her opponent's plan because just when you watch players play, you know when they are pros, right? And
Absolutely.
seeing her navigate that match, pilot the deck, just the way she drew her cards, the way she played with such confidence, it was very inspiring.
She knew her outs as well.
Yeah.
Like she knew at the point she could identify the part of the game where you have to just say, okay, well, this needs to happen or I lose. And yeah, she did a great job. So really well done to her. It's been a treat to get to watch some younger Illumineers the last couple of rounds. Again, I think it's important to spotlight them as much as possible. I've quite publicly said that I am hopeful that in the future, when the time is right, that we get a dedicated juniors OP program. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how long it's going to take. Again, I'm sure there's a lot that needs to go into running a program like that efficiently, and I would rather it was done properly and safely rather than rushing it and ignoring certain safety protocols. But I'm hopeful it comes and that we get to see them shine in a spotlight of their own. But to be fair, maybe that's wishful thinking, just because they're already taking our spotlight, right? So maybe we need them to have a juniors division more than they do.
Go compete over there so I can actually win. People.
Hey, there's a UK prodigy called Bradley who just steals every set championship match. I say steal, that's not the right word. I'm jesting, but he is a force. And yeah, seems we just saw another one.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's wonderful watching these young players perform, and I will echo your call though for a juniors event. One of my formative events as a gamer and a TCG player was the Junior Super Series that Magic used to run back in the 90s, and they discontinued that program. But I don't think I'm here, and I don't think I play in any other competitive Lorcana events if I didn't cut my teeth in the JSS. I would love to see something like that for Lorcana as well.
Yep, agreed. Wes, did you catch much of that?
I did. I was actually behind the scenes working the audio.
There you go.
That's true.
What a match. What a match.
Trying to fix everything. I don't know if I did, but we're trying. That's
what a match,
we want to bring the best to y'all, and that was an amazing game. And as a Blurple player, love seeing it. I mean, I'm sad that it was against Kaylee, but the Blurple, it was good. It was good.
Yeah, Blurple. Yeah, we highlighted Christian saying that that is his favorite deck, and he thought it was the best suited to this particular event. Excuse me.
I always love to highlight, and I know I'm giving him free advertisement all the time, but JDRR with his free deck guides to the community over in the 20 Lore Pro
Oh.
Discord, he is
That-
such a master
JD
class at it. Love the guy.
JDRR is some of the best clickbait my channel has ever had. The interview that I did with him on Blurpool not too long ago, one of the best performing videos of all time. 10 out of 10. Would clickbait again. What a mind. And again, with a deck that people really enjoy. Like, it's always been that fun off-meta deck, but then we got to a point where it was like, oh, this isn't off-meta. This is actually just really good and viable in our meta, and has been a really top-performing deck for a while now. And JDRR, one of the connoisseurs of that particular ink combo. So yeah, I will echo that shout out to one of the best.
Yeah. Blurple, ramp and play big things. It's always fun. Baker.
And draw cards. What a
and draw
novel idea.
cards. Draw cards. Draw cards, ramp, play big things. All
Yeah.
your favorite things to do in the TCG. All your favorite things. Baker, though, I do want to make sure that we give you some space here to give your closing thoughts, because if I'm not mistaken, based on what
Yes,
you said, this is your last
unfortunately.
round.
Unfortunately, our time has come to a close. The curtain must close on my time, but you look to
Very
the
sad.
sun, Liam and Wes, and you will see the remainder of this event. Like I'd be
Wow.
Mufasa. But anyway, yeah, the point being, yeah, this is my last round. I'm sorry I can't do more. I'm hopeful in the future, if I get the honor and the prestige of doing some remote commentary for 20 Lore Pro again, that maybe we can fit in a full day. But on this occasion, I must go west, and I have a quest of my own. But honestly, it's been such a pleasure to get to do some rounds yesterday and today. Great to cast with you for the first time, Liam. And again, of course, with everyone that I've casted with, and shout out to Clara as well. And just the whole team. A shout out to 20 Lore Pro for bringing me on remotely. Again, 20 Lore Pro they're the gold standard as far as I'm concerned since early days in Lorcana. This was like one of the first like third-party professional stamps that I think a Lorcana player could identify. The logo was everywhere, being represented by a lot of really great members of the community. So 20 Lore Pro has been a pillar and an important part of the community for a long while. So it's great to finally get to come on board and do something with you guys. Thanks so much for having me. And yeah, great practice for the Worlds format, getting to see some of this triple deck constructed. And hey, this could have been draft, sealed, constructed, whatever. Halfan challenge, and I wouldn't have cared. If I get to watch and cast some Lorcana, then I am happy. But yeah, thanks so much for having me. I will for sure check out the rest of the event, even if that's watching the VOD in post. But it's been a pleasure, is the overall message. Thanks for having me.
And I do want your closing thoughts on this format in a second, but I just have to say, obviously you are one of the gems of the Lorcana community and somebody that I look up to, and commentating with you has been on my bucket list of Lorcana items. So getting to do that this weekend was a treat, and I will jump at any opportunity to collaborate with you again when it comes to commentary or anything. So thank you for making time so I could have this experience, and yeah, it was a joy.
Ditto, my friend. Feelings completely mutual. It's my pleasure as well.
Wesley, do we have some time for Baker to give some thoughts on this format real quick before we switch it out?
Yeah, we
next
would
round.
love that. And kind of echo everything that Liam was saying, that you've kind of been saying. We really appreciate you having on. We may get to hear from you next week. And
Potentially, yes,
yes.
potentially. Whether
See.
whether a bit more or a similar sort of schedule, we will double check that. But if we can make it work, then I would absolutely love to have an encore performance next weekend. Again, it's Lorcana season. We're building up to World, so I'm looking for, like, all I do is read card text. That's what I do with my time nowadays. So it would be great to get another opportunity to do as such. But again, thank you so much for having me, Wes. But yeah, concerning final thoughts on the meta. Yeah, I honestly, this has been one of my favorite ways to watch and commentate Lorcana so far. triple deck format is so incredibly interesting. The deck building goes so much deeper when you know that you can eliminate certain things, but knowing that your opponent has that same privilege, so you need to build your decks in a way where you still feel like you're going to have a good spread, a good matchup spread against what you predict to see. It tests your knowledge of the meta and the card pool overall, which again, maybe we're all slightly biased to our own strengths, but that's always been something that I've like prided myself on knowing pretty well. Is like the full card pool, even not necessarily the things you'd expect to see all the time. So again, maybe slightly biasly incentivized, but when I get to see that implemented at a professional level and be like, okay, so how well do all of you professional players know all of the cards and the stuff that just came out in Reign of Jafar? I just think that's a really interesting skill ceiling. So I've enjoyed it from that perspective. Again, I keep saying it's like Christmas. You don't want this all the time. I think we need to respect single deck format for what it is and being the primary format. But if this is just like a once a year, if this becomes the standard for Worlds, already, again, we need to get through Worlds yet. But if the early signs that this event has provided are anything to go by, then I think it's going to be a really nice like round out of the season and a good way to do Worlds in the future. And maybe in the future, if that does become the norm, we get these events like this leading up to it where the community gets a bit of a teaser and we all get to kind of get in the spirit of it. So honestly, it's been one of my favorite ways to play Lorcana, getting to see unique in combinations. Like we've never seen so much Emerald Ruby and Ruby Amber even. We got to see races. I have loved it. Really, really have. I will be so fascinated to cover the deck lists. Well, by the way, please send me the deck lists as soon as they're available. I would love to get them as soon, even if they're just the pen and paper. I will translate them to Dreamborn because I'm super keen to review this event in its entirety, and that's going to be a lot of lists to look at, but I'm keen to do so. So yeah, final thoughts. Love this format. Can't wait to review it. Can't wait to be at Worlds and get to cast it then. And yeah, just what a great weekend for Lorcana.
It's been great having
Can't
you.
say anything better myself. Thanks so much, Baker. This has been fantastic. I think are we getting close to the next round? I want to make sure we don't step on any gameplay.
We're getting pretty close. Do just want to say thank you all so much for joining us. Lorcana Villain, amazing to have you on board. We will definitely be looking for you in the future, and thank you for what you do for the community. You, like you've been saying, pillar. You are so fantastic for the community. We love your energy. We love what you're doing with your channel, your casting, your character, amazing. So thank you.
You are too kind. Thank you so much. The next round is going to be coming up very soon, but I'm going to sign off by saying for the first time today, be prepared.
What a joy.
So great to have him on. He's amazing.
I know. I aspire to villainhood of that level. I don't know. All right. I keep pausing and checking because I want to make sure that we don't rob you all of any game coverage, but I can see the tables over here. I know we're not quite there yet, so
You just want to take a quick second to highlight to the community that next weekend, 20 Lore Pro, we will be in Stone Mountain, Georgia for Charlie's Collectible Show's Lorcana 10K. It should be a great weekend with a day one coverage of the Swiss into the day two coverage. We kind of have some exciting follow-up cast coming in. So it should be a good time for everybody really being there. Again, we're so thankful for World Class Cards to hosting today's tournament. Robert here with the team of World Class. They have been a class act. They've been wonderful to everyone. Really great community that they have here in Wisconsin, in the Appleton area. If you haven't been over here, huge shout out to World Class Cards. They have a great community with Chimera Cards and Games up in Fond du Lac. Here also in Appleton. World Class Cards, they've been working together for a long time, so they have tons of tournament space. And I expect that they'll be doing something like this, if not the normal 10K like they did last time, or something like this in the future. So expect more events from them, but also Charles Collectible Show next weekend. 20 Lore will be live with the main channel along with the Community Pro channel, also offering it in multiple languages, again, like we are today. So looking forward to it in the future.
I agree. In this time period between official Lorcana challenges, it is in a way a service that a lot of these organizations are doing for the community to provide us these high-level competitive events where all of us can either experience it in person or enjoy it through streams like this to keep the competitive game alive, to allow us to iterate on the meta, prepare us for set champs, all those things. So I appreciate the organizations that take the time to put it on, the organizations like 20 Lore that take the time to broadcast it, and in particular this weekend, because I think we can agree. I'll just speak for myself, I guess, and perhaps some people watching. I will enjoy Worlds so much more having experienced this event today and yesterday, seeing how people are navigating it and understanding some of the considerations that players have coming in. All of these things will make my understanding and enjoyment of what the World's players are going through much, much better, higher. So yeah, a truly perhaps unique event this year besides the World's event, but what a service for the community.
No, this has been great, and we continue to strive to provide the best quality that we can. We see you in the chat, both YouTube and on Twitch. We're always trying to make slight adjustments like we can, but we're so glad to be able to have the opportunity to be here and to present this to the community. If you love the playmats like we do, I mean, those Jafar mats look so beautiful. I say Jafar because it's of the theme. They're a snake, they're golden, they're beautiful. If you love the golden snake playmat, you can find it today at the 20 Lore Pro merch page. It's very reminiscent. We really enjoy it. We have several other mats. Also, if you love to support us as we travel around bringing you Lorcana, you can find it at the 20 Lore Pro merch page. But again, huge shout out to Miguel with the Diamond Ink Apparel. Miguel is our artist who works very closely with us. He's done an amazing job on those playmats. But we see the players getting ready. We're going to take a quick break for ourselves, and we'll see y'all here in just a little bit.
Just a few minutes, a couple, maybe 3. That timer's not right. It's not 70 minutes. We're back now.
We're here. Sorry, we're here.
And we're off to the races. Jeebus, excited to have you back in the booth. Always a pleasure. What do you see now that we're diving right in?
Not a lot has happened. It appears that it was likely turn 1 pass, turn 2 Gothel into the Louis, taking out the Gothel, and then just the Gaston as the follow-up into Muses after probably a ramp, maybe? Yeah, it looks like a sail. So we didn't really miss much. Not too bad.
That's true. A little back and forth. So interesting decisions here. Banning steel being banned on both sides, if the bottom is correct.
Should be.
Although our colors are a little bit off because I do see we have the ruby amber on the right. We don't have that color reflected. So I think probably some updating need to happen there.
Could be flipped.
Could be flipped. That's true. Actually, that makes a bit of sense. One fun note for me is we get this Minnie Mouse heading to the Inkwell. So this is a very aggro-heavy meta. Just one observation for me as I look at this this Sapphire Emerald deck over on the other side that Brady is piloting. There's multiple ways to get around aggro decks. One of them is to out-aggro them. But if steel is going to be banned, there's not a lot left in the low control, like early turn control. Couple answers in Ruby, but generally not a whole lot. But one way around it is through Emerald. There's some mid-range cards, mid-range control cards that can shut down aggro pretty quickly, even turn the tables on your opponents. One of them is the Muses, which can control low strength characters through songs, which we see the Muses being used to this effect here. Also Louis, which is a card that gives a character reckless and forces them to challenge into. Shuts down questing there. Both of those in Brady's list. Another one is that I've thought would be particularly impactful in this meta is Lyle Tiberius Rourke. Haven't seen it yet, but Emerald has these answers in the mid game for aggro decks, and Brady, turning several of them online here, kind of slow Jake down.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster here for Jake. The Muses doing a double trigger turn, bouncing both of the Gastons. I mean, one of the troubles with any sort of acceleration like Gaston is if they get removed, all of a sudden you spent a lot of time developing, further ink or discounts, in this case resources, and now they're all just undone. So we are now in turn 5 here playing the Mufasa, but it doesn't really feel like they've gained a lot of ground, especially being at only 1 lore.
Yeah, this is a kind of a build that we saw yesterday. It's a Mufasa build that wants to get a high impact character on the board. It wants to get into play efficiently. There's a couple ways to do that. One of them is to hit the roll off the Mufasa, but another way is to play cards like Pluto and Gaston to get them out early. And usually these decks have a couple bombs. We did see one in Jake's hand. That 10-6 Gaston that we talked about earlier,
yeah.
I think I saw being flipped around in Jake's hand. This is a card that has been around for a bit. We haven't seen it played very much, but possibly one of the cards that Jake's hoping to hit off that Mufasa or cheat into play with those other Gastons.
Yeah, what's really interesting about it, because it's so large, both strength-wise and having rush, you can give it a big discount. It's still quest for 2. Maui always had this really nice stat line with rush, and it was great, but it had reckless, and it just didn't quest at all. So off the flip, off the Mufasa, if you hit something like a Maui, that was your defensive rush kind of character. It really didn't help you, as a follow-up to a Be Prepared or something along those lines. Whereas the Gaston still presents a very modest threat. No Rapunzel here, an empty-handed, so a bit of a rough spot for Jake, but this Mufasa's kind of scary with the Mulan in play. I would expect a bounce from the Basil.
That's the way you deal with Mufasa. You either send it to the Inkwell, you send it back to the hand, and there it is. Play it again.
We've been seeing this card quite a bit this weekend. It has a very impressive ability, being able to bounce something. It reminds me a lot of, say, the Genie on the Job, I believe.
That's it.
Which is great. I mean, it was always a pretty decent effect in being able to return something to their hand, while also still providing a modest clock and being an okay stat line. It was always uninkable. That was a big problem with it. Let's think about Emerald cards for a second. all of them are uninkable. I'm pretty sure that just every Emerald card is uninkable. At least all the good ones. Basil's not. Muses is not. This gives us more room to play some other stronger or more valuable, like, say, this one, uninkable cards, while still having that good, here's a character that does present a threat while also, returning something to their hand, right?
That's very true. One of the problems in Emerald is when it's paired with a color that doesn't have a ton of removal, although we do have some removal here in Sapphire with that. But it lacks some hard control. You can bounce little things with Kit, but that bounce is its form of control, and having bounce a character at the top end when you're trying to answer big threats in the end game is super important. And that discard effect is just a little bonus, I think.
Making a pretty heads-up play here, using the popsicle to actually remove the damage counters
pretty
off
brilliant.
of Mulan. Because the only way that Jake is really clawing back into this game from this board state is something like a Rapunzel to gain some additional cards to be able to deploy more than one threat at a time. That's not a problem anymore, all of a sudden, because the Mulan is just a 2/3.
Yeah, these cards that come into play damaged, they have pretty good stat lines for their cost, and the downside is, of course, they come in with damage already on them, but always a benefit when you're running Rapunzel. It's great when you can turn a card's downsides into something that benefits you, and that's what this card is in here for. But Brady's seeing that and turning that off pretty quickly. And just this board state starting to get a little, very problematic. Is that a Heffalumps and Woozles there?
It is. We are seeing the power of Sapphire Coil in this deck. You don't really need a ton of triggers on the Sapphire Coil to really gain huge value in these decks, because you only need to get them down to 2 for the Muses to really bounce them all to their hand. And as we're seeing here with the Basil, return to their hand, quest Basil, discard a random card. Well, if it's the only card that's left in their hand, we have this like 1-2 punch of every time I ink something, I play a song, return to your hand, quest. We're still progressing our win condition of gaining 2, but the Basil's really putting almost a lock on this game.
Great point. Like that Muses Basil combo is just, it feels really bad.
Yeah, and we're going to see it here. We sing, we're going to bounce something to their hand.
There goes the Gothel, it looks like. And that second punch you talked about, jabbed in the haymaker. I'll send it back and then immediately to the discard pile.
Yeah, and knowing how to leverage the bag a bit here with the triggers on both the Muses and the Sapphire Coil. The song fully has to resolve prior to needing to pick any of those things, because they're just both go in there, drink it first, bounce it second, boom. You can bounce basically whatever you want. Yeah, and
what an engine.
Jake is now stuck in this pushing this rock up a hill of whatever I draw off the top I'm going to play. But then you've been drawing so many cards, bouncing one in my hand, removing it every turn. We got 2 turns left, and then the game is just over. It's tough.
Strike a good match coming down here. Another song, allow to filter a little bit, but more importantly, going to get that engine going again. Sapphire Coil, you highlighted the sequence very well into the Muses, into Basil. We'll see if that plays out here.
Seems like it didn't even bother necessarily bouncing the first time, but I don't really know that it matters a ton. Leaves the Mulan in play, I think, which is fine because it doesn't have the damage currently, and then it makes it so that a Rapunzel draw is not an option.
I think that's exactly right, because if there's a way to get that card advantage back, it's to hold something in your hand. But the problem is that Jake couldn't do that because of the discard threat of the Basil. And so not even giving Jake the opportunity, the smallest window to get back in by playing 2 characters in a single.
That was, I think, the best demonstration of Basil up until this point that I've seen. I mean, obviously returning some to their hand has been okay, right? And we talked about that sort of a little bit with the Genie on the Job. But the second ability of it, we're kind of using all the pieces of the card here. Not only is it inkable, but it has a modest stat line, 5/4, as we know. That's sort of the Sisu line where it's just big enough that it can kind of rumble with the rest of the cards around that range. But you're also, every time you quest, they discard a card at random, so you can leverage all these. Most of the removal suite in this deck is sort of return cards back to their hand. Muses, the 3-cost bounce, Mother Knows Best, right? Those kind of cards are generally just tempo cards, but now we're able to turn them into essentially hard removal. Once they run out of cards, you run them out of resources. It doesn't matter what you're winning with.
It's the we don't talk about Bruno effect.
Yes, exactly. We're building our own unlimited we don't talk about Bruno pile.
It's that card basically is hard removal in the late game.
It sure is,
especially when you're running a discard deck
sure
that's forcing
is.
your opponent to top deck mode. So here we are going into the second match here. We're taking a look to see if the bottom ink indicators are correct. They're not quite, because we do see Amber Ruby over there again. Jake's going to stick with that in this matchup. And Brady, I didn't get a look at what she was playing. I was staring so hard at the right side of the board. We'll see if these are reversed or what we're looking at.
I'll double check and see if they can get corrected, but we'll
really
find
excited.
out pretty quickly, I imagine.
These cards are flashing by so fast.
They are pretty quick. If it ends up being Emerald Sapphire on the other side, then we'll know pretty quick if it's just flipped or whatever. Something must be marked wrong because we have double Sapphire on the one side, so we'll get that corrected. Not a big deal.
So I do see, I think Rabbit. So it's Amethyst Emerald over there, deck that we.
Yeah, I would.
We all know.
My assumption is that this down here is probably flipped, but this is supposed to be Ruby instead of Sapphire for the Amethyst, and then that would line up, I believe. But we will see on the play, as we've noticed all weekend. Ruby Amber has been a menace on the play. Now, this list appears to be one of the little bit slower ones, relying a bit more on damage counters on their character than some of the, like Christian's take on it, for example, which is some of the 5 Strength Matters cards. That is a Madam Mim.
Madam Mim. This is a fun tech into this list. Point it up here because I'm not gonna lie, I want to make sure I get it right. So pretty simple. Your other characters gain Challenger 1, and she has Challenger 1 herself, and 0-3 on turn 2. A little bit of a control option here, making those Chernobog's followers a little more threatening.
It is a very good card. Giving your other characters Challenger 1 is not to be underestimated. As a card on its own, it is not the strongest ever, right? Being a 0-3, only quests for 1, but as a 2-drop, I think it really fills an interesting role in that every other character that you play has a lot more punch to it. In this matchup, it may not come into play a ton. Most of the characters out of Amber and Ruby are much bigger, I think, than what the one challenger would add. But there's a lot of matchups where it is very good. Oh, we're getting to see Raya here.
Another Raya there.
That is a huge play on this board. So what this Raya allows you to do is the first time or once per turn, when you send something to the Inkwell, you may ready another character, and then that can't quest for the turn. Well, with something like Gaston, they are able to tap and really pop off. You can stack that ability from Gaston, right?
Yep, it does say the next. It doesn't have to be your next action.
It sure does. So you may activate it once, twice, 5 or 6 times if you have the ability to continually untap. It looks like it's not long for this world, which is probably a good thing for Brady here. But that is a very interesting and often not seen sort of play out of here. And it allowed them to play Rapunzel and Raya in the same turn, that's a huge amount of stuff. Because not only does it give them the 3 extra cards, but they also deployed the Raya in that same turn, which is very good here.
Yeah, critical to this deck's game plan. Anytime you're playing an Amber deck, particularly in this color combo, there's very, very little card draw. It is that Rapunzel. So getting even just one activation, a full benefit activation of Rapunzel in the mid game is really, really necessary if the game goes long.
And interesting, piece of information. So in the early testing for this game, Rapunzel was a 1/6 that it didn't say remove only 3 counters. It was remove all counters, and then you draw that many cards. So it would be cool if we had that card, but certainly the
Three is
draw
still a
3 is
lot.
already pretty overwhelming sometimes.
So we got a little bit of information looking at the ink last turn. A Maleficent Monstrous Dragon went into the inkwell. It's always fun knowing what's in here. That Mufasa, of course, we're going to see something random off the top of the deck. So it's always fun gaining information about what we might see. So definitely some high-end cards. So this deck's game plan coming into full focus here, looking to use those 2 ways to cheat a big character into play. One, using those ramp cards like Gaston paired perhaps with the Raya to get something really expensive to play early. The other to flip off that Mufasa. And here, another card that we've seen having great impact this weekend is that Minnie Mouse, Brave Defender, I think her subtype is, but an 08 that gains strength as she takes damage. Difficult to remove. Especially if you have to run multiple characters into it, because she's going to get that benefit of having those damage counters on it and force you to trade into it. But guarding the rest of the board here, so Brady able to quest with that Raya, with not worrying quite as much about it being banished, that Mufasa as well. Minnie Mouse probably going to allow some unanswered lore gain here, unless Jake is able to string together a fox and a crab, perhaps, or play a Madame Medusa to banish something from the board.
I mean, let's talk about this Minnie Mouse for a second. We have not seen a lot of this new set yet, just in general. I mean, it came out very, very recently, right? This card has been very impressive all weekend.
Mhm.
You know, in obviously specifically Amber Ruby, since that's the only spot that it can be. It's kind of crazy, right? Like a 0/8 for 4, and it scales up each time that it takes damage. You're almost always trading with something at the very least, just putting damage on it.
It does so much. I mean, it forces a trade. It protects your stuff. Their damage going onto it. Their Rapunzel being played to get a couple cards off of it.
Put almost any amount.
Yeah. And the other thing, you know, cards like with this high willpower, they require quite a few resources. You know, at least 2 or 3 cards sometimes for your opponent to deal with. This is a game of resource management, and when you want to move things as efficiently as possible to devote as few resources as possible to each card that you're moving from your opponent's board. When you're forced to spend an inordinate amount of ink or multiple characters to deal with one threat, it really is a tempo killer, and it can just have a huge impact on the flow of the game. And this board now, I mean, really Brady threatening game next turn, 16 lore with a ton of lore on the board, and that Minnie Mouse defender still at full willpower there, guarding everything. There are some outs, but you're going to need quite a few cards here to deal with it.
So the Challenger one is going to come into play here quite a bit, because it does allow for the Medusa plus the rabbit to realistically get in there. I think digging for a Be Prepared or something to actually get a little bit more going here, but I don't know if we hit it. And without it, I think it's pretty rough.
I suspect we would have seen it slammed immediately if we hit it off that draw. But timing that perfectly to get that draw off the rabbit. But yeah, I don't.
So it was Jake on the left side and Brady on the right side. So we were right. The colors were flipped, but everything was flipped.
Okay.
So that has been corrected. But it should be 1-1, and we'll go to game 3. We'll get to see the battle out of the last decks available here. So it should be Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Sapphire.
I love watching a good Emerald Sapphire match. It's a color combo we didn't get to see for a while. I think not since set 1 with the turquoise high 5 has it been super popular. And but we've seen it. It's been pretty impressive here this weekend.
It's been getting more and more cards. I mean, you think about Ruby Sapphire got a ton of boost when you got Tipo, and then when you got Sail, and you know, Sapphire Steel got all these cards. But every Sapphire deck has kind of been getting those. You know, we've been seeing Blurple more. We've been seeing Bleed in this case for those that enjoy that.
I don't like that one as much.
I don't either, but you know, for those that do, we'll throw one out there. But the fact that the additional ink like the ramp realistically for those cards or for that color has been getting better, getting inkable. It allows them to play these stronger cards, and they've just been getting a couple cards here, one this set, one this set, one this set, like the Basil and the and now that they have just sort of that critical mass of stuff, whether you go the Baymax shift route or you look into some of the just go bigger and ink guys are their everything, and then you make them discard their whole hand with Bend to My Will. You play Ratigan or whatever your payoff is. It's getting to the point where it has enough tools that it can really leverage all these cards.
Yeah, it was interesting. Sometimes over time, when you get a couple new cards each set, you reach that critical mass, and it just takes one card in a particular set to like break the deck or to make it burst onto the scene. And it's really, really fun when that happens, especially when all of a sudden this deck is leveraging cards that have been around for a long time.
Yeah.
And perhaps nobody played them. They were not super useful, but then all of a sudden they're back. They're popular because we get a card like, I don't know. Let's take that Tramp, the 7-cost Tramp, Street Smart Dog, which unlocked Chernodog's deck. It's basically a combo deck built around that particular card. And of course, we got a lot of these dog cards at the same time, but this whole deck is built around this one particular card, an entire archetype.
And it was like the best that Chernobog had ever been.
Right.
Because it was really like, how do we do Chernobog the easiest? You need some sort of a way to both fill the discard and also find it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, randomly picking up 6 to 8 loots works pretty well at at finding doing both of those things, filling up the discard and then you get to put them back in. So it does a lot. And I think that the support that we've been getting from the multicolored cards has really helped with some of these more niche archetypes. The Racers deck, I don't think that deck would work without all the multicolored cards that are in it, because most of them are you can't have those cards in just Ruby, because then every Ruby deck would just be running all those cards and it would be miserable because it would just be Ruby Sapphire but with those cards, or wouldn't see any of these new color combinations. You could just play them wherever, and so I think it gives some interesting way for them to, I don't know, hand feed us a little bit of, hey, what if you tried it in this color? What if you tried it in this color combo?
I completely agree with you. I've really enjoyed these multiplayer cards. We've been neglecting the board state a little bit, but it's because these decks are doing what we expect them to do. Brady opening up, classic turn 1/2 here with 1/1 drop, 2/1 drops, and then using that turn of Big Flowers to draw a card. I would argue probably right on script for what Brady wants to do. And on the other side, Jake opening with the Bell, the Popsicle Bell, and then Sail the Azurite Sea to ramp. But now here's something new, because we don't see these colors paired together terribly often. Leveraging Bell to sing Strike a Good Match, digging a little bit, finding a card, and then sending Yamato to the Inkwell.
Yeah, and I do think that Bell is very interesting in these lists. Generally, they don't have an overwhelming amount of items. It would just be a Popsicle only. And the 3/3 body can be really nice in making it so that, I mean, let's be real. They don't do much before turn 4 or 5. You get the muses down, you start really cooking with some of the songs to keep up on the board. So a really aggressive list, like most of the Amber anything lists that we've been seeing all weekend, you just kind of run over you before you get action going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to look at Brady's hand. I think we may have a bit of an inkable problem going on. Using friends from the other side there, but I see a Be Prepared. I see a couple Brawls,
Like a Maui,
Rabbit,
maybe?
a Maui. So some ink, not a lot. Glad to have that Rabbit going into turn 4, as these decks want to do. But yeah, kind of restricting options there. On the other side, Jake doing what he wants to do, playing cards, playing Tala, filtering, drawing cards, just Sapphire doing Sapphire
See
things.
the classic Bell.
Strange but special.
He has not seen as much play, given that Brawl has been kind of a bully to poor Bell for forever. But it means that this list could be a little bit more interesting than a few of them. I wonder if this maybe includes like the bell shift, perhaps.
Maybe.
Maybe we'll see some a little bit of this action. Could be kind of cute if we do. No promises that that's a thing that we'll see in this, but we'll hold out hope.
It's a really fun deck filled with a lot of top end. Really excited to see where this goes if we get there.
There could be a reason that Bell's in there just as another potential ability to ramp, because you can just play additional ink. And that's
That's it.
always like an okay ramp spell. Double how far I'll go this turn. This could spell disaster for Brady here. We picked up a Bend to My Will.
Oh dear.
So if we're able to just Bend to My Will next turn, that's a turn 5. Discard your entire hand. That's a disaster.
Feels bad. Let's leave it at that.
Especially if the play is like run out another rabbit here. Like Sing Friends run out a rabbit, the game is probably just going to end.
I think, yeah.
Or maybe if we're inking it.
You can establish, I mean, if that is what you fear and you're playing towards that, if you can establish another rabbit, it perhaps gives you a couple cards once your hand is discarded. That would be nice.
Library could be an interesting option for a similar reason.
Even, I don't see what the location is. Probably a library.
I think it was a library.
Okay. Establish the Maui, challenge the Tala.
Limit some of the singing, but I feel like we've already seen triple how far I'll go, so I think the song option is a little rough there. I think there's 2 Bend to My Will. It would absolutely shock me if Bend to My Will is not the play here. Like trade with the Maui even, and then Bend to My Will.
I feel like we're waiting for it with bated breath.
I guess we don't have to trade necessarily. That's even worse.
Oh,
no.
Oh no. That rabbit was your insurance policy giving you another card, and
that's fine too.
oh, the Clarabelle also fine. Send that card back to your hand. 1 extra card for me to draw. That's fun. If you're going to force your opponent to discard cards, why not get the full benefit of drawing 4 cards off Clarabelle first? Because that card is there in your hand waiting to play.
I see. They've decided to really make sure that they understand that the game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is.
I feel like we're waiting for the hammer to drop here.
That's gonna be rough. Because whatever Brady does here,
I mean,
they're going to sing "You're Welcome" and then Bend to My Will.
I mean, establishing. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna put that back in their hand, and it'll be Chernobog followers versus Clarabelle and 300 cards.
If you don't know that the bounce effect is there, this is a fantastic setup for the Bend to My Will. You're gonna get the card draw off the Queen's Castle. You're gonna get the card draw off the Chernobog's followers, potentially next turn. So a fantastic way to set up for the Bend to My Will, but that You're Welcome just kind of brutal.
I mean, it's just exactly Maui right here. He's like, you know what? You're welcome. Draw 2 cards. How about that for you?
There you go. Here's
You're
a gift.
welcome. Here's 2 cards.
Are we gonna do it now? Or are we gonna get the benefit of a Clarabelle again?
We'll popsicle first.
Yeah, just take a look. Yep. Get full information.
You want to do it now before they have an opportunity to be prepared, I think. I don't know if they have enough ink to do it. Yeah, I think you just do it now. You already Clarabelled. You literally don't need more cards.
And you have another one, I think.
Yeah. This is...
Oh, brutal.
This is rough.
You're gonna ink. Just get another ink in the inkwell. Why not? Quite a few cards. And hey, if there's a top deck to recover from this, drawing a friend to the other side, not terrible. Quest with the Chernobog's
I wonder if
followers.
they're going to draw another card off of this.
And play the snake and bounce the followers.
Okay,
Play the followers again. Okay, not a bad sequence there. Opted not to draw that extra card to get the snake into play. You've rebuilt the board a little bit and not susceptible now to another.
I would not be surprised if it's literally just another return everything to your hand and then Bend to My Will again. Do we have enough ink to You're Welcome and Bend to My Will? We've got 4, 9, 10. So if we ink, then we can just cast the Mother Knows Best. We can You're Welcome again, and then just Bend to My Will. And then they have 0 cards in hand, 0 on board.
and
Uh,
you're not going to top deck a friends every time.
yeah. We know that what 2 or 3 of the friends are already gone. Pretty gross. If we're being real about it, it's
Several of the friends are already on the other side.
it's kind of yucky, I would say, what's happening here.
Oh,
And that's just, I'm going to leave up your welcome. You know what? This is just Maui. Maui did this. Brought to you by Maui. They might even just do something else because it really isn't as important to boom their whole hand here because they don't have much going on.
but establish the muses. This is going to make these sequences, again, we're gonna, anytime you can bounce things to a hand where you have a bend in my will in your hand, I mean, it feels good. So establishing a little bit more of a board presence.
Like, I think double bend is good. I think doing something else is also fine. I really don't feel like we're in any danger of really anything here.
There we have the double bounce, leveraging the muses with the Mother Knows Best. Send it
Inking
both
the
back.
Basil. Quest for 2.
Send it back over.
Oh, I mean, next turn we can just do the same play with the bend, but now we have a muses in play, so we can absolutely bounce everything back to their hand.
We did draw Lady Tremaine. Not the worst card to draw in this scenario. We've got the muses, which are fairly oppressive, and Clarabelle, which is a big body.
I mean, I think you just send the muses here for sure. Send the muses, sing You're Welcome with Clarabelle again, and then dump their whole hand, and then it's basically like how it was a couple turns ago, but you still get to have the Clarabelle.
Yeah, I mean that haymaker is available whenever you want to play it.
Yeah.
It's just a question of how much do you want to allow your opponent to extend and get back into the game a little bit before you hit it with that same sequence.
You lock it down. Oh,
Another
there's another
Clarabelle off the top
Clarabelle.
deck.
Sure.
Yeah, at this point, trying to find ways. You've got the haymaker. You're keeping your opponent out of it, and just starting to look for ways to close out the game.
Yeah. I don't mind, since we have the additional Clarabelle, I don't mind just getting rid of their hand now. But I can appreciate the idea of, like, okay, we only have 4 cards left in hand. What if we try to, like, okay, we could You're Welcome, the Tremaine, get him up to 4 cards again, and then play another Clarabelle, and then we just have 2 Clarabelles.
That's an interesting idea. So you're saying draw this out a little bit.
We just
Leverage
pick up
the You're
more
Welcome,
cards,
and just get a real full grip. Give your opponent a turn, and then just hammer them with the. I think the biggest risk, is they pull a be prepared
Sure.
and they wipe your board. But even then, once you've dumped their hand and you have 7 or 8 in play, it's starting the game over again. Just you with the entire advantage. So it's an interesting, drawn out way to close this out.
Another How Far Go in hand. Maybe just gonna cast that. Could just cast the Clarabelle. I don't even hate inking the Clarabelle and just playing the How Far I'll Go. Or you How Far I'll Go first and then see what you draw. Like, because you just want to pick up a couple more cards.
Just gonna slam it down.
Oh yeah.
Clarabelle into the inkwell. Everything gone.
Fair
You
enough.
have the How Far I'll Go for next turn. A little bit of card advantage.
Just decides to
yeah.
pull the trigger, and I think now is as good a time as any. If you don't think that you need the extra cards, if we have the How Far I'll Go in hand to draw more cards, I think we don't necessarily need it. But
Let's face it, we're debating what the best out of multiple great options
how do
is here.
how do we best bully our opponent here?
So, there we have the muses coming down off the top deck. How Far I'll Go, taking a look at a couple cards. It looks like we're
Bouncing it back to their hand, of course.
doing use things.
Say go. It's your turn now. That's all I'm going to do is just more game actions.
And again, Brady drawing into something that will get more cards. So happy to find a rabbit, I think. Get it on the board, draw another card. If you're going to find a way back into this, finding card draw is key. Snake bouncing the rabbit. That's not a bad sequence to draw
It's
into.
not. But what's really weird here is that I don't know that as the Emerald Sapphire player that you worry too much about that, right? You still have Clarabelle
You have
in play.
Clarabelle in play.
What if you sing a few songs and then you just have them put a grip into hand, and then you just draw another 4 or 5 cards with the Clarabelle that's already in play, right? We bounce this to hand. I wouldn't even mind holding or inking the Clarabelle that we still have in hand. We're gonna get to draw 2 cards here.
Yep.
Like for free.
Yep, I think that's thinking about it.
Clarabelle is an incredibly powerful card.
Unchecked, just brutal. And it's been unchecked for quite a while now. So
Yeah.
2 cards off the Clarabelle this time. checking, I think, ink piles here, trying to figure out what the play is. We do know that Bell, Stranger but Special, is there. She is. 2 bells in hand, one of them better than another one at this point.
Like, what do we do here? If we keep bouncing this rabbit, they're just going to keep drawing more cards. Everything about this is just so rough. Like, we have to get more resources.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play to your outs. Your out here is doing some bit of control. Trading
Yeah.
those muses feels kind of nice.
Like, you get more resources, but now you have more cards in hand, and then that allows your opponent to keep drawing cards.
Let's see what we do. We're going to bounce the fox back.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be.
It's just it.
But that's how these Emerald Sapphire decks really win the game, is they don't close that quickly. A few of them play some of the more lore-dense characters, but the reality is that they don't close the game that fast, but they just make it so that the game is so far out of the range of what your opponent is going to be able to fix that it doesn't matter how you win eventually. They have Lucky Dime in their deck, which I think does make sense. It was discarded earlier to one of the Strike a Good match, but given that they're playing Bell, wouldn't surprise me if they have a few more items in their list than average, just kind of because of that. But the Bell from earlier, the Strange but Special, led me to believe that there could have been a dime in the list, just because that is a really good 1-2 punch of just here gain 5 lore for pretty cheap. And this game is just over next turn without an answer to the board, because the crab will be able to play the dime for free, and then colors can't deal with Lucky Dime ever.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we may draw two cards here. We may draw into that Be Prepared. Of course, Jake is going to benefit from Clarabelle here.
Oh, we'll draw more than 2 cards. You're welcome, so they picked up even more cards in their hand. Again, Maui just like, hey, you're welcome. I guess the Basil does make them discard 1 card at random. Whether they pick or just roll a d6, not sure that matters a ton.
No, you just hoping to hit that Be Prepared if they drew it, and I don't see it being the only answer here.
Just draw 3 more cards. It's fine. No biggie.
Oh, just foxes galore. I think that he may have every fox in his hand.
Yeah,
as he's flipping through here,
foxes
and rabbits.
Fox.
Queens.
Certainly not what you want to see. One of them's in the discard, unless it got bounced again. Oh no, it got you're welcomed.
Yeah.
So they could have just drawn it again. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, interesting. Fun to see this Emerald Sapphire deck in action, though. We're getting, I think, the full display of the combos and the tricks that it has, up its sleeve. No Bell, Stranger Special. That's probably the only card we're missing here. And yeah, just no answer. Brady's saying, look at every fox I
have all these. I mean, that's
fox.
a great hand if you have 1,000 years to do stuff. Oh, they have Dime Bell in their
hand.
Of course.
Was that
a top card
off the top?
Yeah,
I didn't see. Yeah, of course. It's always. I didn't see if that came off the top, but man, what if it did?
Well, what's insane though is even if we managed to be prepared there, like the game is still
over. Yeah,
because Dime Bell, that's what 7, 11, and then you can double ink with Bell, so you only need 11, and we definitely had that much ink to just gain 5 and go to 18.
Yeah,
Ruby Amethyst cannot full stop beat Dime. Like it can't, from 4 lore. It just doesn't have any cards that can stop the Dime fast enough to like outrace it. I mean, it had a problem with original Spellbook gaining 1 a turn. You can just gain 4 or 5. That's too much, and it just shuts the door on a chance for recovery. Even with a perfect run out, that was going to be rough. Yeah. Discarding 10 cards or 8 cards or whatever it was with the very first Bend to My Will was probably what sort of sealed the deal. But everything else was sort of just combo. Going through the motions, I think. Just so many cards to lose.
Yeah, and man, these Sapphire Steel decks, or these Emerald Sapphire decks, so much fun to watch, miserable to play against. And if you want to be extra fun, you could throw in an Ink Geyser there to do some extra ink shenanigans. Yeah, this is a deck that people tried to crack last set. I always say, like, I watched Mo Shamblin multiple tournaments with Brandon B Squared, carry this thing to Hunter Burton and then to CCS and really try to crack this color combo. Never quite made it, but it was always felt close. But with some of the new tools it got, yeah, it's just fun to watch it in action. One of the things that makes Clarabelle and I'll lump Diablo into this too, feel so oppressive and awful is that it's in the discard color. Because when you're playing a card that's going to whittle your hand size down, or that forces you to discard your entire hand, the way back into the game is draw more cards.
Of course.
It's to string the rabbits together. It's to to hit friends from the other side, things like that. But when you're playing against cards that reward your opponent for you drawing cards, now you force your opponent into an avenue they have to pursue to win the game, and then you're punishing them for pursuing it. And it just feels bad.
Oh, absolutely. Do you want to see if we can get an interview? Oh. Yeah. We'll get Rob in here.
Rob the
Yeah,
we'll introduce him now, so we don't have to do it when he sits down. Rob, the owner of World Class Cards. World Class Cards is one of the premier destinations to get Lorcana singles. If you're looking for any sort of card, from playable singles that you need for your decks, all the way up to high-end cards, several golden Nickies in the shop, I believe. You get all of it at World Class Cards, and not only that, but Rob is the sponsor of one of the most competitive Disney Lorcana. I'm just talking up your accolades here. One of the most competitive Disney Lorcana teams brought on board many or quite a few high DLC finishers, including several Worlds competitors. And so not only you get your singles here, you can watch Whatnot streams, you can watch these tournaments, but also a bevy of players to learn from and to watch them perform. So you're really doing it all in the Lorcana space, aren't you?
Yeah. So we've been vendors for a long time, either through my company or different companies. Really since 2013, Magic the Gathering, like Modern Masters, the first Modern Masters in Vegas, and ever since then we've been in the card game space, mostly at that time a national scale. But then with Lorcana, we pivoted our entire business. We just dove in, all in. Went to we saw how crazy it was at that Gen Con. And, then we went to Spiel and Gamescom and pretty much everything else after that. And that was Germany. And that was the first time I really traveled internationally for a card game. Ever since then, it's been hooked. It's a really, really good game. And my son's playing out there at 7 years old. And for me, this is different than Pokemon. This is different than Magic. Kids can open their packs and recognize that character from that iconic Disney movie. Or I've had moms and grandmas completing their sets, and it's they hit everybody. They check all the boxes.
Yeah, my follow-up question was going to be why all in Lorcana, but I think you answered it there, and the fact that your son's playing, and one of my favorite moments of the tournament so far, out of each day, the competitive play is great, but it was watching you and your son interact before the event today, deck building, talking about it, you giving him a pep talk, and then watching him perform, on the feature table. And you don't see moments like that in many other hobbies, but particularly in the gaming space. And so
it was really cool too. Round one,
yeah,
there was another father-son combo they're playing, and they had to pay against each other.
Oh no!
And the dad was like, "Yeah, the son beats me all the time." So when I do get a win, it's rare and it feels a little good because he's sharp, and it's really cool seeing that full circle aspect.
Well, it's really great because I know one of Lorcana's goals is for it to be that family experience, and so for you to bring that vibe to your business, embracing Lorcana as a family hobby, as a family business, it's really.
Any other? Oh well, I guess we have Worlds coming up. It's exciting, like you were talking. We have Worlds players,
Yes.
and we have players on our team. We'll say two right now. We'll say two right now.
Okay, teasing us a little.
Maybe a third.
Okay.
A little tease.
Okay. Yeah, it's always fun watching you in the social media space because every now and then you do surprise us with a big announcement.
Yeah.
And Justin Lamb,
Jonathan
Lamb,
yeah.
sorry, being the latest announcement, a fantastic Steel player who we recognize from a bajillion different challenges.
Yeah, I think his handle is lamb chops.
Yes. I love
So
it.
I love it. He's an awesome guy, easygoing, young, first trading card game, going to it on a global scale, and very excited to bring him on. There's a pretty good ELO, well, and had a couple of very strong finishes. Australia, Canada, and multiple strong finishes. I mean, if you look at any player on our team, we probably have a bevy of accolades.
Very talented player, and it always surprises me when you tell me it's his first. He was the 1 seed in Toronto, I remember, and ended up getting a bad draw in that round and losing in top 64. But that's one of his many top finishes during this DLC and in other tournaments. So a wonderful person, and it was fun seeing him added to the team. So are you? I mean, you have to be elated for Worlds.
Hold on, I gotta cough one moment.
Yep.
I'm super excited for Worlds, and honestly, I was sitting there waiting for the announcements. I put off so many family vacations, trips, or different things because it wasn't out. And we couldn't test, we couldn't get anything scheduled for the team. And when that information was finally out, it was like, oh man, now we can actually like chart a course. We can almost be like a little wayfinder. Find because know where we're going now. It's awesome. I'm so excited. I'm excited that I'm a +1, not a competitor. My son razzed me at one of the events. He was like, "Dad, we were in Germany and Kendall made day 2, and DKP made day 2, and in front of the whole team, he's like, but Dad, you're not like a pro like them. You didn't even day 2, so like, yeah, you're not a pro. You're definitely not a pro, Dad." And he just called me out, and I'm like, okay. But yes, I am a +1. I'm gonna be excited to be there, and I'll definitely hope to be able to get some pictures and some stuff to show people and get out there because I'm really excited. You're gonna be there too.
I am. I'm also very excited. That's an understatement. Excited, nervous, terrified. But what a privilege to get to experience the first Worlds and to represent the community. And speaking of representing the community, like all of your players are fantastic representatives of the Lorcana community. Wonderful people, people who kind of set the bar in terms of not only play and innovation, but being the type of player I think that you want other people to be.
So one big thing for me is so I run a chess club at the number 1 K through. We have about 50 kids here in our chess club here in Wisconsin, and I preach to them that like in tournament chess, if you touch a piece, you have to move that piece. And I tell the kids we're gonna let them take it back because we want to beat people at their best where they feel happy. And if your opponent forgets to push the chess timer, you tell them push the chess timer. If people choose to not tell you these things or people choose to not let you take your piece back, it's okay. That's the rules. But I think there's something to be said about winning against people at their best and they're almost like with dignity and honor. And I started embodying that from a very young age. Chess club. Kid in particular as well.
That's fantastic. So this event this weekend, I'm not sure if anybody else is going to run a triple deck constructed tournament like this before Worlds. It's a tricky event for some people to participate in. It requires you to prep and bring 3 decks. It's kind of like a high bar to entry. But I remember when the announcement was made about the format, this tournament I think was already scheduled, but you said immediately, hey, we are going to embrace this format. We want to see what this is all about. What do you think so far, having seen this in action, planned it and embraced it?
Some people, it feels like some people came here playing checkers and other people came here playing chess. And we have a very solid field out there with a lot of good players that came with some innovative stuff to the table. And I think for me, it might feel a little more cumbersome for some TOs or different things like that. But for me, I loved seeing a stream, and it's not blue red on blue red.
Yeah.
It's not for 3 rounds. This is a way for players to use every card in their pool. And if Ravensburger will allow me, I plan for all my set championships going forward. I think it's a very healthy format. It promotes fun and engaging gameplay. But on a large tournament scale, I think it could be some.
I think I agree with you. This size field feels pretty good. I think you could go, 10 or 15.
Maybe 64. 64 could be, if you have the right space, right judges. I think 64 would probably be the most I'd want to run. But I mean, run a bunch of 64-person pods and feed into a bigger thing and a
That's
final
fair.
64. Maybe you still get there with the smaller fields. The main thing is you want to be able to adequately service all of the players in the event. And if you have a 2,000-person event, you have the event go 20, 30 minutes past time, you're having 2,000 people waiting half an hour. And a lot of people don't realize that compound. It's a lot of minutes, you know what I mean, over that many players. So for a smaller field, like if I had my choice, DLCs, I think 128, 64 person, or even 256, and so many rounds, you can eliminate that lag. People could re-enter in multiple flights. So hopefully they do something along those lines. If they could, that would be really awesome.
I agree. I'm a big believer in, and I know you are too, like the more ways that people have to engage with a particular game, the better. Because, competitive core constructed format may not be everybody's favorite format. Some people enjoy playing Heroes Quest. Some people enjoy playing
I love limited.
socially. Yeah.
I am a big limited advocate, and
Limited, yeah.
for me, for you guys who don't know, that's sealed. And for me, sealed as a format is the format that has the lowest barrier for entry. Players don't need to have constructed decks. And I'm excited that they're adding that to the Worlds format, and I really hope that they have some DLCs like that, because I think
agree.
that's the most level playing field, the lowest barrier for entry. And if you go to a DLC, always at the DLC, how many people is it their first trading card game? How many people is then how many people is this your first premiere event? And the hands just keep going up. And if you were able to just come and play a limited event, a sealed event, I 100% think that would be the best way to do it. So like if they had 10, 12 DLCs in the US next year, it'd be awesome if they had 3 that were limited, 4 that were that Infinity format, and then maybe like 5 or 6 that are the core constructed. You hit all the players, all the markets.
And it's a different skill set too.
Oh, it's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
It's a whole different animal.
Players can choose, if it's something you enjoy, you can choose to like study and engage and hyper focus on different aspects of the game. It could be limited. It could
I
be
don't think
triple deck.
DKP has played limited. He's not from a Magic background. He hasn't done those kind of things. So this was a this was a little
DKP,
like,
a little bit. Of,
yeah. This was a little eye-opening experience for him, and made him put a little
I do remember
homework
the
in.
Magic players being like, "Yes, limited," and the Yu-Gi-Oh players being like, "Not sure."
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But no, I'm glad that Worlds added that in there.
I agree completely, and it's. But going back to this event, this one of the reasons that I am really excited to see you embrace it, in this way, and talk about maybe trying to do it at Set Champs, because it gives people another avenue to engage with the game and a way to enjoy it. That's not one of the 2 or 3 ways that we've had so far, because it really is. This format does allow you so much more creativity. It allows you to do different things, to play different cards, to bring in a racer deck and stand a good chance. So.
Yeah. Or know, like, hey, if I'm on the play, this deck is really good. Draw, this deck is really good. Oh, is my opponent going to switch their decks? There's so much to it, but you get to use all your cards. You get to represent all the inks.
Yeah, I like ogres. This format has layers upon layers upon layers. So I want to make sure. I think the last round went to time. We're probably coming to the next round soon, but I want to make sure we cover the full gamut here first. I don't want to miss the chance for you to tell people how they can follow World Class Cards, both the team, and then if they're looking for singles or some high-end Lorcana cards or sealed, like where they can go to get those from you.
Yeah.
So let's make sure to get the audience that.
So absolutely, any of you guys could find me on Facebook. My name is Robert Arguelles, Arguelles. I own World Class Cards. I got a little bit. I own World Class Cards along with my business partner Robert Moses. We are 50/50 partners. And he owns Chimera Hobby Shop here in Appleton, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Along with that, we are always live on Whatnot. We pretty much have daily streams unless we're out of town on conventions. And then as far as the team, we do have Club World Class is what we call it. And with that Club World Class, you get exclusive access to a Discord channel with pros along with the staff and myself. That's the most direct way to get my time or my staff's time every single day. We're currently a team of about 6, and we did about 6 million a year in sales. So we got a lot going on. Everybody's super busy. Whatnot's super easy. Otherwise, you can also find us on Instagram at World Class Cards LLC, or you can find any of our team pages as well.
That's awesome. Yeah, make sure you check them out. I mean, it's fun having connections with all these different vendors, all these different teams, because different players connect with different people. But if you're looking for information on the competitive scene, this is where you can get it. If you're looking for singles, this is where you can get it.
Oh, and all singles. So like I think we've bought 20 plus golden Mickeys, 25.
I know.
Baymaxes, we bought half of them. Cusco's, we bought almost half. So any of those rarities, oddities, miscuts, misprints, we're always buying too. So don't be a stranger. We have some crazy cool stuff.
But one day I will own golden Mickey.
I do need. There's one thing I'm always on the hunt for, and it's the year 1 Summit mat. So if any of you guys ever come across one, offering $2,500. It's the year 1 Summit mat. Developer, Ravensburger.
It's a very hard to get, and I've no doubt with that offer, one day you'll hunt one down.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
It's the only thing I'm missing in my collection. I have everything.
Everything else.
Pretty much everything else.
I you know what? I believe it. I've seen your booth at trade shows, and it's the one place I got to hold a golden Mickey. So I have a short that I haven't released yet, but I will. What I see Deckless out there. My last question for you before we don't want to miss any of the matches, but what do you have other than a fun announcement which you teased here, which involves worlds and players and team membership? We'll just leave it there. What else do you have coming up? Because I know you're traveling for trade shows and other things. And tournaments.
Like I'm double, triple booked. So we're going to be at Funko Fun Days at the end of June, the same weekend as Worlds. We'll also be at Collecticon Cleveland, Ohio, the same weekend as Worlds. We'll be at Collecticon Dallas. And I got to check with my wife. She can schedule straight. I'd be lost with it. So I know those for this month so far. But I am going to be able to have a nice vacation. I'm going to be in Orlando before Worlds for a little bit, but then I also get to stay for a week. Worlds, the wife, flying down. Shout out Megan, Anthony, Evelyn, Adeline. They get to enjoy Disney for a while. They agreed that I get to go down early for work, and then we'll have fun after.
When Lorcana is work, I mean that sounds like the dream
the
to me, right?
The kids, my kids and my wife, we all got to go to Disney Paris, so that was awesome.
That's amazing.
And then we got to go to Disney World so it was the European Championships, North American Championships, and then they're gonna kind of get to go for the World Championships.
It was amazing when we asked your son, about his Lorcana journey, and he casually drops, "Yeah, I've played in Germany and Paris," and we were like,
"He did? He really did?"
Yeah, he did. And of course, out of all the answers we expected to hear, him talking about how he was throwing down, over in Europe in multiple countries, it was not what we expected.
Oh, I'm dying.
But it cracked me up. It's like, yeah, nonchalant. Yeah, I've played in Germany.
I like Green. I told Green from 20 Lore, I'm like, hey, a couple of people messaged me that he's killing the interview, and I said I need to get a copy of it.
I'm sure you can hook that up because it was priceless. Paris, Germany, no big deal.
All nonchalant. He was humble.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So humble and so nonchalant about it. Just a delightful interview after his match, which was really, really fun to watch. So
his opponent was a great sport. Shout out to every opponent who's always a great sport, especially with kids. You have an opportunity to make a memorable experience for a child. And please just do me a favor and don't ever squander that opportunity. You might not know, but you might make a kid's year with the littlest of things. So it's a big thing.
I think that's beautiful because I always say, especially broadcasting, like nobody is going to remember, and you all tell me if this is true because I think it is. Nobody's going to remember what I say in most of these games. Maybe next week they'll remember a big play or whatever, but everybody will remember how a broadcast made them feel. And I think that's true for what you said. In a particular game, your son may not remember any particular line of play he played in that game, but he'll remember when he walked away from that game how he felt about the experience. And that's beautiful.
And that'll give that drive for the next 5 to 10 years sometimes. So shout out to his opponent. Awesome sport.
Well, before we get off to the next round, is there anything I missed about World Class Cards that people need to know?
check out Club World Class. Find me on Facebook. Again, that's Robert Arguelles, Arguelles. Genuinely invested in this game and its success. And if you ever have any questions, concerns, or problems, don't ever hesitate to reach out. I'm always open to look.
Full disclosure, I get a lot of my information from Club World Class, so
What's your number? 'Cause
I appreciate it.
What's your founder number?
I don't remember, but I did get my famous card, so which I truly appreciate.
Yeah, that
it
was
is
a
low.
personal set I had to break
It is
up. That was
low.
Yeah, you got in early.
I did, but I need information, and
Yeah,
that's how I did
and the
it.
club, we're only going to ever have 1,000 members, and we're already at 100. And I do see it filling. I mean, especially after Worlds. I mean, we have that deep run. The club might fill up really fast. I expect it.
I can't wait for Worlds. I can't wait to see how the team does, how all the players do. And speaking of memories, this weekend has been a joy. Thank you for putting on this event, because getting to watch this format has been wonderful, and I know all the players out there have been enjoying it as well. And I've enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah,
so
appreciate it.
thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Robert. Maybe we'll see you again before the end of the
Yeah,
event.
and I hope you have a safe flight home too.
Which is soon, but I appreciate it.
No
And
worries.
we're ready to dive in to the next round. The decks are being cut.
All right, we are here for round 5 before we lead into the top cut, right?
Yeah.
We got Kaylee back here,
Crowd favorite Kaylee.
crowd favorite. And with the number of players today, you know, this could be battling for potential cut. Now, it looks like our Amber, Ruby, hyper aggressive everything was on the play here. So we'll see if Kaylee's able to navigate with Ruby Sapphire a way to slow them down enough to kind of get back into the game. You know, generally, if the game goes super long, I would say that Ruby Sapphire is favored. However, if we got the Daisy Flynn into like a Lady Piglet kind of lineup, it can be pretty tricky to slow them down enough to.
That's literally.
All right, well, you know, we're gonna predict it, I suppose.
Oh, what a rough opening. This is this is really, really hard to beat this deck on the play when it's taking this aggro line. I mean, traditionally it's aggro, like ramp quick for beat prepared, but you don't have time.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that we didn't quest with Flynn Rider here. I can't really think of a card that would be that much of an issue here.
It's Piglet. I think you're going to get 3 lore off the Flynn Rider or the Piglet, but at the very least with the Flynn Rider, if you drop a bell, perhaps next turn,
Sure.
you can overpower that Flynn's ability. So probably the right call there. But slowing down, maybe just. Oh my goodness. Oh my
Sure.
goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of lore.
Both teams fought hard here, but there's not really much that can be done against this as a run out. One card left in hand, but
You have to be prepared. Like it's there. It's the answer.
we're just done right now.
No time. Kaylee counting.
Able to count to 20, so.
Yep. I mean, that's yeah. All right.
All right, that's
folks.
game 1.
Yep, game 1. Blink and you miss it. We're being a bit facetious here, and but that's been the game plan for a lot of folks in this tournament is build a super hyper aggressive deck that you can win with on the play. It's even better when you're going against a slower control deck, and then all you need to do is pilot your remaining deck to a victory on the play or draw. Christian's been doing that all day. It looks like Holy Ghost is doing that as well. And that's the game plan in action.
I mean, we've been seeing this 3-deck color combination quite a bit, which is just, you have your really aggressive, super great deck on the play of Amber Ruby, and then you've got generally your Amethyst, Sapphire. Your Blurple is the secondary deck, which is still also very good on the play. It plays well into most of the Amethyst decks. It plays very well into most of the other Sapphire decks, even though it is a little bit slower against, say, the Sapphire Emerald, just because they can go a little bit over to the top. It's a deck entirely filled with card draw. So in any type of Amethyst mirror, it's just going to go bigger than most Amethyst decks because, as we've been seeing, some of them have been running as many as 4 Finders Keepers. That's a lot of card draw to cram into the same deck. And then, you just have what's left is the classic Emerald Steel, which we know it's good. We know it's been a good deck for many, many sets now. Even if that's getting benched out most of these rounds, like you still have it on deck. If they're worried about the hyper aggressive sort of line that we just saw there with the Flynn Riders, they leave you with an impossible choice, right?
Yeah, I mean that green steel deck for many folks is the auto ban, and we saw that all yesterday. Not only does steel provide answers to aggro, and a lot of people have been building their decks towards banning steel, but Emerald is a super oppressive color as well, bringing that discard line, able to close out games. So, and that leaves you with this color combo.
Yeah, Emerald Steel just having all the discard, all the removal. It has the ability to sort of control the board in some of those a little bit faster type of runouts. The Cindy on turn 1 into singing songs like slows the Flynn Rider type of draws down to almost a screeching halt. All of a sudden, you can play characters like Smee that are just a little bit bigger than those, that have the ability to challenge into these characters, and then you set up a little bit of a better spot, or even Calhoun. I mean, we've seen, almost no Calhouns all weekend, a couple, but these decks really struggle into cards like that because not only are they fighting what you have on the board, but they're gaining lore at the same time. So being able to eliminate steel as a color really has a cost for a lot of these decks.
Yeah. Real quick as we get going here, Kaylee's jamming out the popsicle into turn 1 bell. Talking about Kaylee's matchup real quick, we have the benefit of having seen her perform in a previous match, and we know what she's bringing to the table here. She does have a fairly traditional Ruby Sapphire build, couple newer cards built in there, and then a very, very fast and aggressive Amethyst Steel list. And so she can get to that list, even if it's on the draw, able to maybe go toe-to-toe with this Blurple deck. But in this particular matchup on the draw, we watched her almost take this match or this game, this exact matchup in a previous round. So able to do this on the draw. What do you think? I mean, we saw this pairing already previously. What do you think about this matchup?
So one of the biggest elements that you sort of need to do from the Ruby side of things, they're going to be able to draw more cards than you, especially with Hiram Flaversham being banned. Your card draw is more limited than theirs. So relying on something like, say, just the crabs and things like that to sort of get a little bit of cards isn't enough to overwhelm in this matchup. With the items list, if she's playing Workshop, you can pretty safely run that out. They don't really have any way to remove that. And then you can overwhelm them or keep up with their cards that way. given that there's Scrooges is most likely an items list, you get that down to slow down the game enough that you have time to develop your ink and actually do workshop shenanigans. Then you can sort of keep up with their draw. But if they run out 2 or 3 finders keepers and then are able to keep putting 2 or 3 threats every turn, you may not be fast enough. And it looks like there is a workshop in hand.
There are. Now, she found a workshop with the Scrooge McDuck and then awkwardly draw a second one off the top deck. Ink is a bit of a problem here. Inking that Sapphire Coil, it's the last thing remaining after that Brawl, I believe. And left now with might be all uninkables if I'm saying. Yeah, it's the big Sisu and 2 workshops. So bit of a tricky situation in terms of resources.
Yeah, again, just slowing the game down. If we, outside of a Popsicle, I think almost any inkable you would send next turn. You develop a workshop, and then you the following turn can run out another workshop. And then over the course of like 2 to 3 turns, you should be able to claw back into this pretty well, because the Sisu eventually will fix the majority of your problems in this matchup, right? It'll just fix it. You play it, it will clean up most of the board, and then a Fox here or there is not necessarily fast enough to stop what they're doing. Now, I'm surprised that we are questing with something like the Scrooge. Given that a lot of times I think we would want to try and be a little bit more defensive. Maybe it's to force them to actually do the trade here because you're fine with it.
I think it is. Kaylee, and we watched her pull it off with a dime last game. These Ruby Sapphire decks, can set up a situation where they win the game in 1 turn. If this game goes long and Kaylee's able to dump a bunch of items, which, Holy Ghost can't interact with, Kaylee wins the game. And so the way Holy Ghost wins is by building up a lore total slowly over time. You also can come to a scenario where you're just dropping big threats on the board at the end of the game with all your resources, but Kaylee has some answers there with Be Prepared. So Kaylee wants to keep Holy Ghost off the beatdown roll, where he's slowly accumulating lore over the turns. I think that's the calculation here.
Yeah,
Kaylee wants this game to go long.
Yeah, from Katie's perspective here, I would say next turn is likely going to be run out workshop, draw a card with workshop, try to get 2 inkables available so that then Sisu on the following turn just cleans up everything. Then you have 2 workshops in play. Any item is all of a sudden, friends on the other side. You're just drawing 2 cards, and then the game will immediately be out of range, I think, for Holy Ghost. Now, we drew a small Sisu, which I think is, it's a non-inkable, but realistically, again, we just want to draw cards. We want to make sure that we're hitting our ink.
Off the top.
Yep, and not exactly what you want to be inking here, but again, you need to ink to get to the bigger Sisu. Like, you have to make sure that you're still progressing, especially with double workshop. Not hitting your ink is a disaster, because then, Tomato is great. We had a Popsicle in there. However, if you are using the Tamatoa to grab that back, it's like 2 full turns before we're able to do anything with it. We already have plenty of draw. Any item now is just full gasoline. And, seeing a Sing of friends on the other side is amazing for you here.
Oh, Jeff, the Cusco.
I actually think that's okay for us here. Weirdly, we were kind of desperate for ink anyway, and you still have 1 workshop in play. Obviously, you're better off with 2 workshops, but of all the ways for that to get answered, like, that is not so bad.
No, absolutely not. I said that there were no answers for items, and the Cusco was around for a little while to counter Lucky Dimes, I think, in previous sets, and being worked in here. I mean, really for this matchup. And so doing what it wants to do, but you're right, like this deck, Kaylee needs to build up a significant resource base to enable that 1-turn closeout that she wants later on. So getting that extra ink does not feel bad at all.
An interesting choice here to shift it. I would assume then that the play is that you want a quest.
Yep, taking that lore total. And Kaylee, I mean, it's a really interesting choice here. A great choice, I think, to drive the lore total and to be the beatdown, because at 10 lore now, Holy Ghost is really forced into the control role. Well, I think the game plan for him would be normally
that's +2 ink here.
And that's another calculus for the shift here. If you know your opponent is running removal, which puts things into your inkwell, Hades is run in these blurper lists as well as
Into the Unknown.
Now 2 ink off of that Sisu. So If that's the calculation here, another really heads-up play.
So use the Fox to return the Cusco. Now, the second Cusco, getting rid of the second workshop would be a lot worse than the first one, right? If we don't have an item here, ideally like a Tamatoa would be great. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think, to claw back into it, just card quantity wise. Like, we're gonna struggle a little bit on cards.
There's that Tamatoa
Okay, there is a
off the
Tamatoa.
top deck. And this is, you talk about the workshops as one of the primary card draw engines. This is the other one. Draw Tamatoa or play Tamatoa, get 2 popsicles.
Yeah, I think we
basically
play the
draw 2
one,
cards.
draw the card, and then we can decide if we want to draw a second card. I think that's great.
Oh, look at that.
And a bell. We could even play the bell here. Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
Super, super good. That was exactly what we needed in that spot. Now, even if the Cusco comes down again, it just doesn't matter as much because we were able to leverage the extra card draw. The Cusco is almost their whole turn. We only have 7 ink. So it doesn't really set us too far behind. And already being at 11, we're representing another. Let's imagine that the Fox trades here. We're still representing another 3. That puts us at 14. That's a huge amount of lore.
Yeah, really, really key draw there. And by the way, every time we say clawback involving Tamatoa, I chuckle. I don't know if that's an unintentional pun, but
Got a pinch. Got the crabs.
I love it. I'm not crabby to hear puns. Another Tamatoa. Great. So Fox trades into the bell. Cusco did send that workshop to the inkwell. So the ink pool feels a lot better. Holy Ghost having given Kaylee 4 ink off that removal. Grammatala coming down. We'll look at a couple more cards. Choice between how far I'll go and a Vitalosphere.
See how far I'll go here pretty comfortably.
Yep.
Just keeps the cards flowing. I mean, at this point, it's developed characters because we're so close to closing out the game. And then we have follow-ups of additional, both characters, but also additional card selection as well for the turns after this, right? Sapphire Coil in hand too. I wouldn't even be surprised if we just play this Tipo as a 1 lore quester. We can actually put the Sapphire Coil into play for free. Off the Tamatoa here.
There it is.
Yeah, and we don't want to ink the Maui. It doesn't, not like that the Maui is that exciting, but we really only want the Tipo as a body. Goes up to 14. And that's actually very common. I mean, so I've played this Ruby Sapphire item list quite a bit to some success here or there, but I find that once you get to the point where you have the engine going, if your opponent is having to spend most of their time interacting with your pieces of the engine, it might already be too late. Because as we saw there, the Cusco got rid of the Workshop, and Workshop is a very threatening card in these types of matchups. But that may not be enough anymore. The damage was done because it took them so long to deal with it. It's kind of why Cusco fell out of favor a little bit, because it's just pretty expensive.
Yeah, Holy Ghost buying a little bit of extra time, sending the Cusco in to remove a threat, another into the unknown, sending a card to the Inkwell, I think the Tamatoa. So, Kaylee no longer with game on board. She did draw into a big Tamatoa, not a terrible card to pull in this scenario. Keeps having these big threats to throw on the board. Checking out what's in the Inkwell here. Usually pull the Popsicle, but there are. I think that's it. I was gonna say there are other options, but no, they're in the Inkwell.
Yeah, they're all in the Inkwell. I think you just do this, rip the Popsicle here, pick up another card. We're not too worried about what our opponent has on board. The game is over if this crab lives, basically.
And the crab into the Inkwell.
Oh, just decides to go straight for the Maui.
For the right amount of ink, just icing on the cake.
Yeah, you can take out the castle.
Yep. No chance.
You really don't care about the one lore here or there now that we have a crab in play. I mean, the crab is already questing for on its own. This is the turn. Do you have the answer right now? And if not, the game is over. We know that they have a Hades, which is great against the crab, but we're still going up to 17 even with the Hades play. I don't know if they can really do anything other than play the Hades, otherwise the game is just over. So it is exactly what they need here, but I don't know if Kaylee has really inked very many cards in the last several rounds because, I mean, Holy Ghost has given, what, almost 6 ink this game of just things that have been sent to the inkwell?
I think so. Yeah, you don't need to ink so much when your opponent is doing it for you. That Hades is the answer to buy another turn for Holy Ghost. I mean, definitely drawing things out, but Holy Ghost has managed to have enough answers to keep Haley from closing this out so far. But 2 cards in hand, I think it's a Peter Pan Shadowfinder and a Sail the Azurite Sea. Neither of those super impactful.
I think that's fine. One thing that we do know about Ruby Sapphire, outside of Maui's, everything else is pretty well straight gasoline. You know, everything is large. It's very swingy. You know, any crab is a draw 2. You know, big crab is a draw 1, and it's just an immediate game-ending threat. A lucky dime is a miserable threat for them. Even a Sisu is just like, oh, now I have to deal with this immediately or the game is over. You know, pushing the extra aggression kind of early on the way that Kaylee did puts this game in a certain way that, like, yeah, Holy Ghost has been able to sort of keep up with some of the bigger threats. Like, we're at 17, you know? Sure, we are now at the mercy of actually drawing a threat here, but there's so many very powerful ones on the top of the deck now.
Absolutely. Holy Ghost giving it a go, drawing, you know, the Sailor Adjutant, trying to find some answers, something to
Okay,
keep things.
the third Maui is maybe a little less good.
What do you call a group of Mauis?
I would imagine like a welcome, like a welcome.
A welcome of Mauis.
A welcome of Mauis.
Yep, I'll take that. And back over to the other side, Holy Ghost. Another turn, but again, just not a lot here. You have the Genie, we'll draw a card. And managed to clean things up, though. Kaylee with no lore on the board.
We know we're getting closer to having no Mauis. Honestly, I may have wanted to keep the third Maui in hand. Only reason is that because we have the Sapphire Coil, there's a world where let's say that we pull a Sisu off the top. We could ink whatever, you know, the third Maui, and then potentially remove something like a Kuzco or another Hades or whatever with the Sisu. I don't know if it's going to really matter at all, because the Mauis are already keeping the board pretty well secure from locations and things like that. But there is something to be said for having the ability to ink with the coil in play. But we're kind of just whatever we draw off the top playing anyway, so I suppose that makes sense too.
Holy Ghost, leveraging the followers instead of questing and drawing, challenging into that Maui, getting it off the board. Nice, juicy target for the followers, but foregoing the card draw in the process.
All right, another coil. Something like a Donald Duck would be very good here. Tamatoa obviously would be very good.
Yeah, plenty of top decks, which would allow Kaylee to close this out. So just waiting for the right one. Do friends to the other side there.
All is found.
All is found, yeah. Beautiful card.
I think that card's going to see a lot more play come rotation than it does now, and I think it's seeing a modest amount of play now.
Yeah, I think it's DKP. Like, this card didn't see a ton of play. I think DKP ran it in a list in Europe and kind of put it on the map, and all of a sudden the enchanted price spiked. But yeah, fun little card. Allows you to ramp.
If there is a little worse, if there's a better sort of end game payoff, you know, you do a few things early, maybe you trade some characters in, and you're able to use all is found to just go from kind of 0 to 60, right? It is difficult to have decks that can really leverage all is found, you know, especially if you're singing it early, because it does require there be 2 cards in your discard. So something like DKP's list was able to leverage it because they have so many cheap actions. You know, develop your brain and things like that. You can kind of set that up early, and then all is found on 5, and then all of a sudden you're in a great spot. I actually like this challenge from Holy Ghost here. I believe that their hand is just a location that they've been sort of sitting on.
It does provide some clarity to the Chernobog into the Maui challenge earlier.
Ooh.
So trying to set up the end win con here.
So we did find the Scrooge. We get a free Scrooge here. Don't actually have to pay for this one. Did find a popsicle at the very least.
No whiff.
So I think your hits that you would want are in order, probably Popsicle, Lucky Dime, or Lucky Dime Popsicle into, really kind of anything. A lot of redraws left in the deck. Ooh, that one's
Great
not bad.
Stone Dragon, not terrible. Building a heck of a resource base here.
Now we certainly don't need to keep anything in hand for the Sapphire Coils. If we ever rip a removal spell, it will be fully live.
And every turn, it feels like a roulette wheel to see if Kaylee's going to draw that one card, which will for her to close out the game. On the other side, you can see Holy Ghost game plan here to close this out. You need a way back in, and the way it seems was remove all the big threats from the board, then drop a location, which of course Kaylee responded. With no cards in hand, and what we were hoping for was an empty board, that would be difficult. But fortunately, that other Maui's still around, and then Scrooge, also a fairly good-sized body there.
I think you have to run it out. The only card left in hand is an Into the Unknown, which, it's a great card, but it does have a very substantial downside in that you can't use it unless there are exerted characters.
Well, and the calculus here likely is
Ooh, a workshop. Okay, now any item is very live here too.
I think the calculus here is obviously, you're not getting any lore off this, but there's 3 lore left to go, and if that Scrooge is challenging into the castle, it is not questing. So trying to buy just a little extra time.
I would not even be surprised if Kaylee uses the Vitalisphere on the Maui to still be able to take out the location and then use the Scrooge to quest.
I think that's the calculus here. There goes the castle. Scrooge is going to quest.
Yeah,
up to 18.
I like that a lot.
Vitalisphere doing again what it's meant to do in this deck.
Yeah, this deck is quite difficult to pilot the items list. She's doing a very good job.
Here we have that draw.
That's a spectacular draw.
Oh, that's the finisher. We'll need to find an answer for that. Gets rid of that genie. Get another ink out of the discard pile here.
Yeah, I think it's free to use the Great Stone Dragon. I would probably want to leave at least one character in there just to be able to trigger the coil, but there's plenty of characters in there. Yeah, didn't hit it.
And that's
Sisu will do it. Essentially, because she had so much lore, we can afford a few turns of just like the Maui's not really pushing the board, but just slowing the game down. Eventually, we're going to draw something that's awesome. Most of the cards in the deck are awesome, right? Any Tamatoa, any item even at that point, now we draw 2 cards. Now we're drawing 3 cards a turn. You're just going to get buried at that far into the game, even though it's a little bit slower. There's so many cards in the deck that just do everything for you at that spot. So there was an inevitability, and Holy Ghost really just didn't have a super fast clock at all. I mean, they didn't really draw very many cards. Like a Finder's Keepers would have been pretty good at actually keeping up with this, but they didn't really have a lot of that sort of card velocity.
Did we, and some of these games were together, but did we see a rabbit at all?
One.
One?
There was one rabbit, I think, maybe, which is just, that's like not enough.
Yeah.
Unless I could be confusing some of the other games.
Yeah.
But that on its own is just not enough, right?
No, and just in this particular matchup, when inevitabilities with a deck that can close with a dime like that, and that's going to do what Kaylee did and just build up that giant resource base, I think Holy Ghost wanted to be the beatdown that game and force Kaylee into devoting resources to clearing up his board, clearing up, what he's using to close out the game, devoted to clearing Queen's castles rather than advancing her game plan, and just never able to do that. Kaylee being the one pushing the lore total all game, slowly all game, while developing her resource base. There was an awkward moment where Kaylee had 3 uninkables in her hand, and with 1 or 2 bad draws, it would have given Holy Ghost the room he needed. But Kaylee got that Scrooge, he ended up getting the workshop, and then just from there, never looked back.
Yeah, and the workshops didn't draw that many cards. The workshops totally replaced themselves because it was workshop, second workshop, draw 1 card. There was a single Vitalisphere, and then there was the Popsicle once that drew 1 card. So all totaled, between the 2 workshops, we got 1 extra card out of it. They 2 replaced themselves, then we got 1 card off the Vitalisphere from the first one that was played. That's a Finder's Keepers with a lot of extra steps, So the ideal scenario for Kaylee would have been, having them live, and then any item all of a sudden draws a ton of cards, and then you get this huge amount of cards. So playing the 2 Cuscos is what you need to do to try and slow that down. But at the same time, Kaylee was playing, here's a Tala, here's a Tipo, here's another Tala. We're gonna gain 2, we're gonna gain 3, we're gonna gain 3, and then all of a sudden, like, the game was the deck that normally would be the control had taken the beatdown. I'm sure that you read Who's the Beatdown.
Love it.
And Kaylee is like, okay, look, we're both playing decks that can play a pretty modest super late game. If you draw way too many cards, like, she'll have known that there's Cuscos or Hideaways or whatever that might be able to answer these items. We got to get enough lore so that if I ever dime something, that the game ends not starting from dime to be the closer, which against a lot of decks, like, that is the plan. You play dime, and then you Tamatoa the big crab and gain 10, and then gain 10, and then the game is over, right?
The game is over. Yeah.
You can't afford to do that if they have a deck that's sort of chipping you down. So a pretty normal Amethyst mirror start, some 1-drops of various flavors. I think the Chernobog's Followers has a little bit of an edge because it has some strength here.
I also think, if I remember correctly, Kaylee's, and again, these blend together, but I think Kaylee's deck is pretty fast and it wants to be aggressive. And so out of these two, I think, in this particular game, inevitability is with the Blurple deck, just with the high-end,
Sure.
the high-end threats that it has, some of the big removal and the big bodies that Kaylee will have a really tough time dealing with. And so Kaylee wants to be the beatdown. In this instance, the card that can trade with the other card, I think, is the better one. And here we have Go-Go Tamago, one of those few closures that Kaylee has, but here being used as a 2/2 evasive body, hoping to quest quite a bit before Holy Ghost finds an answer. And that Diablo questing for 1, inviting the trade. But if we can get some lore out of it and a card, I think that's that's all Kaylee wants to do.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is a Diablo list. Sometimes if you don't have, like, the Diablo shift, you don't care as much. You just cash in the card, move on. That's okay. It also slows your opponent down a little bit.
Oh man, I mean, if there's an answer for Go-Go, it's this giant parrot, which is evasive, well statted, and it's particularly impactful in this format we've seen because a lot of the cheap answers for it are in steel. Not a lot of real good answers for this parrot. It's just a really big body that ends up sticking around and doing a lot of work.
So it does take out the Chernobog's Followers with a card that lives, which is nice with the Shadowfinder. Getting a 2/3 with Rush is pretty good here. Iago is able to take out one of these threats, which is inevitable anyway.
Oh dear.
Oh, the Shadowfinder back on the other
That's
side.
the answer. And both characters banished off the board.
That's rough. So this has sort of been the big combo in Amethyst that people have sort of been playing more recently towards sort of the end of set 7 and then now into set 8, which is all these Shadowfinders in combination with things like Iago, in combinations with things like Maui Shark, Half Shark as well. Because you're able to sort of leverage these, like, really large bodied evasive characters by giving them all rush. As we see there, the 1/1 for 1 evasive Pegasus is able to actually run in and take out a Shadowfinder. But this is just an evasive matchup, and right now the one with Iago is ahead.
A really, really impactful card in this tournament and in this match right now. I do think Kaylee wants to be the beatdown and just Holy Ghost with the evasive answer there.
We've almost barely seen any cards that are Emerald or Sapphire. A little bit of ramp early, the Pegasus being an Emerald card, I suppose, but the majority of the cards have just been straight Amethyst.
And it's that Iago is just checking everything. There's, Elsa's in Kaylee's hand. There's plenty of evasives, that would be sticking around doing questing, but that Iago sticking around and making life really difficult. Going to challenge Diablo with a Rush Peter Pan Shadowfinder. We now have 2 on board. Dropping a Merfolk there, hoping to get a little bit of lore out of it.
Picked up a goat, but we're pretty late into the game already as far as how fast this deck generally would want to go. And yeah, taking out all of the Shadowfinders. I mean, Holy Ghost recognizing that the way to close out this game is to make it stretch out, make it go long. There's not as much card draw in the other deck, even if they're chock full of all the Amethyst card draw, you're just not going to keep up with as much as what you're going to find in Sapphire Amethyst.
Here comes an Elsa. This will allow some efficient removal. That Genie will slide those damage counters right over to Elsa. And Elsa will stick around. The Iago has taken quite a bit of damage now.
It has.
So unless there's a popsicle that comes down, which would feel just like insult to injury.
I believe that's a castle.
There it is. And really putting a clock on this game, because Kaylee does not want to spend time. I mean, there are foxes, there's crabs, there's answers for it, but really doesn't want to spend time answering that castle. Would much rather be driving her lore total. There goes that Iago. Did some work. I think 3 characters removed. 2 Shadow Finders and an Elsa.
I think deciding if the 1 card in hand is better than the 2 lore from the Merfolk.
That seems to be the calculation here. So Kaylee, I think top decking a Pegasus, not a super impactful card.
It's a Cloud Kicker.
Send that Diablo back, so we won't get the benefit of that Queen's Castle. Next turn, and the Pegasus coming down. Now all the evasives, though, have been cleared out for the moment, so a chance maybe for that Pegasus to do a little bit of work.
I think that the location is going to cause this game to slip a little bit away from Kaylee. It's hard to be anything other than a beatdown when all your characters are as small as they are. And something like the castle, even just having 7 willpower on it is already a lot to commit to it. When most of your characters quest for 2, you're going to have to put, unless you find a crab or a fox, you're going to have to put 2 or 3 characters very easily into that to even have a chance of removing it, right? Crab can certainly mess that math up a little bit. But I think as far behind as Kaylee is here as far as aggro is concerned, yeah, that's pretty rough. Not having to discard a card. I think I might have just challenged it with the crab there and then discarded that rather than giving them the ink. Because functionally it ends up being the same thing. But I think it's probably fine either way.
You get 1 extra, or oh no, we sang it.
We sang it, yeah.
Okay.
It ends up being the same thing.
Yeah.
That was always sort of the challenge with like, how am I, do I use a removal spell on Flynn Rider or Merfolk or whatever? And the answer is always just like, if you can just challenge it, you wouldn't necessarily need to do that. But in your mind, you're like, oh, I don't want to discard. I want to use my cards. So I definitely can see how that would happen. And here's the Flynn Rider as well. So the goat puts us to 7. I would imagine we're just going to quest out.
Most likely. So the Flynn Rider, of course, you mentioned him, and up he pops. But the Flynn Rider, an indicator, I think, of what Kaylee's actual game plan here, what she wanted to do.
Mhm.
This is an aggressive list. Flynn Rider card we've seen a little bit of since set 1. In set 1 though, he was the play. Drop him on turn 2. And the Merfolk on turn 1, either 2 Merfolk or Merfolk and Pegasus on turn 2, or a Flynn Rider, allows her to start pushing that lore total, eating at her opponent's hand if they want to respond. That's kind of the game plan. Didn't have it this game. And Genie on the board now, an evasive answer for that Pegasus. Yeah, tough sledding.
Yeah. Usually when you have sort of the Curse Merfolk Flynn Rider into like Prince John type of curve in your deck, you want to be able to hit those 3 in a row, because then when you're questing with Flynn and the Merfolk, like that discard becomes like a huge problem. Then they get to draw a card, and then it refills their hand, and then now your 2 lore questers that don't have a lot of strength or even willpower become this huge liability, because you can get them challenged and taken out just for discarding cards, but like you're drawing cards with it. They're discarding their hand. You're sort of able to do that combination. But if you're drawing them this late, it doesn't matter as much. We've got a castle cooking that's drawn a couple of extra cards already. Like we have a lot of characters on board, and only being at 7 makes it really challenging to be able to outrace what they're doing, because it's going to be really hard to get this castle off the field at all. Yeah, we can challenge it with the goat and the Flynn this turn, but is that really that good? There's 5 characters on the field.
Yeah, now Holy Ghost sitting with 8 lore on board, I believe, or 9 lore on board, I believe. Drawing 2 cards off that castle. We will get that castle off the board because at this point a goat bounce would close it on his turn. But Kaylee, again, much rather be questing if there's a way back into this game. It's slowly eking up that lore total and forced to spend some valuable time and resources here dealing with that castle rather than questing.
Like we're
you have
having to choose between using a Flynn Rider to quest for 2 versus using a Flynn Rider to challenge a 1 lore quester. Like that's not a great spot to be. Again, we don't really have the luxury of being the control in this matchup. We have to be the beatdown, given the colors, right? We have no cards in hand,
and the deck design,
and the deck design just doesn't allow for that as much. So another Into the Unknown and a Hades is just that's probably going to be too much. You don't even worry about this Flynn Rider anymore. I think you just quest out, and you're just going to be able to win the race very easily. Decides to actually challenge it. I think that's fine too. I think that's fine too because now the board is just empty.
Yep. It's top deck mode here. Go. Card that could have been used to close the game. We will get some extra lore out of it looking at that. Crab, so 2 lore getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of reach in a deck like this, but the way that our draw was, it just wasn't quite aggressive enough to be able to keep up with what the opponent was doing. Again, you really want that Merfolk into Flynn.
Drawing the Elsa.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry I interrupted.
No, you're good. You really kind of need that Curse Folk into Flynn.
Yeah.
Because it's both aggressive, but also it keeps your opponent more limited on resources. I mean, Holy Ghost has what, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 ink already. Like you can't really in a mild discard strategy like this let them have that much ink. That means that they've drawn a lot of extra cards while they're doing this. Between the castle and all the other things. Interesting to see castle though. We have not in a while. A little bit of castle, a little bit of library action going on here. Castle certainly closes out games a lot faster than library ever could hope to.
Absolutely true. And that little bit of card draw on top of it. So Kaylee, a fantastic run by a fantastic young player. I know all of her fans are out there in the chat. Shout out to all of you from the Chicago area watching one of your locals go pretty far in this tournament. Great performance. Kaylee was in one game or one match that we saw, I think 1 or 2 cards off from closing out that game with her Ruby Sapphire deck. And here, had this setup, managed to take game 2 and just, I would argue, as you highlighted, probably not the draw she wanted to push the lore. But let's highlight also the Iago Spectral Parrot.
Yeah.
Really, really powerful here, dealing with 3 evasive characters before he's taken off the board. One of Kaylee's game plans is to close things out, or at least push her lore total with the evasives, try to go unanswered for many, many turns, and that Iago coming down just doing work.
Yeah, being a bit of a death knell. I mean, given the prevalence of how much Iago is still sort of existing, and really pushing a lot of the, the stat line is so high, Players are going to need to adapt their decks a little bit to be able to actually deal with Iago while doing other stuff. Something like Into the Unknown, it's a little bit more narrow, but it can deal with a card like that. But they would still get the ink, right? What we're really looking for is how these decks adapt, going forward. Because if Amethyst is still going to be a super powerful color, something like They Never Come Back would be a huge addition to these decks. Because not only can it slow down some of the more aggressive strategies, Piglet is very good, but if they quest with Piglet once, you hit it with it, They Never Come Back, and then you're able to challenge it without them able to quest. You get a turn where you can sort of slow them down enough to try and actually have a board big enough to challenge them. May give you just enough time to piece that together. This is also insane against the illusions. So if the illusions continue to be popular, cards like this are going to start seeing a little bit more play, I think. Sapphire has some options that you can just hit multiple characters, depending upon how many Iagos are there. I mean, every Amethyst deck that we saw basically was playing it now. So between that and the, Palace guards and things like that, it wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing a little bit more illusion hate. It's not even bad against like the giant cobra and such. It's just free. Takes them out.
I wish you could sing it. I wish you could.
It would be maybe even too good if you could sing it.
That's
like
probably true.
that's a pretty good effect.
Deceiver of all, then going ham with this card.
Sleep your whole world.
Yeah. But no, that's a fantastic point. I think, you know, Vanish is a significant drawback in a world where there are, you know, low cost effects being run. But nobody runs Mosquito Bite. You know, nobody runs. There's all
Right.
of the answers are answers that I think I'm fine removing that anyway.
Sure.
Probably the one that feels like the worst is a Let the Storm Rage on.
Sure, because then they get to draw a card.
Right.
And you can sing it, which is you know.
But even if they use like a low cost strength to do 1 to it, they still had to burn a strength to
Yeah.
deal with my 4 cost card.
Sure.
It's not like it feels a lot worse if you have like a 9 cost illusion banished or something nuts. But
Yeah,
if
for sure.
But you have to consider in these decks what that 4 cost card would have been if it wasn't for the illusion. And it's not that you're losing a 4/6, you're losing a 4 cost card. And there's just not a lot that it feels bad losing it to at the moment.
Yeah, it's Genie, you know, Rabbit sometimes. So it's like your cards that are replacing themselves, giving a little bit of card advantage potentially. So you're sort of saying I would rather just have, you know, that bigger body. The 2/4 versus a 4/6 is like a massive difference in willpower between Genie and this, and you're allowing a card like Iago to be sort of your Maui, bullying the evasive characters, especially if you have the Shadowfinder in play, because all of a sudden now it has Rush.
Yeah, Shadowfinder.
Now it has Rush, and you know you're able to trade or just, you know, value trade into almost everything. 4/6 is just so large, and then it lives, and then like all the removal would have taken it out anyway. So then the downside is almost non-existent. So it's just a very hugely statted evasive character.
Yeah, and it's done some work, and it did work that game. But again, shout out to Kaylee, a fantastic run, fantastic young, brilliant player, and nearly took a couple matches that we watched this close to the top cut, and another good performance by her opponent, Holy Ghost as well.
Do we want to try and sneak in one more interview with you before you've got a skedaddle?
I can do that.
I can go see if I can snag Holy Ghost, maybe.
Sure.
All right, I'll go run and do that. We'll get one more interview with you before you got to go. That'd be kind of cool.
I appreciate that.
May as well use the time while you got it, right?
Yeah, and I'll sit here on while you're gone and do my last bit of hurrah to the stream here. Yeah, I do have to fly out, unfortunately, or fortunately, if you don't like listening to me talk, you get a reprieve. At this point, I have to fly home for a work day tomorrow, so I got to do the Swiss rounds today, which was a lot of fun. But I'm really bummed I'm missing the top cut. If you didn't watch yesterday, you're in for a bit of a treat with the finals. In the first 2 Swiss rounds, the quarterfinals, the semis, we'll follow the same format that we used this time. Or during the Swiss rounds, where a player gets to ban one of the lists, and then you bring in one of your remaining 2, and it's the same, same format. For the finals, we're replicating the Worlds format here, which says that a player has to win with all 3 of their decks. So you'll get the joy of a best of 5 match, and the fun part is no 2 games will be the same. Every match, one of the players or both the players will rotate, and as decks win, they're retired. And so it's really fun watching players go head to head, and each game is a different challenge. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And you've got some awesome commentators, including Jabus, who's much better than me, and several other commentators on the stream. J-Bomb! That's all right. That's one of the benefits of doing this format, too, is you get a ton of amazing, talented players come out of the woodwork to show their mettle with this triple deck constructed format. And J-Bomb, you're one of them. Yesterday we got to see like all of your matches on this secondary stream. I didn't get to see any of yours today. How did today work out for you?
It worked out really well. My one loss was to a Mufasa on turn 5 that hit a Maleficent Dragon.
Ouch.
And then I did an Amethyst Deal alteration where I altered 4 cards and got 3 Zeus, and then he played a turn 4 Muses and I could never sing anything, and then he bent to my will 9 cards from my hand, and that was it. But I was able to fight back and make my way to X11.
That's awesome. Muses into Bent to My Will, not amusing at all. We got to see that in another match, and it looked pretty brutal. But also, Maleficent off Mufasa is feels particularly awful.
That's actually what knocked me out in DLC Atlanta as
No.
well.
Oh no! Do you have like that GIF that plays with like the flashbacks every time a Mufasa comes on the board now? Because
Yeah, I just never want to banish it anymore. Just because the last 3 times I've taken it out in tournament play, it's been Tremaine, Maleficent.
it's pretty awful.
Yeah.
Well, so you've played both days now. Yesterday, I think you barely missed Top Cut, and today
No, I made top cut.
you
And
Top
then
Cutted.
I lost a triple aggro in 5 minutes in top 8.
Yep. Okay, that'll happen. I remember you were telling me, yeah, if I run into that deck, that's or that lineup, that's problematic.
Yeah.
And today making the Top Cut. Any big changes between yesterday and today after your experience?
No, I wanted to switch it up, but I didn't really have the time to get cards together and whatnot. So I just basically ran it back. I changed 1 card in Amethyst Steel. I didn't have enough bounce, I felt, so I just added 1 more snake and cut a Peter Pan and just ran everything the same.
That worked out for you.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? And we don't have the benefit of having watched your match and asked about that, but I'm interested in your thoughts on this format overall. What was your approach to triple deck, and do you think that was the right one?
So my approach was kind of interesting. I knew I was going to run DKP's list because it's what I've had the most reps on, and then also Ruby was, I thought, the weakest color, and so I was like, the only 2 real options are DKP and Ruby Amethyst, but I've been proven wrong because I'm 0-4 against Amber Ruby this weekend. In games, so there was another option that I didn't see, but so I started with the DKP list, and then I also knew how to play green, yellow, discard really well, and then so I just had to learn Amethyst Steel, and then more importantly, I had all the cards to make those 3 decks.
Right, that's always the key.
Yeah.
That's always the key. You take, we're all familiar with that feeling. You look at deck lists online, you're like, I want to play in a league this weekend, and you're like, yep, 4 Rapunzels, nope. Show me a list with, Anyway, so yeah, Amber Ruby has been doing work this weekend.
Yeah, I think that would be the surprise deck of the format, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what makes it so powerful is the super aggressive lines. It has a couple of different options that you can use to give it reach now in the end game with cards like Tinkerbell and Maximus. But it feels like if you have that deck on the play, it is almost an auto win.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then when you can pick which deck is on the play, I think the die roll actually becomes way more important in this format, and it was already important in the single deck best of 3. But when you get to pick an aggro deck on the play, guaranteed, and then you just have to kind of limp to a win with your weaker deck, you really want to win that die roll.
Yeah. Do you think that this format is this a format that, and I know this won't be mainstream everywhere, bringing 3 decks to a tournament like this is a really high bar in terms of your ability to test it all, but more importantly, your ability to have that card pool. And I saw a shout out to people in the chat who said it's tough to do this as a family, right? Because you need a lot of cards for a couple people to play. But is this a format that you enjoy, and do you think it has got like a niche place in the Lorcana competitive scene?
If you would have asked me yesterday, I would have said no. I've never had so much anxiety in the tournament, and then like when you start and your game plan gets destroyed. Like I went in thinking, okay, this is the lineup I'm targeting, and round 1 I play against that lineup and I lose. And so then when you're actually faced with, oh, I'm looking at this list and he's got 2 lists that are not good for me, it's pretty anxiety inducing just trying to pick the right deck. But now that I've had one full tournament of it, and I got to sleep and relax more into today, I actually am having a lot more fun. I'm understanding it a lot more, and I've kind of overcome what I was like the negative emotions I was having yesterday, and I'm like actually loving it. Just for the viewership experience of all of these different decks that we've probably never seen on stream before, it's just been really exciting to see.
I agree. There is something fun about watching a best of 3 where players go at it with decks and then watching them, like the loser, have to adapt their game plan and seeing how players, change things from match to match. But there's also something really refreshing about every game in a 3-game set being a completely different experience.
Right.
And then there's other weird decisions that matter too. Like I always am fascinated to watch the loser pick their deck in game 2, knowing they're also setting up what they're on the draw for in game 3,
Yeah.
which is fascinating.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's one of the huge decisions. So you're usually trying to play your weaker deck on the play, or so you'll switch to that and kind of hope to get that win there. And then a lot of times this is really only a 2-game format, because if you can win that second game on your weak deck, and you usually have a really good matchup into that third one.
Yeah, it's really fast. Like the clawback ability from losing game 1, it feels like you can do that a little bit better in this instance, this format. I don't know. I'm having a ton of fun with it. I would ask you, like, I've been asking people, like, what's your advice for like Worlds players? I'm not going to do that because I know that you have a lot of friends, teammates going to Worlds, and you don't necessarily want to give them your amazing, brilliant insight after playing this. But if you had, I know you didn't make many changes, but let's say 2-3 weeks from now, you're going to play in another event. Is there a lineup that you'd like to try, or that you think would be give you a better shot than the one you brought in now?
I sure would like to try the deck that cooked me in the top 8 yesterday, which was that the Ruby Emerald discard aggro. I just thought that was the most interesting deck. I spent my full 10 minutes looking up all the cards in that lineup because I didn't know what half of them were. And so then I have 10 minutes to try and figure out what his synergies were with that card. And so that one I was definitely ill prepared for.
I actually saw that deck a couple times. There are a couple people running it, and Baker and I got to comment on 2 players like running that list, and it's a lot of fun. One of the things that so we can appreciate what Worlds players are going through when we watch that stream. You said something interesting. One of the things that's occurred to me is kind of the cognitive load, the mental energy that it takes to have 10 minutes to look at deck lists and not only identify cards that you're unfamiliar with, but then try to intuit what the lines are and what an unfamiliar's deck script is based on the clues that you're getting from those cards.
Yep.
How is that, or how was that for you?
That's why like yesterday I was kind of feeling pretty negative about it, just because I wasn't used to that information overload. I think you captured that perfectly, where in 10 minutes you're looking at your opponent's deck list, you're trying to figure out what to ban, and then you're trying to figure out what deck you're going to play first, and you're trying to mind game what they're going to play and what's beneficial for them. You're thinking like Doctor Strange through all the million different possibilities and trying to pick the most advantageous one to you. And there's like certain matchups that are really good for you, but if you just select the wrong deck in game 1, you could just get 2-0'd very easily. And that's what exactly happened to me in round 3, where I took my loss. Is I picked my Steel Amethyst deck into his Mufasa, and I was expecting him to pick his Emerald Sapphire on the play, since he won the die roll, but he went with Mufasa and just absolutely crushed me.
It's fun. I feel like if you make it past the ban step with your Amber Steel deck, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen a couple Amber Steel games today. Not a lot, but there have been a few, and I think they've won most of them.
Yeah. Steel. For those just joining us, Steel has been almost an auto ban most of this tournament, I think, especially in the Swiss rounds. Not always, but usually.
Yeah, I let Emerald Steel in once, and I was dead on turn 6.
Yep. Hence why it's an auto ban. Okay, so going into Top Cut, do you know who your next opponent is?
No, I haven't even seen the standings yet to confirm if I'm there, but I'm assuming I like had to be, because I ID'd and there was already next 2 at 8th, so I should be like 4th or 5th seed, I'm gonna guess.
Is there a lineup you're hoping to play against?
Yeah, just let me keep playing against Ruby Amethyst. Like there was one close game, and that's because he drew 9 cards off library, and I was still able to win somehow. So I think that matchup is my favorite matchup to just, as they say, farm in a lineup where he can get a win on his other deck, but I'm just gonna hopefully just take out that Ruby Amethyst.
Well, that's awesome. Well, you all on stream are perhaps going to get to see if that happens going into the next round. I will not, which makes me very sad. So my last question, I guess, before I let you go check the standings and prep for your round, is everybody's got to follow you yesterday on the secondary stream, and we'll get to see you in the Top Cut today. You're a fairly well-known player who's available on social media. How can people follow you and what you're doing and what you're up to in the Lorcana space.
Yeah, every Monday I release my show Alter Academy at 1:30 p.m. Central, and so you can find me on YouTube there. If you just search Alter Academy, it'll be all the first hits. My YouTube name is JBombTCG. My Twitter is JBomb1234. It's going to be a long day driving home after this and editing that video because I have not done that yet. So it's going to be a tight time schedule to get that one online in time. But yeah, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to spit that out for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully not driving and editing at the same time.
No, not possible.
That would take some talent. Or Siri's gotten really, really good. Siri, edit my video. But will your episode tomorrow be covering all of this?
No, actually I have Habibi going over how to alter Reign of Jafar, Amber Steel, Hamster.
Oh.
Yeah. So I know I've gotten a lot of requests for Steel songs since I've started the series, and I'm finally getting to showcase that.
That's awesome. Working Rhino into that deck seems like it's a ball.
Rhino. Oh man, yeah, Rhino's so good too. But you got me with that pun. I wasn't ready for that.
I have to work him in here and there. It's good practice. I love a good dad joke. Well, thank you so much for the interview. We'll let you go check the standings and kind of get your head right for the top 8. And everybody, you may see J-Bomb again on stream here shortly, and definitely check out that episode tomorrow. Because if you're going to play in any Reign of Jafar set championships, you got to learn a little bit more about Rhino and how he's going to be used, because that card is a menace.
Yep. Thank you, Liam.
It's a pleasure. All right. I sort of know how to mute that. Because I got to make sure before the next round starts, we're going to get some other commentators in here. I'm going to go film some stuff and maybe eat some food and get ready for a miserable flight to Austin. So
it was great casting with you.
It was a joy.
You'll be there next weekend?
I will be at CCS next weekend, unless something terrible happens. But that's the plan.
Okay.
Trying to get all the reps in that I can. But I do want to say before I do my little sign off, pleasure casting with you. This is our first
Appreciate
chance
that. Yeah.
to sit in the booth together, and your well and depth of knowledge about not only the card pool, but lines of play and deck tech and all that. It was a pleasure learning from you. So I appreciate you being an amazing partner.
We appreciate you being here, and World Class Cards for hosting, and
Yes.
20 Lore for letting us be able to do this. It's a pretty great weekend. I mean, we got to see a lot of cool decks, and that's really important. I don't know how often we'll get to play this format at all. Yeah, it'll be a Worlds format, maybe Continentals, maybe down the road, but it's a very different way of sort of thinking about the game. So I'm glad that we got to a little bit of hands-on with it, get some experience with it. So pretty cool.
I think it's fun, and there's ways to adapt it and play it in fun ways too. Maybe you're a player who enjoys all of the starter decks or the single player decks that you get every set, and you have got a bunch on your shelf. Maybe you have a game night where some friends come over and everybody has 3 of their decks or 4 of their decks, and you best of 5, and you can because the fun of it is every single game is something new,
a little different. You're retiring your decks each time. I mean, it's just not practical to have every tournament be like this. The barrier to entry, again, as I'm sure you've mentioned a few times this weekend, is just like absurdly high. The grinders can probably do it. I have a play set of every card so that if I want to play something, then I have it available to me. But that's just not reasonable. The average player is not even going to come close to that. Sometimes having one of the decks with outside of historically, Ruby Amethyst, most of the decks are a couple $100, and some of the steel decks were pushing $400 or $500 for a while there. That's a lot to ask somebody to commit 3 of them to. One deck, that's the price to play. This card games, that's pretty normal. But 3x that, and then now you bring a couple people. Now you got to double, triple. A lot of families, they'll have 2 colors that one other person plays, and the other one will play 2 different colors. So they're building sort of these 3 decks maybe, but not twice for everybody. So it's but it is very cool. For the experience of it all, the exposition that is looking at all the different colors and trying some of these sort of weird strategies and different metagames. So hopefully we'll keep getting sort of interesting ways to approach the game like this going forward too.
I agree. It occurs to me as you were talking through it, and I'm keeping an eye on the round, and I am going to sign off here in a second, but it occurs to me that this format may be better in an infinity constructed, like with a deep card pool, over time.
Yeah.
As longtime players accumulate pretty deep wells of cards that aren't doing anything anymore, and unless you're liquidating your playables each rotation, which some people do, you have a deep card pool to draw on, and that not only gives you cards for decks, but also there's a lot more possibilities there.
Yeah.
And this is a format which allows for unique combination of cards, and perhaps it's better later as the card pool increases.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
I absolutely agree. I think the Infinity format is going to be pretty not supported right away.
I think
A
so,
little
too.
bit here or there, but next season, next year, even once we've had another 4, 5, 6 sets, now all of a sudden the card pool for the Infinity format is more than double of what we have right now. Then it starts to look so different from what we would be playing in the core constructed. And all of a sudden that's like kind of interesting. It's a little spicy. Are we going to see Flaversham even good enough
Yeah.
to exist in that format? Like maybe he's just too slow. A lot of those type of environments become very fast. But if you have access to every removal spell that's ever been printed up until that point, maybe we start getting characters that are a little bit fast enough to deal with some of these aggro cards. A Dormouse, as an example, is a way of speed bumping early in colors that aren't necessarily steel. So I think we'll continue to see more cards like that printed because we have multicolored cards now. We're going to get a rotation so they can start weaving in a few more removal spells at different points. And who knows what the game is going to look like in a year, 2 years. I'm excited for it.
Me too. Well, with that, again, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you all for watching here. I'm going to set up to go to a break here. I do see the next round starting. I want to make sure we get in our other caster. So thanks so much for watching. I will be on CCS next weekend with 20 Lore Pro. I'll see you again there.
Yeah.
And make sure to tune into the Worlds broadcast on June 28th and 29th. And thanks again to 20 Lore Pro, world-class cards, and most importantly, thank you to the players for showing up to play, and thank you to all of you out there watching. This isn't a thing without all of you out there supporting these broadcasts and supporting the game. So thanks so much.
You know what? Thanks to you for being you. You're
Oh,
awesome.
I just do my best.
That's all we can ever ask
Life.
anybody for. So we had a great time this weekend. I had a great time, and I think you're great.
Oh, I
So,
appreciate that.
I will see you next weekend, and I'll let you go so that you can sign off, get your food if we've got it here, and get ready for your flight, and then yeah,
And say goodbyes. That's always
say
the longest
goodbyes.
part
Yeah,
for me.
make the rounds and do the whole thing, and I will get us switched over, ready for the next round. I may even go to a short break, and we'll just make sure that it's there, but I'll
Very
switch
short.
it over. All right, appreciate it. All right, so said our goodbyes here, and we're getting ready. It looks like to jump into the top cut. Now it looks like we have Holy Ghost, who we were just seeing, managed to sneak in with, I believe, a 3-2 record, which is great. And then the first seed here, Zella Fanor. We'll have to see what the decks look like. We are doing just the 2-game format right up until the finals. So still the same of what we've been watching kind of this whole time. And yeah, it should be a good match. It looks like it's going to be maybe Amber Amethyst versus something. It'll tick in here. Looks like Blurple, perhaps. All right, so looks like we're getting some of the colors in here. Looks like the steel deck for our first seed here was Banished to the Shadow Realm, like we've been experiencing kind of all weekend. The other side of the table also looks like a very similar ban. So Steel's been benched again. The color combinations here are a little bit flipped. It looks like we're both starting with Amethyst. One of them is going to be sort of the aggressive Amber Amethyst, likely on the play, given that we're first seed. That choice makes sense to me, especially since Ruby Sapphire is typically able to play on the draw very well, given that it is looking to ramp, which can kind of break that serve of being on the draw. So you get out your early win while you're on the play, and then you have 2 more games to try and squeak one out, right? And then from the other side, kind of maintaining that same idea, the aggressive deck is being saved for the on-the-play game, most likely, and we're starting with our Amethyst Sapphire here, saving the Amber Ruby. So a pretty standard start, I would say, for most Amethyst decks. However, we know that the Amber Amethyst is going to be a little bit more aggressive. So we'll see. As far as the next couple turns, will determine how fast this is actually going to end up playing out. You know, if we get something like a Piglet this turn, or possibly double one drop. All right, it is a Piglet here. So we've been seeing a lot more Piglet this weekend than we probably have. I don't know, basically all last set. And the reason for that is exactly what we've been dealing with most of the weekend. Is Piglet was struggling a lot into steel decks. And historically, it is a very aggressive card, but it has a huge lightning rod on it because it can quest for so much. Now, when you combine it with something like Lady, when you combine it with, you know, Daisy and some of the more aggressive Amber cards, all of a sudden, you have a recipe for an incredible amount of lore pressure kind of right out of the gate. You know, a double Piglet draw is just so much. This Chernobog Followers is likely the best 1-drop that Holy Ghost will be able to have into this board, because it's going to actually be able to challenge this Piglet and trade with it, which is good enough, right? Ooh, maybe not. Looks like we've got, what is that, a 0-5? Is that Prince Eric? I think that's Prince Eric. No. One of the princes, though. Who is that? Yeah, it's not Prince Eric. It's some other prince. Maybe it's Prince John. Oh, I bet it's Prince John. Yeah, it's this guy right here. What? Oh my goodness. It's been a long weekend. Can't be Prince John. There's no way. Oh, it's Jim Darling. Right. Right. Of course. Thank you. Right. Just an 04 bodyguard, which makes sense. Jim Deere, right? Because it's the father from the Lady and the Tramp. But as a bodyguard character, still gets taken out by Fox, but it does make it so that we have a little bit more protection for something like Piglet. You know, we're still going to rumble in for 6 here. We played a goat into the Inkwell to get the Chromicon down to actually start drawing a lot of cards. You know, we look at a card like Amethyst Chromicon here, and you know, you may see it as each player draws a card as like a huge downside. In the same way that, you know, Daisy Duck has a downside. It doesn't matter if you give your opponent extra cards. If you're looking to end the game when there's only, you know, 10 cards left in their hand, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Functionally, everything about it is the same. Now, the fact that there are so many rush characters does make this a lot harder from the Amber Amethyst side of things. But even at 12, there's likely enough reach in this type of deck from goats, from Baloo perhaps, to White Rose. Really, any of these cards are able to push so much lore that it really doesn't matter a ton. So, really testing my card knowledge here based on pictures. That's Snow White. It is. So this character can't be challenged from set 7. Now, hasn't seen a lot of play. It's pretty rough into steel. However, against this sort of universe that we're in of the 3-deck format where you can take a color out of the equation entirely, outside of Hades or Into the Unknown, there's just not going to be an answer to this card. And there's not many turns left where you can kind of do nothing to answer this. Now, the clock is pretty tricky because there is still a lot of lore on the other side, but this could very easily be 2 turns left before the game is over, and I don't know if they are able to quest out and win in 2 turns, right? Because we're going to draw this, we're going to draw another card. If it's something like a goat, White Rose, Honey Marin, that's going to get it pretty close to Snow White just closing out this game. All right, so we quest up to 15. Run out of Fox. Fox is okay. Fox is great here, actually, because it allows us to redeploy our entire hand since we just picked up another 1-drop. So now the ball's in Holy Ghost's court to actually try and close it out. Now, he did pick up a Hades, but that is the entire turn, which may not be good enough. So on board, we've got 4. That puts us to 19. So then you're sort of in a world where you're hoping that there are no Foxes, no Honey Marins, no White Roses. Singing, we did pick up an Into the Unknown as well. I would expect the Hades or something else that's able to answer the Lilos use this turn. Hades putting an additional clock on. That may be enough to be able to close this out for Holy Ghost here. So was able to draw enough cards between the sort of Chernobog's followers that were sacrificed. You know, drew pretty well in that particular spot here. And the Chromicon picking up an extra, 3 or 4 cards there was enough to find the answers that he needed. Still not totally done. There is a world where you just pick up a couple Gathering and it's just going to be over. But you kind of have to find them, right? Gather Knowledge and Wisdom would be a way out of this here. Grab your own extra card, doing some quick math here to see if there's a way that we can have an extra turn. Okay, that's pretty good. We don't actually need to quest here. We can challenge. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we do have to challenge this turn. Puts us up to 18. Now this is threatening to close out here. If there's no goat or anything from the other side, you know, this does buy us a turn while still threatening to close it out. Picking up 1 gathering was still very, very powerful there. Yeah, it does not look like anything in hand is good enough there to answer what's happening. Opting to draw a couple more cards, which I think is probably the right play. Almost certainly you want to sing this, friends. I believe that it was 9 on board prior to the challenge. I think they had to remove something off the board, unless I counted wrong, which is certainly possible. There was 8 on board, but they did challenge and take out a Chernobog's followers, and 1 was already sacked. So I believe that it was 9. Obviously, I can't remember the exact board state, but once the Fox challenged it off the board, I think that's where it was 8. But at this point, okay, so we did pick up an Elsa. That is enough to help here. Do we have enough ink to play both of them? I mean, certainly going to get another 2 draws off of for their turn, right? If it's just a gathering on top, then it's over. If we're not able to take out both of these characters, then there's even more outs, right? So this is always the tricky part against something like Amber Amethyst, right? There's so many cards with reach in there that you really do have this spot where you get to where any top deck for them is just a disaster. And now we're in a position where even if it's just draw 2 random cards, we no longer are representing the ability to close out the game with what's on board. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, we are because we haven't used the Hades yet. Okay, it does get to quest with the Hades, so we are still representing the ability to close out the game here, so that's fine. I definitely think that you just deploy a couple threats, and then try to make sure that they can't just challenge back and buy themselves another turn. I don't really know about foxing here. Oh, if we haven't inked yet, we can still play the Chernobog's followers. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, so there's a draw, another draw. Okay, a rebuy. And it's a daisy. All right. So it looks like this one will go to Holy Ghost then. A bit rough on the draws for Amber Amethyst here. With so many pickups there, you would expect there to have been more of the sort of payoffs, you know, White Rose, Honey Marins, Goats. But that'll be 1 for Holy Ghost, and then we will see what they're going to play for their decks. I would expect running back the Amber Amethyst again, given that we'll be on the play. Yeah, the Into the Unknown was critically important there. Having an entire extra turn of sort of that free 2 quest would have been a disaster. Certainly the Snow White that's unable to be challenged is very interesting for this deck in a world without steel. the Sapphire removal, being able to send it straight to the Inkwell, is kind of the only real answers to a card like that then that exist, outside of something like the Brawls and Sisus. But this deck generally doesn't struggle into decks that are playing Brawl and Sisu. It just plays, 1-drop, 2-drop, or double 2-drop, 3-drop, and then it quests faster than they're able to really deploy answers. So a very good run out from Holy Ghost. The Chernobog's follower really keeping things under control earlier. A lot of Into the Unknowns and Hades to really kind of seal the deal towards the end there. And then just a couple of bricked draw steps that really didn't pay off with the direct lore gain. And it ended up working out. So it's going to be an Amber matchup here. Amber Ruby versus Amber Amethyst. Now, I would say that, yeah, you probably can, with a modest draw, they're both likely doing a very similar thing. With a modest draw, you should be able to kind of outrush what the Amber Ruby is doing. But even if they're able to do that, then you're still going to be on the draw then in game 3 with your Sapphire Ruby. Now, I don't 100% know how the Sapphire Ruby matchup is into the Amber Ruby, especially on the draw. Only sending one back in the altar definitely helps a lot with 5 going for Holy Ghost here on Amber Ruby. That is certainly a lot more variance, right, in what they're going to draw. If you're just keeping 6 out of your 7 cards, that typically means that you already have a solid curve, and you're just maybe getting rid of an uninkable that's not particularly useful, or a redundant copy of some of the higher cost cards. So pretty much exactly what you want to see when you're on the play is just a great start hand like that. So we'll see how quick this game is before we go to the next one. So Crab goes into Lilo. Not the absolute best card to start with, but still pretty good. We'll see if this Daisy ends up being a defensive measure versus offensive. It does look like there's a Piglet in hand for Holy Ghost, so it could be that they're just going to opt to quest. But Daisy can be a bit of a liability here. It's pretty common to get a lot of cards off of it with these aggressive decks because they're pretty character filled. So we'll see how that runs out. I'm surprised that that makes more sense. Most likely there's a bodyguard of some sort coming on turn 3. That's why we kept the Lilo back. Yeah, decides not to quest with the Daisy. It is a more defensive card in this case, which I think is pretty reasonable here. We're likely going to play... Yeah, so there's Jim again, plus another 1-drop. And then I would expect a full-out jam here for 6. Jim is an interesting addition to this deck, given that it has no sort of strength on its own. It's pretty easy to get challenged into, but again, in this sort of a metagame, the strength may not matter, and it might just be so fast that, maybe one additional bodyguard character here and the game is just already over. Yeah, Flynn Rider gains the 3, but I really don't see how any of these characters can quest in necessarily either. I mean, if they're not questing and they're not challenging, they're just sort of sitting there. I mean, yeah, Flynn gains 2 every turn, but we're already cracking back for, 9? He's the 3rd Daisy. Quest for 2, draw a card. Lady's a good draw. Double Lady. Not really going to have time to deploy that. Already up to 15. I would assume a draw with that, yeah. Again, at a certain point, you just don't care how many cards they have in hand anymore. And you just sort of want to make sure that you're getting that extra draw every turn for yourself. This one looks pretty over. The triple Daisy on its own would have already been very good. But being on the play, going just all 1-drops every turn into any size bodyguard really keeps your Lilos protected. And as we saw, even in sort of set 1, like that Lilo Simba draw was always very powerful. And that's just this dialed up to 11, right? Any random thing, quest for 2. You don't really need to quest that many times. It's just too many characters. There's just not anything to be able to deal with this. Yeah, the whole hand is full of ladies, but there's just no time to deploy it. Game's just over on turn 4. Yeah. Here's what I got. It's just nothing. On to game 3 already. Yeah, the triple deck format is very interesting. And some of these decks couldn't really exist in a world where steel exists consistently. You know, once we get to the finals and all 3 of the decks can play, like, yeah, obviously the steel deck can do very well into some of the really aggressive low to the ground decks like this. But, you know, as it is, we don't have to work in that world. We just play really aggressive characters that, if there was something like Strength of Raging Fire or Storm, I mean, even Fire the Cannons, like, you just can't play all this stuff. You can't play this many Piglets and Flynn Riders in the same deck because they're just not good enough into a Cindy on the play, right? Yeah, the deck that's on the play in these matchups is pretty favorable, I would say, a lot of the time. The strategy is very similar for both decks, and whoever gets to deploy the threats more quickly is going to be favored. Now, assuming that Holy Ghost has something like the Minnie Mouse, which we've been seeing a lot this weekend, I don't imagine. Oh, right. Sorry, we're on Ruby Sapphire versus an aggro deck. No, this is going to be rough. Sorry, I was still in the aggro world. No, we're on a more or less a control deck into a daisy pile. So, yikes. Not loving that. I mean, somebody asked me what I thought the best card in Lorcana post-rotation might be, and I just said Daisy Duck, because I asked what set it's from. It's set 5. So Daisy Duck will still be around, and I think that'll just be the best card. Unless they print something at 1 that's even better than that, Daisy Duck is just such an incredible start, and it's very hard to currently interact with it on turn 1 that it just wouldn't surprise me if that's just the best thing to be doing, especially when there's only 5 sets available, is something that includes Amber and includes Daisy Duck along with, 56 other cards. Lady would probably make it in there too, I'd imagine. All right, a quick alter here. It looked like a start of Pluto into Rapunzel on turn 3, maybe. Yeah, if we have no Sisu type effects or any like modest removal, we're gonna likely see a whole new breed of removal coming up in Fabled or even the set after, where whether it's character based or action based, it will be sort of a whole new world, if you will. So inking what looks like the redundant copy of Gothel, maybe, or potentially planning to keep it just to have a second one. Yeah. So Pluto comes down. This is potentially looking to set up a turn 3 Rapunzel. Maybe just doing Pluto into Dock so that we have more ink discount available. Develop your brain on turn 1. So this is sort of the ideal start if you're running cards like Pluto, running cards like Dock. You really want to be able to get them out on curve. You want to get them there to actually give you that, like, I want to play my cards ahead of curve. I want to play them as quick as we can. Something like Lady would be incredible here. Lady into Gothel, setting up Rapunzel on turn 3. It's a Minnie Mouse. Less important in this matchup, I think, than most. I think debating on playing double spell here versus a 3-drop, and I think the double spell is probably what you want to be doing here. You need to put the pressure on. Flynn plus Daisy, I think, is okay. Piglet plus Daisy, also obviously very good. Flynn would probably be a little better, but I'm not sure that it matters a ton. One of those combinations, obviously pretty good. Piglet being a 3-quester, as long as there's at least 2 other characters. We don't have spells in Lorcana. You're correct. We have actions. We have characters, locations. Action songs as well, of course. Items. What is Mickey casting then? Sorcerer Mickey. Yensid, what are they doing? Not magic? Interesting. They have the Mulan shift line. Obviously not necessarily for this matchup. So the dock does come down here. Full quest out. I'm surprised that we're not questing with the Pluto, though I know that the Pluto is pretty important on this turn to make sure we're able to deploy the things in our hand. I think I would have liked just sending it in as well. The plan probably being that we want to get a 2 discount to be able to play the Gothel for free. Be super goof, maybe. I think it's more that we have a 6 cost line on the following turn, which is Gothel into Rapunzel. And we want to make sure that if we have any Inkable, that we can just make that whole play next turn, even through something like a super goof. So ripped a lady here. Yeah, I mean, you would hit the Piglet, right, not the Pluto, so probably the quest would make more sense there. But inks the lady and is going to go for the other line. Yeah, I would agree with that. A little more conservative. I'm not sure that it really truly is going to matter looking at the board state. And given that I've played Ruby and Sapphire cards before, there's not a whole lot of cards that cost this little amount of ink that you can really drum up that are going to be able to answer this whole board. But yes, I believe that it's the Rapunzel and Gothel in the same run out that we were trying to do. I mean, Maui's the best thing that you can hope for here. You probably take out Doc and Piglet here to minimize the damage as much as possible. But Ruby Sapphire needs the actual perfect draw. Without Human Sisu, yeah, it's pretty rough. You kind of need to do like Tipo into Human Sisu into Sail plus something. Or even Sail into Sisu on turn 3, so that you can shift, right, to be able to really keep up with this. If you're just letting them like play stuff, it's a disaster. Mini did come down here, as well as a Flynn Rider, which realistically is just a random thing looking to quest for one. But yeah, if you're relying on things like Half Shark and sort of other more mid game kind of cards, it's just not fast enough, right? It's just straight up not fast enough to beat what this draw is doing on the play. Now, if they were on the draw, you maybe have a little bit more leeway, but The run out that they had was very strong and very quick, and it looks like this one is. Looks like this one's over. Yeah, Steel has really been keeping a lot of this sort of under control. I would agree with that here. You know, most TCGs are very sort of rock paper scissor a little bit. You know, you'll have your sort of really low to the ground decks, you'll have your mid rangey decks, and you'll have sort of the go over the top, whatever that might look like, whether it's a control strategy or some sort of a ramp strategy of resources to be able to get up there. And if you ever hamstring one of those individual strategies, you're going to see a metagame that looks similar to this, where all of a sudden the really hyper aggressive strategies are going to be a lot more present, and any sort of that like go bigger control strategy is going to have a hard time existing in that world, because they're going to run into it just a lot more frequently. You know, in this world, Flaversham is too slow and would have always been too slow. You can't just take a full turn off to rip a 1/6 on the board to pick up 2 cards. Who cares? It's just not good enough. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is without problems of its own. I think that all of the colors probably should have a little bit more sort of those kind of early answers and ability to interact with the board. Cards like Dormouse, I would like to see more things like that, where you can actually interact a little bit with the board, right? You can do more things while you're still developing cards. I hopefully we still see further cards like that, or more of the mid-rangey things. Nobody's saying that Flaversham isn't good, but in a world where almost every deck is aggressive, it is too slow. Full stop. It's a 1/6. How many opponents perished? They were defeated here because they reached 20 lore on turn 4 or 5. What does drawing 2 cards do when you had 9 cards in hand? It doesn't do anything. It is irrelevant. That is why something like the Amethyst Chromicon was playable, because it is not because Flaversham is banned. What would Flaversham have done that game? Nothing. It would have done nothing. In this world, Steel is just not represented, so there's nothing keeping these other decks honest with being able to just not play every single super aggressive thing. Not saying that that's necessarily a huge problem, but you know, I would say that if there were more ways of dealing with unexerted characters in some other colors, there were ways of slowing down the game in the early part that more colors had access to, that would help, especially in a metagame like this, right? We'll center ourselves a little bit more here now that I'm kind of by myself. But there's nothing wrong with having some card draw. Yeah, the daisies and the chromocoms are already giving them those cards. They don't have the time against these decks. Against mid-range, yeah. Flaversham, very, very powerful. Picking up cards and being able to do it several times. Like, I don't think that Flaversham was what sped the control decks themselves up. You know, they were already getting sped up with things like Tipo and Sail. You know, the more efficient ramp cards. But it also, the decks were not necessarily as fast as this. None of the Ruby Sapphire decks, even with something like Flaversham in the deck, stood any chance realistically against these Amber Amethyst hyper aggressive decks. I know that it's not like an opinion. This is factual. I played them in some of these events, and they're just too fast. None of your characters, even with the absolute perfect run out of the, you know, Tipo into into Sail plus Human Sisu into Shift on 4. That's the only line that you had that really was able to keep any sort of semblance of pace with them, and you have to be on the play for that even to be good enough. You know, I played that match on both sides. It's absolutely miserable. If they do just 3 1-drops, it's brutal. It's so bad for you as the Sapphire player. You're trying to play this huge game, and the game is over on turn 4, turn 5. You know, even if you stabilize on 5, if they're already at 16, 17 ink, you enter the stage of the game that is, I must now banish every single character that my opponents play for the rest of the game forever. Because if they get the opportunity to quest and then play a goat or play a gathering knowledge and wisdom, all of a sudden the game ends immediately. So these decks have always been there, and there have been some answers, some ways of slowing it down, and we're seeing that in this event all weekend, right? Steel has allowed these slightly slower decks to have some sort of a valve on these really aggressive cards, right? You know, Cindy on turn 1 into Storm Calhoun kind of slows these decks way down. They don't just get to steamroll you. You can defeat them, right? You can punish these Piglet decks. The Flynn Rider Frenemy was always pretty good, but if you had some sort of an answer to it, like even just playing a character that's large enough was fine to slow it down. And the slowing it down was what was important there, as well as just some targeted removal to be able to sort of pull it off the field without having to massively overcommit into some of these decks. But now, when one of the colors can be completely removed, you can come in with 3 really aggressive decks and say, hey, we're going to pretend Steel's not real. We're going to play a 5-deck format, a 5-ink format, rather. We're just going to say no more Steel. We're going to play cards that are terrible against Steel, and then we're just going to not worry about it. So we're going to build our decks in such a way that we have a lot more super low willpower characters. And we're going to say, hey, here's what we got. We're going to play really aggressive. We're going to play these characters that sacrifice stats for, you know, lore pips, right? Extra lore. Things like a deck full of Lilos and a deck full of Cursemer folks and things like that have fallen a little bit more out of favor because they don't really do as much in a Steel universe, right? So we saw that a lot this weekend. It's not to say that Steel was insane. We even saw some players removing and benching some of the more aggressive decks just because the way that the other 2 that they presented were, you know, they had an okay chance, say, against Amethyst Steel. They maybe had a shot to do those because they understood what the strategy was. They didn't necessarily have as much of an understanding of something like the Racer deck or some of these Emerald Ruby sort of decks with the new Flynn Rider. They maybe just hadn't been prepared for that. You know, so they'll take their chances with the devil that they know versus the one that they didn't, which is why the 3-deck format is very interesting, because you do get to see those lists. Even if you're not incredibly familiar with it, you have the ability to see the list ahead of time and get a rough idea of what is being played, right? But I think even if Flaversham was a card that that people had access to for this weekend, I'm not sure how powerful it would be. Maybe it would be good in the Sapphire Ruby items list, but if it was too powerful, then that one would have been the one that could have been removed kind of all weekend, right? So we'll do we'll do an interview here. Let me scoot over a little bit. So you did it. You rallied towards the end of the Swiss and managed to squeak in. Breakers are always a nice thing to have if they're good, and it's running pretty well. You know, both of the aggro decks seem to do what the aggro decks wanted to do when they were on the play, which was sort of empty the whole hand and turn them sideways as quick as you could. And then, when we talk about it a little bit.
That second game we had like 3 Daisy Ducks. There's a line I can beat that if I have like Pluto in the small Sisu with the shift Sisu, then I actually win. But I don't have any of that. So
Yeah, it's got to be perfect, right? You have to have exactly the ideal run out. Otherwise, your turn 4, it's over, And that's kind of how the Amber, when they were on the play, happened really both times. It's just way too much. Obviously Amber rolling over the Sapphire Ruby, not a big shocker there.
Yeah, so yesterday I actually played Mufasa as well. And it was like the little slower version with Gastons, and it had like more top end, had Maleficent.
Sure.
My buddy Cameron played the more aggressive version of Mufasa, and I really like the Minnie Mouse Bodyguard.
The 0-8
It's really good.
seems
in that
real
deck.
strong.
Because if you're like tapping your Plutos, you play a bunch of stuff, and you play a Bodyguard with Minnie Mouse, you can just do what you want. And that deck, a lot of people pick Red as one of their 3 decks. It's obvious, like
it's pretty one-sided. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's
you're
very
pretty
heavily
favored.
weighted, so
Very
I think
favored, I would say.
we're probably like that deck like 6-0 between.
Yeah, Red Blue, Ruby Sapphire, right, has always been a very strong deck, but never particularly fast, especially not with interacting with early characters. Your best run out to try and have a chance is it's like Tipo on 2, Sail plus human Sisu on 3, and then Shift on 4. That's like your best hope, and that's basically your entire hand with a perfect run out.
Yeah, and you can't have those ones where they play a coil on 2 on 3 to kill something to stay.
Yeah. It happens occasionally, but it's we're talking about 2 or 3% of games maybe, right?
Yeah, the thing that I'm sad about so far today is I built a really fun 10-drop Mickey Mouse deck, and it's been banned 6 times in a row now just because it's steel. And I'm like, it's not a normal steel deck. It's got 10 uninkable or 4 uninkable 10 drops in it. Just let me play with them.
Sorry, I assume that it also has Strength of the Raging Fire and Storm, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
And then it has like those 7 cards, and then the rest is nothing that green steel
Hey,
plays.
you know what? They're banning what they can deal with, right? So it looks like top 4 is going to begin, so I'll let you go.
Yep.
I'm sure that we'll see you again. You're going to try and win the whole thing?
Sure. I was, if my Mickey Mouse deck gets banned again, I might just.
But you get to play it. If you win, you get to play it in the finals for sure.
Oh yeah.
They can't stop you.
Stop me from
no
playing it.
no way
Ooh,
to stop you.
You're right.
So you got to win again so that we can see it on camera.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
I got
all it is.
motivation now. All right.
All right. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like the next round is going to be up here pretty quick. They're getting ready, so they'll likely be reviewing the decks and such. So I'm excited. It would be really cool to see a big Mickey deck. And again, I think this is maybe the trouble with Steel right now, right? Is that it is getting removed every round. There's a lot of really cool Steel cards and Steel decks that you could play in this format. If the Steel removal didn't exist, you could maybe play the 2-drop Mickey and try to challenge a character to put out the 10-drop Mickey. You could be playing Hades Double Dealer and try to shift out a smaller Mickey into the big 10-drop one, and that would be really cool. Except, the Steel removal still exists, so it's the same problem that a lot of these other aggro decks and a lot of these other small character decks struggle with. Is literally every Steel deck is running basically the same removal package, and that removal package is very good against small characters. So we'll switch over to the camera here while the players sit down and start getting ready. And then we'll go for a top 4. Now this will be still another best of 3, right? So we'll still see 2 decks benched this round as well. I fully expect Steel to be one that gets removed unless there's a great plan from one of the players to deal with something like Emerald Steel, and not a spectacular plan to deal with something that's a little bit more unknown or a little bit more aggressive. Seed probably matters with that a little bit. Given that the higher seed gets to choose play draw, that probably plays a little bit of a role in how they're going to do their bans. But I would predict that Steel is likely to get benched another couple of times here. A bit tragic because Steel is pretty deep as far as a color. It just has some of the better removal, and there just isn't a lot of other options as far as good removal in the game right now. And we'll just have to see what that looks like after rotation too, because that likely won't last forever. All right, so here's the 3 decks again for Holy Ghost. Looking at the Big Mickey deck, it does look like it's probably the... Ooh, that looks kind of sweet. It's got Clarabelle's, got a lot of shift lines. Hopefully we get to see that on camera, because I think it'll be something that we haven't quite got to see it all this weekend, so... They will have to win this round. I wouldn't hate having a 10-10 for 10 bodyguard Mickey on the field. Certainly the biggest thing that we've seen in the game up to this point. Rotation, I think, is going to change an awful lot about the game, probably more than people realize even. Because design space opens up a lot when you take existing removal out, because you then can fill it with different sort of flavors or styles of similar removal at those curve points, but it can look a little bit different than what you've had up until then, because you really can't keep just adding additional cards that do that, because then all of a sudden you get Steel X decks that are chock full of even more removal than we have now. But it wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing something instead of perhaps Be Prepared, we may get another AoE type of removal card, sort of area of effect, wiping a bigger board, but it may be a little bit less expensive. Something maybe that costs 5, but does, say, 3 damage to every character, or puts 3 damage counters on all characters, or something to that effect. I think it's a little bit more both-sided, but that is at a lower cost point to slow a few of these decks down some. But it doesn't necessarily also take out any of the bigger characters on its own either. So your deck building choices would then have to be a little bit more specific to accommodate something like that. That would not shock me. I remember a time when Grab Your Swords was one of the better removal spells, because the characters themselves were just small enough that whatever was being played, you could combine it with something like Tinkerbell, and it was generally okay. So we'll have to see if that is kind of reasonable here, right? And what that might look like post-rotation, right? Just getting themselves set up for this next round here. We didn't quite see as many like rogue decks today. We saw some variants on the ones that we saw yesterday. A few of the kind of different flavors of the Amber Ruby. Saw quite a few Mufasa type lists. We saw some that were a little bit faster, maybe leaning more into like the Flynn Rider and the 5 strength matters from the new Tinkerbell, which I thought was very interesting. As you know, we haven't really gotten a lot of experience with those cards, and it's cool to actually see something new that is able to provide a different way of kind of gaining that lore than what you were used to in these type of decks, where it's let's play our characters really fast, let's get to a certain lore point, and then hope that a couple Mufasas are enough to close out the last few points. Now you have, the combination of Tinkerbell, of Frenemy, and a few things where they're getting lore without necessarily questing, and that gives sort of a new avenue of attack to this color combination, which I think is cool. We even saw out of this color combination, we saw the racer strategy revolving around the King Candy. Both of them actually, the 3-drop one that allows you to get racers back to your hand, as well as the 4-drop one that essentially gives you a Tremaine effect every single time that one of your racers is banished. The combination of those two is really powerful, and then it eventually led into the Wreck-It Ralph, right? The new one from this set as well. Cost 7, which is a lot, but it really made an engine of itself that seemed like it had a lot of potential. Not necessarily something that is fully fleshed out yet, but possibly once rotation comes, could be enough moving parts and enough of an engine that that it'll have some legs. So kind of interesting to see how that develops as well. But the core of the deck seemed pretty cool, I would say. We saw quite a few Sapphire Emerald piles this weekend, really with different sort of payoffs on it as well. Not necessarily all of them doing only bend to my will, getting to that point. Only, Clarabelle. Most of them relied on those cards, as well as something like Muses to sort of get the mid game wrapped up. But we didn't always see things like Under the Sea, which is something that you might expect out of those lists. We saw some Basils out of the new set, which I of all the homes that you could find for a card like that, that's probably it. It's just a very expensive card. It's not particularly fast, but there were some games that we saw where there was a lock of just Muses and Sapphire Coil and Basil. As long as they inked something, any song really would return pretty well anything to your opponent's hand. You quest with Basil, boom, they discard it. And its body is modest enough, sort of that Sisu stat line at 5/4. Quest for 2, not bad, right? Especially when you've got them sort of on that lock where you're removing something from the board as well as just removing it. It just gives you sort of that repeatable, we don't talk about Bruno type of an effect of let's get this off the field, get it out of your hand. It's just tons of essentially permanent removal then, which is super cool. And we'll likely continue seeing a development of the Emerald Sapphire, given that they have so many kind of interesting dual color cards revolving around the Floodborne stuff. All the heroes really, and the one that I think is probably one of the more underplayed cards right now is something like the Baymax. Universal Shift, it's a pretty large body for kind of a low cost, and I don't know, it just 5/5 body is pretty big. So deciding on our bans here, and then we'll be able to jump into the game. Again, I'm fully expecting that Emerald Steel is going to get removed here, because it has been a lot, which is unfortunate, because it would be cool to see the Mickey list. Now, there's a world where looking at the list, maybe knowing how they've been playing this weekend, that one of the other decks is a little too scary. They might keep it around, but if you're not set up to be able to deal with some of that removal or perhaps the shift package. I mean, I've even had some players say that Pete was an issue for them. If you're playing something like the Ruby Sapphire Maui Half Shark deck, you're playing a ton of actions. Like more than 30 even in some cases. And if your opponent plays Pete or even a couple Petes in a row, you may just be locked out of participating in the game at all for a few turns. And that could be just way too much to be able to recover from. Especially if it's on, early turns, that locks out things like how far I'll go and your other potential just ramp cards that will set you up for, something like a Be Prepared. Well, at either point, the Pete is going to be awesome. So, it can be pretty rough there. But it depends. Now, I don't know what seed we haven't seen yet that M1P1 is. I don't know if that's actually the name yet, so that'll get updated shortly here. And all right, they're just picking their list here. All right, so those will be our bands. So interesting. So opting to remove the Amber Ruby list entirely, so we may get to see the Mickey deck here. Well, we will get to see it at least once. Hopefully, it's able to, manage its curve kind of like normal here, and actually play a decent game of it, because we are going to get to see it at least once. So that's great. I'm excited for it. Hope you are too. Get some biggest Mickey onto the field. Now, our players are deciding what deck they want to start with. Your opponent does get to know what you are playing first. Keep it reasonable here. Now, I can't exactly see two colors we've got here. One of them is Sapphire something. Obstacle, Lucky Dime. Well, we have a Sapphire list. That was as much as I was able to see before he scooped him up. We'll make sure that they update that here shortly. All right, starting with Mickey deck here. And the non-Sapphire list. All right. I think this should be a good game. I do want to shout out World Class Cards for hosting. The one on top was Emerald. Okay, so that makes sense. Looks like Emerald Amethyst then. Sorry, thanks to World Class Cards for hosting. I mean, these events have been a blast, both to cast. Seems like the players have been having a really good time, and not just the this weekend, but the previous event that we were at too. That the last 10K weekend was awesome. So if you ever get the chance to come up for one of their dual 5K type weekends, the Saturday tournament into an additional Sunday tournament has some very interesting metagame changes. If one deck is super popular, people adjust based on that for the second day, and you get to kind of see a live metagame shift between Saturday and Sunday, which is always a pretty good time. So, and thanks to 20lore.pro for doing all the coverage here. We're going to be at CCS next weekend as well. For Charlie's Collectible Show down in Atlanta, Georgia. And that should be another good time. They are probably getting updated right now, and then they should be correct here. They're in the process of making sure that they know which decks they're playing, as well as which ones are being benched, so that then they can get it all updated on the screen. Normally, we don't always jump into it this quickly, but for Holy Ghost, we know that it was the Amber Ruby. But for Jake, we're not 100% yet. Well, we'll find out shortly. I would suspect that it's probably Amber Ruby for both that we're locked out. So we'll see a little bit more variety than we'd had in the last couple of rounds, at least with some steel on both sides here. Yes, it looks like it is Amber Ruby from both sides that were locked out here. So no daisies this round. All right, and it looks like it's going to be a steel matchup here. So Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Steel. Now we do know from talking with Holy Ghost a little bit that this is a Mickey, biggest Mickey sort of strategy. It does look like the double dealer is there. So this is kind of the deck that I was maybe describing, leveraging, really as many of these cards to get the 10-10 out as possible. It's like double dealer was there as well. And then I would imagine that the Amethyst Steel is a little bit more of the traditional sort of play characters to the board and then look to close out with things like the Giant Cobra and goats and such, with a little bit of extra reach. Looks like something that'll be fun at the very least. Hopefully they're able to actually play their game plan, and we'll see it fully function here.
Hey, how's it going, Jeebus? This is Sir Ashtown joining. Hope everyone has been enjoying the tournament so far, and glad to be here as we're entering into top 4. It's been looking like an exciting tournament so far as we're taking off into turn 1, Chernobog.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament up to this point, and we're getting some kind of different action than we maybe had in the last couple of rounds. We're actually seeing some steel on the camera.
That's going to be a big change. They both have steel. Yeah, this should be really exciting. I know a lot of players have been opting to not play against any type of steel variant, so this is good to see.
Ooh, not the greatest run out on turn 2 for Jake, likely meaning that either we're on an awkward amount of uninkables, or we possibly have something like a Fox. Looks like I maybe saw Fox in hand. So we have Mickey Mouse. I believe is it inspirational? It's none of those. It's Mickey inspirational something. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, this is the one that it's a 1/1 when you challenge. It does allow you, if you challenge and banish, to play a character from your hand for no cost, and just put it into play. Ooh, this was out of set 7.
Yeah, I haven't seen this card be played too often, but it sounds like a very good card to have. Viable though against the
Inspirational Warrior. That I think would make sense. It's so far down the list on our card viewer that we're having to look for it. Because it really hasn't seen much play. It's an uninkable. and it is very narrow as far as like its ability, right? You need to actually have both the ability to improve its, challenging, right? Because it does need to challenge and banish something before it really has any impact on the game. So you need to have a way to give it generally extra strength, or to reduce the willpower in combination somehow, so that you can actually trigger its ability. And in a world of steel cards, it's pretty tricky to actually utilize this at all, because it is just a 1/1, and if you know that it's there, then what, right? There's not much that you just don't challenge. You don't turn your character sideways at all, and then it's not an issue, right? A Vital Sphere is a great way to both give it rush and allow you to challenge it. And now we do see a Hades double dealer here, which is a great way of leveraging this particular Mickey to turn it into the biggest Mickey. So this banishes one of your other characters, and then you put a character with the same name as the banished character in for free. This is a different way of allowing you to sort of cheat the cost on some of the more expensive cards, like, Giant Mouse here. So in an interesting spot for Jake here, where all of a sudden you kind of got to look out. Oh, we have it all. What didn't we have this game?
Oh,
Yes,
wow,
you're
yeah,
right.
There
There's
it is. Just drew it. Oh my goodness.
never didn't have it, of course. So we'll ink the bow, and we will get to play the Clarabelle, which is also amazing. We can sing Strength if we want, to be able to draw an extra card off of it, right? We're giving our opponent a few extra cards here. We don't necessarily have to sing it. We're likely going to use this double dealer for sure. Like, that's almost a certainty. I think debating whether or not we need to do that at all. Yeah, so leveraging this to draw the most cards possible, right? Because they pick 2 up off of this from the library. We'll challenge the library for 1, since we have the ability now to remove this. So we banish the Mickey. We play the biggest Mickey, which is Giant Mouse here, which is a 10/10, and then we'll pass turn, and we'll draw a lot of cards here. Draw 6 cards. We have a 10/10 Bodyguard in play against a color that Amethyst Steel does not have a great answer to this card. It quests for 5.
Talk about an amazing play. I mean, that is so powerful. Getting this 10/10 out there. I mean, we see that Jake is playing Amethyst, so we know he's got Mem and Fox.
Why Exerted? Well, this card has Bodyguard as well, so they chose to have it bodyguarded, because how are you going to be able to bully through this 10/10 body here to get through to the double dealer, to get through to the Clarabelle? We just drew a brand new hand of cards. We may be able to just do it again the following turn, even if they're able to cobble together, say, double crab or crab fox kind of thing to be able to challenge against this. Ursula probably could have quested, yeah. So deciding to stack the triggers in such a way that we draw 2 with Doc, then we sacrifice the Broom to go up to 4 cards. And then we run out of Calhoun. Could draw 1 extra card with Fox, I suppose. Doesn't feel great. All right, untapping with a Mickey and a Clarabelle in play. A huge, huge turn for this green steel deck. Another Mickey in hand. Now, if we have any slightly lower cost, we can choose to Oh, we don't even need it. We could just double dealer and deal 5 damage to the whole board on our opponent's side and put another one into play. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So our giant mouse has been banished by the double dealer again, because it does just banish a character to put another character with the same name into play. And the second ability that it has is when this character is banished, deal 5 damage to each opposing character. So we used the 10 to take out the location, and then just dealt 5 to everything. That's a whole board wipe. Namari's pretty big. Might be able to challenge the Mickey as long as there's at least 10 cards in the discard. Yeah, there is the Herc way of getting out the mouse, but I think blowing up the whole board is probably just as good, and it's a little more fun. Double dealer really showing how powerful of a card it actually is, as long as the payoff is worthwhile. It's been a card that's sort of always been on my radar as one to watch, because you really never know until they've added more of the cards into the format that are actual payoffs, like what that card is going to be able to do. You know, once you have something like Mickey, this is the first time that we've really had a card that makes it worthwhile, I think, to run something like Double Dealer. And it's not necessarily to say that every single Mickey in the deck is perfect, right? The 1/1 may not be good enough, but Double Dealer's looking pretty nice here, especially against a deck that really doesn't have a ton of removal. Just deciding to quest now makes sense. Mickey does quest for 10. Our opponent has 1 turn. Now, Double Dealer does rotate, unfortunately. But there are a couple months here where you can play with this deck. It definitely feels like a great deck to bring to your locals. Very fun, at least. Yeah, pretty good card in the Robin deck, too, that's for sure. All right, Biggest Mickey takes it down. Unsurprisingly, putting 2 different 10-10-10s. 10-10s for 10 that quest for 5 and also deal 5 when they're banished. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I'm glad that we got to actually see it do its thing on camera here. Especially Holy Ghost mentioning that they have not gotten to play with it at all this weekend, which is just a tragedy. Just a tragedy. I fully expect the giant mouse to see some amount of play between now and when we get a few more sets here, because it's cool. It's very interesting. It's got a lot of stats on it. It's going to make more of the Sapphire decks, and to some extent the Amethyst Sapphire sort of Blurple piles. If a card like that is incredibly good, you're going to need to have like your Hades, your Let It Goes, your Into the Unknown, right? Would be a great answer to this card. So if you're ever in a world where I want to make sure that Big Mickey's not going to be a problem, sending it straight to the Inkwell when it's bodyguarded, a pretty good answer to that, right? But you got to make sure that you're having fun. This is a game after all, right? So why not have fun in the top 4 as well? But honestly, the rest of the deck seemed pretty okay too. There's plenty of other things that they can shift out. Look like that Morph Beast. You know, I'm sure that there's a normal game plan in there of just play out Morph, play out Clarabelle, shift an early card draw sort of engine, and win with just normal sort of a green steel type of strategy. I would imagine that it's pretty rare to get to a full 10 to actually just hardcast the Mickey from hand, but probably not never. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I've certainly lost to some massive, ridiculous sort of payoff type decks like that, and you can still have fun with it even if you're losing. It's okay. Obviously, everybody wants to win, but if you're going to lose, at least it's some way that was interesting, right? Now, it looks like this is going to be something like an amethyst type of mirror with a little bit of a lower to the ground. I would imagine amethyst steel from Jake on the play, which I think is where they would want to be for these two decks. And then leading into the Emerald Sapphire as a follow-up. Now, I like this choice because if you're able to take your Amethyst Steel deck and win with it, which you have to win with both of these decks to take the match, right? This is your play on the play game. And Sapphire Emerald is able to win, especially against Sapphire Amethyst on the draw very easily, I would say. You know, something like Bend to My Will generally is a beating against that deck. It has a ton of card draw, but doesn't close the game very quickly. So as long as you roughly manage the board, get to a spot of, Bend to My Will, you're gonna likely be okay to win the game from there. Now, this is another instance of Dock on turn 2, which is generally not ideal for these steel decks, especially Amethyst Steel. Could be that we're going to see something like a Fox come down to bounce it back to hand. If that's the case, then you're kind of just running it out so that you are able to deploy the Fox. But generally, running out Dock instead of something that's a little bit more aggressive, not where you want to be a lot of the time. Ops not to quest. Likely just keeping the character on board for Crab. Or to combine with any of the other sort of additional cards like that, or Fox as well. All right, runs out of library. Pretty good here. Library is likely going to be able to collect a decent amount of lore in this spot. And it does give, this broom is not going to get removed off the field. So there's quite a bit of extra card draw that can come down if Jake opts to cash it in next turn. You move it over to the library, play any character, get to draw 2 cards right away out of it. It's going to be quite good. Leveraging the library to sort of refill the hand at only 3 cards here. And there's no real way for Holy Ghost to take the library off the board this turn. Sort of maybe best run out on here is like Quest with the Diablo and Fox the Dock, but just opting for Genie. Not the most defensive card. But a pretty good one. Keeps the cards. Going to Quest here. Likely prioritizing the card draws to look for Crab. Would be my assumption. But I doubt that Jake is going to be too worried about the about challenging here. It does opt to take it, but really, I don't suspect that it's something that they were particularly worried about. Especially with the Pete lock here. But again, kind of respecting the crab. As well as fox, right? So genie in play. Can't sing. It's like they already drew a card with the judges here. We'll correct it. Put it in the hand right away, so we know which card it is. Blowing the whistle on Pete here. Judge will fix it. We do know 2 cards, I believe. So it'll be take the 2 bottom cards, leave them on the bottom, shuffle it back in, and then that'll be the new deck state. Easy enough to fix. Sorry, we only know 1 card. So we know 1 card, so it'll be 1 on the bottom, and then they'll shuffle the rest in, and then that will go back to hand. Because it is an illegal play. Yep. An easy enough resolution, a quick shuffle, and they'll be back into the play here. Friends has got to go back into the deck, and then the sale will go back to hand because that's not a legal play, and then we'll see if they have any characters to deploy since those are what are available to be played this turn. Looks like there's maybe an Elsa. There is an Iago. Hades a little expensive here. Mostly actions in hand. The bottom card with Develop Your Reign was left on bottom. So the judge is able to rewind and still keep that on the bottom by seeing what cards were actually played. One question that is asked very often when a judge has to do something like that is, do you know any of the cards in your deck? So then they can make sure to maintain the state as much as possible. Random is random in the deck. You know, we don't know what's in there, minus the card that's on the very bottom. So great judge all day, all weekend. Make sure that we keep it as clean as we can. Pete has been having this mistake happen since it's been since it was released, right? And it's going to be sticking around for another year for some reason. But you know, we do need some sort of a bottleneck on these very action-heavy decks, I suppose, and that is a good way to do it. All right, fills up the library a little bit here and then sends it back. Now, I don't necessarily see any sort of crabs or anything for Holy Ghost here to try and take out this library. And we're still a little short of Hades here if we would want to use that at all. I see. Decides to play an Amethyst location of their own. And puts both characters into it, which makes sense to me. So now it sort of flips the script a little bit. Yeah, Jake's location is good, but Library versus Castle is a pretty harsh competition here. Yeah, just casting Friends for 3 is generally not where you want to do it. Especially when you were sort of given a turn off. Okay, double strength. Takes out the characters. We'll see if we want to cash in the extra cards. Okay, pick up 2 cards here. Looks like we have a lot of Calhouns in hand. It could be that it's a little rough on the inkability for a lot of these cards, because that goat would have been pretty nice to be able to get down. Calhoun is okay in this matchup. Next turn very well could just be deploy several of them to try and set up for future turns, but it really is not a great card into a bunch of evasives, right? So Iago is going to take out the location. The classic combo of Peter Pan and Iago that we've been seeing for a little bit now. Shadowfinder allowing your evasives to have rush. So it sort of turns your Iago into an evasive sort of Maui type effect of just coming down, being the biggest thing on the board, and really has allowed these Amethyst decks to play a very different game plan through the middle few turns. You know, a lot more rush in combination with all that evasive is something that we didn't really have a lot of access to previously. Now there's nothing currently in the castle, so we can probably hold back from challenging it for this turn at the very least. Just deciding to quest, so we're just racing. I don't hate that here at all. This Calhoun, again, very awkward into all these evasives. We're not actually threatening that much lore here. I suspect a Hades is going to come down, given that basically that's the entire hand. So Genie goes away right into the Inkwell. Hades being kind of a mainstay in these decks here. I don't believe that there's... Yeah, that's an Elsa and a Hades, it looks like. There's no Inkable here, so the castle still remains empty. It is gaining 2 each turn. Dock pickup is pretty good. Calhoun. Oh, just decides to deploy 1. So 1 Calhoun, 1 Dock. And especially given the amount of ink that's left over, I think that's reasonable. Again, the Calhoun is probably not at its best here. It's okay, but it only quests for 1. But you want to make sure that you are able to play as many cards this turn as possible. And with 4 ink left over, like, it's pretty common that you're going to be able to play at least 1. But there's enough 1 and 2 drops in the deck that you could probably deploy 2. So I don't hate getting a little bit of damage on the castle here. It makes the Calhouns feel a lot less... not pointless isn't the word, but it feels like their strength actually is going to matter a lot more, and the questing for 1 certainly isn't as good. But if we have a Fox, then that's even better. Now, I would have generally liked to have bounced Dock here. However, it's like we picked up another one into our hand. Oh, no, we did bounce a Dock. We had 2 Docks. Never mind. It's been a long weekend, and we're getting delusional here. But being able to take out the castle here actually puts Jake in a very good position, I think. An Inkable was drawn, so the Elsas are probably going to be leveraged to clean up most of this board. The Elsa will tap down the other 2 characters, keep them exerted, or exert them, and then leave them exerted. We can save the Hades for whatever is followed up, and then almost just completely shut down any lore pressure coming from the other side without a massive cost to Holy Ghost here. Yeah, I think you put the damage on the evasive makes sense. Okay, just opting for Hades. I think this is a nod to say I need to close out this game. So I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on the field, and then next turn likely just questing out. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put us to 13, and then the game is just over on the following turn. Not worrying too much about a 1-3. And I think that's reasonable. That's sort of the full tempo decision that you can make in a Sapphire Amethyst deck that is running Elsa. Is leveraging it for both the lore pressure that it provides with the 3 quest, but also just the ability to exert characters and leave them exerted, it's just so many turns of shutting them down that it can be really good. Yeah, it looks like it was a lot of snakes in hand. All right, opts to draw the maximum number of cards. So the Cobra's pretty good here. Just opts to pass. Now, I don't think that the Cobra is going to be enough to fight through the Elsa. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goes up to 13. And you basically have to... Those will stay tapped. We'll get that corrected here. Yep. You have to kind of deal with enough on the board while still presenting more threats on your own. And I'm just not sure that this deck has the cards to be able to do both parts here. Because it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coming from the other side. Even if we're removing the Hades, it has to sort of be Hades and something else. And 2 things, I suppose. It's got to be a lot pulled off the board. And I just don't see the cards to be able to make that work. Not with this amount of ink. I don't believe that we discarded yet, so we're still thinking about that. Likely wants to go to 15, but it may not be enough anyway. Like, you have to have, ideally, something like Fox and Strength. We have enough to play that, and I don't believe that that's what they have in their hand. We have a Strength. And a Fox and Strength doesn't do it either. Still have to pull something else off, the other Hades off the board, and that's 6, and I just don't think that that's going to be enough, yeah? All right. Yeah, Purple Steel, I think it was a good run with a dock on 2. You know, getting to 13 makes sense there. If it was something like a Smee or just like a more sort of aggressive character that is able to add a little bit more lore pressure, I think it would have been okay. I believe that the issue was inkability. The reason that we had to play the dock is that we just didn't have enough ink outside of that. Yeah, dock, a nice card when you have no cards in hand, but certainly not the most aggressive card, not the biggest stat line. Holy Ghost had kind of all the tools necessary to close it out here. Very cool. We'll get to see the Emerald Steel again. See some biggest Mickeys coming up here sooner than later, I think. So that's nice. There is another match likely still going on because they did finish that one pretty quickly. I'll see if maybe there's another interview or something that they would like to kind of have happen here. See what we can scrounge up. Maybe even just take a short little break before the finals. I have not had an opportunity to eat yet today, so that might be a possibility too. But we shall see. Let me put you on a short little break here, and then we'll see what I can come up with for you.
Well, here we are in the other top 4 match. This is Sir Ashtown joining y'all here live with 20 Lore Pro for World Class Cards Lorcana 5K. This has been a great time this weekend watching some competitive Lorcana. We've had some amazing announcers come in and out of the booth, and Jeebus is taking a short break. He's pretty much been casting the entirety of the day. He has been fantastic. We are so glad to have him along. And we're here now in top 4. We watched the previous match. It ended pretty quickly. And now here we are with Wade versus Full Deck 52, Muhammad. Now, this has been really some great gameplay here, going back and forth. Here we are with Wade piloting a Emerald Ruby list against Muhammad's Emerald Sapphire list. And they're rocking and rolling, still in game 1. Lots of Lorcana left to go, so don't go anywhere. This is an exciting time. And that's a Gaston I see in the discard pile. Oh my goodness. We've got some power. There's cards being played. And a Cricky. Okay, this is a lot to look at on the board, actually. There's a Cricky and the Robin Hood, 2 Prince Johns and a Cove. There's a lot of discard happening. I don't know if there's any cards in Full Deck 52's hand. It doesn't look that way. He's questing out 17. Okay, this is... I know that the Mother Gothel quests for 2. So he's representing 19 on the board if those other characters aren't taken care of. That is a Robin Hood and a Cricky. 1 Prince John gone. Gosh, this is so interesting to see. Okay, so 1 Prince John in play, moves the other one over, no problems. There's this Mother Gothel for you to see there. When you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters and returns it to their hand. So that makes sense having played the last one, return the Prince John back. Quest with the Robin Hood is now able to look at the top 4. I believe it lets you grab an action. Yes. Okay, so he's gonna grab. He's thinking about taking. He did not find anything, it looks like. Let me pull up that Robin Hood for us. That's the great thing about filling in is I have access to everything all at my hands. So Robin Hood says whenever this character quests, look at the top 4 cards. You may reveal an action card. It is for an action with cost 6 or less and play it. Okay, so you may have played the Hypnotize and drawn a card. Again, we want to thank y'all so much for joining us here for World Class Cards for their 5K tournament. 20 Lore Pro will be live next weekend for Charlie's Collectible Show's 10K. It'll be a Saturday and Sunday event. Saturday will be the Swith. Sunday is the top 8. Wade trying to figure out most likely how to deal with this on the board threat of Mother Gothel. If he cannot stop Full Deck 52 from being able to quest with all of his characters, he's gonna have a ton of problems. And there's an answer right there in the form of we don't talk about Bruno. Able to draw 2 off of the Prince Johns. Now, I haven't seen too many of these Emerald Ruby lists, but just that Robin Hood able to dig deep, find your actions, like we don't talk about Bruno, the discard that we see in Emerald many a times, and Sudden Chills or the Hypnotizes. That seems like a great combination here. Now he's got to decide. Yeah, he's counting it out. What next turn is going to look like. He most likely has an answer in hand. Plays a Hypnotize, draws. Oh, maybe he's going to let him untap. Yeah, just did not have it. Wasn't able to challenge in. Knew that he was going to have too much and was able to take game 1. Yeah, I agree. When you play the Prince John before you draw, you kind of have made yourself get stuck with the actions instead of seeing more information available to you. Not that this is always necessary, but I intend to place my playstyle where I draw first. That way I have the most information available to me before I make my plays. And in this case, Wade, he did decide to play the Prince John. He was drawing more cards because of that, but now he has less ink available to him to play more cards. So we're going to go off here into game 2. Wade switching, I'm guessing, to his Blurple. And I saw Wade play his Amethyst Sapphire list in the top 8 to win, to get into the top 4. It was a great match watching him play with the bells, going into the Tamatoa package. He really had all the answers during that one game. It was a great time. Yeah, I can agree with that. The drawing more sometimes, it's great to draw, but sometimes you don't quite have the outs you need on the board state available to you. Well, if you are looking at those beautiful mats there on the board, those are available right now online for purchase on the 20 Lore Pro website. We have that golden snake, really reminiscent of just the desert theme, and we thought that it would pay good homage to the latest set of Lorcana. So if you are thinking about picking yourself up a mat like one of those, go on, head on over to 20 Lore Pro merch. Link will be in the description. If you're watching on YouTube, on Twitch, you can go to 20 Lore Pro. But it has a red diamond in the corner, so very beautiful mat.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We're so thankful for
Okay,
Miguel
cool.
over
Can you
at
hear me?
Diamond Ink for drawing up the artwork
Okay.
for that mat. We will also feature these mats at Charlie's Cuttable Show next weekend. And we just want to give a big shout out to all of the casters who have been here this whole weekend. They've been doing
Could you
such
hear
a
me
great
earlier?
job. We have another stream with 20 Lore Pro, except the 0 is an O, so 20 Lore Pro. You can watch the other side of today's tournament in the past. You'll be able to watch that in the future at Charlie's.
Yeah,
but,
that stuff
we're
goes
both
down
watching
sometimes. You know,
currently the
just
same
too many
match.
people are coming in the chat.
And
And
we will be
there's a
also
lot, you
watching
know,
the same
so
one for
it
the
just, you know,
finals, but
stuff gets shut down.
it's
You know how
great to
Twitch
always
is.
have a second feature match
Stuff.
available for y'all. We normally try to have that with our Community Pro,
Yeah, we do.
which yesterday it was J-Bomb, and today it was Kindle, aka No I'm Not. It was a great time watching them both play, but here we are, Wade versus Full Deck 52. We want to thank those Community Pros for representing the world-class cards community.
No, everything else was pretty good. They just, you know, they're about to go to game 2, and just they're resolving mulligans right now. So everything else looks on pretty much on end. No real changes, nothing like that. So you didn't really miss a whole lot. So.
Well, as these two players are shuffling up and thinking about what to do next, really this has been a fun time with the World's format. I mean,
I think he might. I gotta see if
plethora
he's still on Emerald Ruby.
various
He might
cards,
still be on it. Let me
archetypes,
see. I have to double
themes,
check. I think
cards
I
we've
can't remember the
never
sleeves he had. Were they
normally
purple?
seen in lists before, due to the fact that you can just
I can see once he
auto-pick
picks
out
up his hand. Let me
a
see.
certain deck or archetype.
Looks
that
like
you
he switched
think
up. He's got
is
a.
poor against it. So
Oh no, he's the same.
it's
Red
kind
green.
of
He's red
been
green.
bringing cards
He stayed the
we haven't seen
same.
before to the forefront, and I'm here for it.
Looks like we
It's
got
a
a. We
fun
don't talk
time, it's
about
great.
Bruno in that hand. It's like a Maui Enchanted. Ooh, Enchanted.
Well, here we are going into
Nice.
game
What else we got going on
2.
in there?
Wade versus Full Deck 52. Again, I am Sir Ashtown here with 20 Lore Pro. You can catch me on
we
the
got-
YouTube for 20 Lore Pro. I do the deck techs and interviews with the cast of various people
Oh,
that we have
okay.
on the channel.
Gotcha.
It's always a great time to have JDRR or
Nice.
other players that we get to interview about the latest.
Looks like we're
in
playing
competitive
some
Lorcana over there. So if you're looking for something to watch,
the red steel
on the
over here. The
weekends,
other
randomly
side.
during the week, we're always trying to make videos, deck tech, set reviews. And here
Yeah.
here we go with a turn 1 Captain Hook from Full Deck 52. Now, I'm glad to see that this Captain Hook actually did get a reprint.
Oh yeah. Please share. I didn't get to see it. I was kind of like starving down a little bit of food, but yeah, I'm interested.
Him return. This is a great turn 1 play in steel.
Mm-hmm.
Now it says, like, I guess the colors haven't been quite updated yet. Oh, this is going to be a great match here with Ruby Steel. There's some different archetypes that can be happening with this.
Looks like he's got a lot of scenarios for everything. Definitely the Flynn Rider. I love that setup. I think that's good for a lot against, especially red blue or some other decks like that. You can just get that Flynn Rider set up and just kind of like take the game away with it, you know. So. Yeah, I'm thinking reason why he probably got rid of that is because he's afraid of that shift, that turn 4 shift. I think you want to see that kind of come down, so that definitely like stops that a little bit because a 4/5 Tinkerbell that just shoots everything, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, definitely. That card is so good. It's probably one of my favorite cards besides Rapunzel. I've definitely had this card in play and definitely took out some aggro. I was playing against a yellow-purple deck. They're very aggro-ish. And Tinkerbell kind of came out and kind of brought me back in the game because a lot of his guys are 1/1s, but they like, quest for 2. So Tinkerbell's a very great card for shutting down aggro a little bit if you can shift it early. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he's gonna probably get some actions from top. Definitely some good one. I know he had a lot of discard earlier, so he could either get like a brawl. We don't talk about Bruno. Maybe some sudden chills. Definitely. The other card that makes you draw, makes them discard a card, you draw a card. Hypnotize. That's it. So definitely he has a lot of options with this card. So I'm kind of excited to see what he's gonna pull off the top 4.
I know, right? Yeah, some random guy. We did have some a little bit of audio issues, but we should have fixed it here. Talking over each other again. All right, well, we're just going to mute then for a bit, and we'll go back for the finals.
I agree. Okay, so this card is kind of a little bit annoying sometimes especially when you're playing red blue, because he gives everybody +1. So when you do that and all their guys lived and they just take care of him, so I really don't like it as much. But it definitely is a good card though. definitely shuts down Sisu, especially that shift ability too. So a good solid card, definitely good. This looks like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I've seen that card being played a lot this weekend. The loot is like really good, so especially good for a one drop. Pretty good stats. You know, a 2/1. You know, you can draw a card off of, get rid of something that's a high costing card on turn 1. I like it. Mm-hmm. I wonder if he has the shift Mulan on there. You know, the 2/5. When he shifts on, it gets +3 attack, and then you hit something. So it could probably take out something pretty big. So.
Okay, I think we fixed it. Should just be the one voice now. It is the second stream. We were having a bit of crossover. If you'd like to hear the remainder of their coverage for it, you're welcome to. I'll see if I can pick up a little bit from where they left off. Not ideal. Appreciate the patience here. However, we were not necessarily set up to do the full crossover here. We just happen to have a super fast match in the other one. It does seem a little rough for Wade here. I know. I shouldn't be crossing the streams. I didn't even think of that. Looks like it is Ruby Steel, which is an interesting choice for this event, I think. It does give you access to some of the better color combinations, I think, for this type of an event. I do think that Emerald Sapphire and like Amber Amethyst are just like very, very powerful color combination for this type of event. It kind of covers the full gambit based on what your opponent's decks are. You could probably leverage one or the other pretty well, especially with play draw being so valuable. Obviously, the Amber Amethyst really crushes kind of on the play pretty consistently. Taking out a few of the cards. Not a lot of lore pressure actually down here for the Ruby Steel. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of cards remaining in hand. So if Wade is able to sort of clean up the board, maybe even hit like an Undermine to draw an extra card off the Prince John, pull the remaining out of Full Deck 52's hand, and then allow the Diablo to sort of take out one of these characters, Lumiere ideally, then that could pull back into the game pretty easily. But we'll have to see. Pretty deep into this one though, but not a lot of resources to work with left. Likely can only play one of the 2 cards in hand. Shift Queen of Hearts would be pretty good. Goes the Inkwell. And displays a Sisu, so we have no cards left. I think opting to not worry as much about the Queen of Hearts because challenging really isn't much of a possibility anyway. So like maybe a Maui in hand. Can clean up quite a bit of the board. Still a little behind though. Yeah, could have played both. Maybe opting for the extra ink. Yeah, Queen Hearts does have a shift too. Perhaps not wanting to put so much investment in the Queen, but like it doesn't really add more questing power to the board. Yeah, this does allow Mushu to open up. You know, the 2-drop Queen of Hearts and the 5-drop Queen of Hearts both quest for 1. So if you're not expecting to do a lot of challenging on your own, you don't really need the Queen of Hearts as much. It's a lot less relevant. I would expect the Mulan or the Queen of Hearts to trade off with the Maui here. Just to pull it off the board. Yeah, Mushu likely costs 6 here. And it would be something that they would want to make sure is available if they draw it. Especially since we're just working off the top of the deck. The Lumiere has been very, very good here in this spot. I mean, you could even reasonably have the Queen of Hearts challenge the Diablo and the Mulan challenge the Maui. Quest for 2 out of 15. And then that leaves you with the Queen of Hearts, still the Sisu, and the Lumiere. So puts you in a pretty good spot from 15. At the very least, the Mulan line. Okay, so it ends up doing what I suspected here. They challenged the Lumiere last turn with the Maui first, and then the Diablo traded with or took out the hook. So that part was correct. So this is a very, very good draw here. Nets them an extra card, takes out the Sisu. So we don't talk about Bruno. Very, very good, obviously. Nothing in hand, so just sort of playing characters to the board. Opting not to trade the Prince John with the Lumiere. Decides not to discard. That checks out. I think playing conservative doesn't necessarily do much for you. That Ursula is going to take out this queen, but if you leave the Lumiere back, you guarantee that it's able to trade at least, which I think is okay. Now, Ruby does have a lot of cards that can be pretty good in this spot here. Another we don't talk about Bruno. Takes out the Lumiere, which actually lets the Queen of Hearts challenge in favorably this time. But the Prince John drawing the extra cards, doing a lot of work here. We don't talk about Bruno, really the best possible 5-cost that you can be playing in this spot. Since with the Prince John in play, you are allowing it to replace itself. Trying to see what they have in hand. Looks like a couple more expensive cards. Is that another we don't talk about Bruno? Ooh, that's a very good draw. So a desperate plan allowing you to draw an extra 3 here. With only 3 ink, really needing to see what you can convert those 3 cards into. As we know that Wade has passed a couple of times with a really the same cards, hasn't really inked in a few turns, even with the extra draw. So we know that those are probably pretty decent spells. Cards remaining. Tinkerbell. This is another type of list that's been trying to leverage this Tinkerbell to hopefully some pretty good effect here. I wonder what the remaining cards in hand are. For 2, I don't believe that there's anything that can really leverage Tinkerbell's ability this turn. I like questing here. All right, 17. Sure, Prince John, Dormouse. Oh, there's a Prince John in hand. I wonder why they would have Tinkerbelled this turn then. Another Prince John. Brawl. All right. Opts to start questing. Goes up to 4. Still a pretty slow clock here. All right. Plays John, plays Mulan, just passes it back. Not quite enough on board to win yet, but definitely threatens these Johns. I think there's a Hypnotize in hand and something. Ah, Cricky. That'll speed up the clock. Damage counter here. I don't necessarily hate questing, but I can understand holding back. All right. Another draw 3. So Shark in hand, it looks like. This could just be the game here. Yeah, I don't know if I would really hold. There's just not enough time to hold back here. That's just game anyway. All right, there you go. I mean, even going to 8 there, I'm not sure if that matters a ton. But it's possible that you could have angled towards questing a little bit earlier to slow them down. They haven't had any cards in play for several turns, and the Prince Johns lose a lot of value there, I think, just in general. Certainly once your opponent is empty-handed, the Johns lose a little bit of their value. Perhaps respecting something like Super Goof. Red Steel in the final. There's also the biggest Mickey in the final as well. So we'll at least get a couple of very interesting matchups in the finals here. All right, so while the players get ready here for, no, you're good, J-Bomb. While we get ready for the finals here, the players will be able to look at the decks. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it over to a quick ad break, so we minimize that a little bit, and then I think we'll just be back for the last round. I don't know if we're gonna want to grab a player for an interview because we want them to get ready for the finals so that we can close it out here today. We'll do a quick break, make sure that the players are all squared away, and then we'll be back for the finals. We're back. For the finals, the players are getting ready to figure out what deck they want to start with here. Been a pretty good tournament so far. And we're looking forward to some excellent gameplay. And now we actually get to see all 3 decks. No bans this time. Sasuke, you with us?
Absolutely. Right here with you.
Excellent. So we're going to have Sasuke and myself. Wes might pop in for a bit. We'll see. See where we're at. And then we'll make sure that we can get some interviews once this is done as well. We're going to get to see some spicy ones, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Full Deck 52 managing to get all the way to the finals here with this triple aggro lineup. Really excited to see how he's going to perform into Holy Ghost lineup himself.
Yeah, so I think given that Full Deck is the higher seed, I would fully imagine that it's going to be... We have a huge echo. We'll get it squared away. I would fully imagine that we're going to be seeing the Amber list on the play for both of these players.
What makes you suggest that?
I mean, that's the most aggressive deck that they're presenting, and that deck does much better on the play than it does on the draw.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Amethyst historically a lot less good on the draw than it is on the play, but still manages to find many wins, even on the draw. But for Full Deck 52, I think this is the first time he's going to get to play his Amber Amethyst list here in the finals.
Interesting. I wonder if it's players. We have the echo again. All right, we'll fix Sasuke in just a moment here for the echoing. It strikes me as the reason that likely it was getting banned or benched in this case for the Amber Amethyst, that we're getting. You want to go fast with these decks, right? You see a deck like Ruby Steel, and it's something that is unusual, right? It's not something that they're familiar with as far as Steel decks are concerned. So a lot of times they're going to end up underestimating it, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the game is almost decided by turn 3.
Sure.
Right? If you're able to get that wide board early on, establish like a lore lead of about 5 or 6, and then continue to snowball it from there, it's incredibly difficult to come back from.
Yeah, and I do believe that Holy Ghost recognizes that it's more than likely going to be the Amber Amethyst as the deck that's going to be presented, and correctly deciding, okay, I'm going to play Steel. It's got the only real shot that it can to sort of keep up, I guess, with what they're doing. So we'll square away the rest of the audio. If we can get Sasuke back in, we will. But for now, we'll wait until the game starts here, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, you really want to be able to leverage your on the play game where you can, and whichever deck you have that's the most aggressive plays best on the play, right? Run out Daisy, run out Lilo, turn 1. And then it ends up being much, much better. you, especially if your opponent doesn't actually do anything on turn 1 like we're seeing here, this Daisy is going to pretty comfortably be able to quest in for 6, 8. That's a lot of lore for a single card. Now, we'll
I
see how the
do
first
still
couple
hear
of turns
echo.
develop. We've been seeing a lot of this lady that I've got up on screen here this weekend as a way to sort of do, you know, one drop into Piglet or Flynn Rider, something along those lines. Into just lady and another Piglet. And then all of a sudden that's threatening 8-10 lore gain. The game's over by turn 4 or 5. Even through a little bit of interaction, especially if Steel has been gone all weekend. Now we actually do get to see a Steel. However, as we know, Holy Ghost Steel, Green Steel, Emerald Steel rather, is very different than some of the other versions of Emerald Steel that we've seen in the past, given that this is like the biggest Mickey style of deck. It's looking to use Hades, it's looking to use Mickey and sort of get these very large characters out a lot faster. If there's enough time to deploy those threats before, you know, really the game is over, it's got a pretty good shot of closing it out here. It's going to be really hard for, you know, the giant Mickey to not just be able to take over the game. You have to live that long. So the next probably 2 or 3 turns are really going to tell us if this is going to be a real game or not. So we do have Mickey here. And we'll see if this is enough to actually allow them to get a big character into play. Bring it up for everybody. But this is what we've got. So if there's any follow-up, say something that's able to give a little bit of additional strength to Mickey, or other Mickeys that allow you to do that, then, you know, it makes this Piglet not free necessarily to actually quest in. Now, Simba sort of changes that entirely. At least as far as dealing with Piglet. Now, if we've got, say, oh, I don't know, this Mickey right here, Standard Bearer, give Challenger 2. If you play that, then you can, in theory, challenge the Simba, take it out. This will work too. A very interesting way to do it. What do we get to put into play? Big Mickey. Biggest Mickey, in fact. Imperial Bow is a way to do that. So we now have a giant Mickey in play. Now, the real question is, are we going to be able to banish it to be able to clear the board before, you know, they just race? All right, gain 1 lore, draw a card. An interesting choice to add to this deck, given that it's an uninkable. Usually the deck is pretty full of them, but the curve is so low that I think you can kind of get away with it. Now, from the Steel side, we don't have a lot of time, right? We've got basically this turn to sort of deal with the board. Because, you know, 15 is already a pretty scary spot to be, given that there's so many Amethyst cards that can gain lore directly. Under the Sea could potentially be a card. I mean, really, some way to banish this Mickey would be ideal, but then our board is also empty. So All right, we sing. Sorry, we storm. Then we just challenge. May not be enough here. Goes up to 17 with the Daisy here. That is a real danger zone. You kind of just want to deploy as many threats as you can, I think. Another family. Draw another card. Oh, that'll do it. All right, just direct lore gain and lore bursted out here. Not a huge surprise on the play for the Amber Amethyst deck to take the victory here. But still very cool to be able to get that Mickey into play as early as it was. That would have been turn 5, I think. So the extra reach that the deck gets is incredibly fast. Now, for the on the play game, I would expect that Holy Ghost is going to choose the Amber deck again. In this case, and then full deck is probably going to go with the Ruby Steel. Sort of as a counter to the Amber deck again here. In the same way that we had in the previous in the previous game. Now you do have to win with all 3 of your decks in the finals here. And once you've won with any of the decks, then it ends up being retired. You've already won with it. And then you just have to win with the other 2 decks. Now in between each game, you can switch your decks to one that has not been retired yet. I would imagine that the play draw is going to matter a lot here, which is exactly what we're seeing here. The more aggressive deck that has a little bit more trouble on the draw is going to be in the, the choice deck to sort of play first when you can. Yes, a deck that loses does not get retired. So it only gets retired from your pool once you win with it at least once. Not at least once, only once. So the first one went to full deck on the Amber Amethyst, finishing it out with Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. So full deck 50 took that one. No worries. Opted for Emerald Sapphire instead of the Ruby Steel. Now that does look like, is that a Shift Baymax there that we see at the front of the hand? This could be one that's a little bit more tailored to being able to control the board early outside of just Muses. If that's the case, I can understand why you would look to play something like that against the Mufasa deck. And Mufasa's certainly not at its best against Sapphire, especially not Emerald Sapphire. So your removal suite is a little bit better there, I think, into some of those cards. And it could be a nod to being on the draw, that having access to things like Tipo and Sail give you some room to sort of break the serve and play a little bit stronger on the draw. And if it's an Under the Sea variant, that could be another reason to sort of play towards that as your out. There is a brewer's advantage in this format for sure. Even though they get to see your deck lists ahead of time, if you have to look up the cards, if you don't understand how the Rube Goldberg machine that they're assembling actually works, you only have like 10 minutes to kind of crack that code to be able to combat against it. And if you don't come up with a plan, it can be pretty tough. All right, so starting off with a Daisy. Pretty much exactly what you're looking for as far as a turn 1. Now we know that Holy Ghost is running Pluto, so that would have been another very good startup there. Daisy being a little bit more aggressive for sure. Is that a kit? Looks like a kit. Yeah. So we got a 0-1 Kit Cloud Kicker. Something that we have not gotten to see on camera, maybe ever. Yeah, I would assume that this is going to be a pretty fast one way or another. Now, Frenemy inked, Frenemy played. Is that another kit picked up here? It was. Now, there is a Baymax shift in hand, it looks like, which is going to be able to go down on either one of these. We could, in theory, see a turn 3 Dino, potentially. All right, Lady Piglet, that's the run out that players generally would want out of this. Now, Baymax does obviously make the Flynn Rider have a bit of a harder time triggering the additional gain here. But we'll see if from this board state that the Emerald Sapphire is going to have enough juice to survive here. Just opts to challenge. I think that's reasonable here. Still a lot of lore on board, though. Shutting down Flynn Rider is very good. Here's a Daisy. All right, and just a full send up to 12. Sorry, 13 rather. This is the Flynn Rider. Now this is the turn that full deck really needs to stop the aggression entirely. Now, it's easy enough, I would say, to take out the Piglet. Possibly one other thing, maybe with a bounce of some sort. There's another Baymax. It certainly makes the pretty quick work, I would say, of the Lady or the Flynn Rider. Probably just the Lady, since the Flynn is quite shut off. Okay. Basil. Looks like a Basil. It's Basil. Just a 2-1. Not too bad. And then here is a shift kit. Seen all sorts of new cards. So I believe that this is just a 2-5 with Ward. Not sure why we're taking out the Flynn here over the Lady, realistically. You know, we do have a lot of lore pressure now-ish from Emerald Sapphire, but I don't think that giving away an extra Yeah, there's a lot that I don't necessarily love about that over the Baymax. I appreciate the dichotomy of Holy Ghost's hand. It is Rapunzel, Piglet, and Big Sisu, of course. A pretty classic hand. Opts to just play Piglet and pass. Now, Piglet represents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is enough to close out the game with just the Piglet. So it is now on full deck to do something here to interact with the board. I like this play from Holy Ghost with what they've got. In theory, they could have challenged into the Cloud Kicker as a 2/5, which then would have put just 2 counters on the Daisy. But I think I like this line better. Yes, Rapunzel does pick up an extra card, but I would rather say you get a lot less turns to work with. This is the last one, rather than just trying to like draw some cards. You're going to lose this game if they get too far ahead, and you want to just minimize the amount of options that are available. That is not the right one. It is 5. Oh, not Basil. It's Kit. Sorry. I believe it just has Ward. Yeah, it's just a 2/5 with Ward. Yeah, Tipo pass in 7. Yeah, Kit doesn't have evasive. This particular one is the 2/5 with Ward. But yes, with the not finding anything that turn, not a whole lot that can be done in that spot. Yeah, you're good there. So in this, I think certainly it does look like it has evasive. That's true enough. All of the kits have looked like they've had evasive up until this point. Cloud Kicker especially, I think, is ridiculous there. But if we had dealt with the lady that turn, that would have given us a little bit of more breathing room. However, the Amber deck did what it has been doing kind of all weekend, which is you run out the 1/2 lady into another 2, and then sort of close the game out super quick there. So, with full deck on the play again, I would fully anticipate the Ruby Steel for the play game versus, I don't know, likely Emerald Steel again, if I would have to guess between these two players. Again, I believe that the Sapphire deck has the best chance of playing on the draw. So given that consideration, Holy Ghost could go for the Blurple in that case. Though I do think that having access to some of the removal and just playing a much bigger game from the Emerald Steel with the Big Mickey deck probably plays pretty well into Ruby Steel. All right, Ops for Blurple. Okay. So from the Blurple aspect here, you really want to be able to kind of break away from the being on the draw by hitting that Tipo or the Sail on turn 2. Likely that's what they're going to be looking for, just so that is less of a possibility here. Forbidden Mountain, thanks for the raid. And thanks everybody for hanging out. While the players shuffle up here, we also want to shout out World Class Cards for hosting this event. Yeah, it really depends on what full deck picked here. The Sapphire Emerald would be very good leading into Sapphire Amethyst. So, and it looks like that is what he opted for. So we'll see. If the Emerald Sapphire list has cards like, I don't know, say Bend to My Will, then, you know, that can end up being a bit of a disaster for a deck that really almost all the cards are just draw another card. Now, I do believe that the list is a down in New Orleans instead of some of the little bit bigger Emerald Sapphire piles where they're trying to just ramp up, control the game with some songs, and then close it out eventually with Clarabelle and Bend to My Will. So we will see maybe something a little bit new. Sapphire Mirror. Now, generally, I would say that in a Sapphire matchup, making sure that you're hitting your turn 2 additional lore from something like a Tipo, something like a Sail is kind of critically important because the person who falls too far behind ends up struggling a little bit. Though the Emerald Sapphire here does look to be a little bit more play to the board, a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. So that may not be as big of a concern, especially since they have some of the shift lines that can also kind of cheat you ahead on ink that way. Yeah, we got Down in New Orleans up on screen. It is a 6 cost, so the Shift Baymax can sing this as early as turn 3, which is pretty cool. Ward is generally very strong in these. There are, you know, as we saw, the Cloud Kickers, which also gives you a pretty strong shift target with the turn 1 kicker. Yes, finals is finals is best of 5. So you actually have to win with all 3 of your deck combinations, the same way that it will be for Worlds. So leading off on a Basil here. So this will allow, in theory, a little bit of lore pressure, right? You can quest a little bit. It is a good shift target for the Baymax that we just drew off the top. Looks like there's a Tipo in hand as well. If there is a down in New Orleans, I mean, this is a pretty good start then. Assuming that that's the game plan that you would typically want to go for in this. Looks like debating what we would want to ink here. I saw Sail there as well. Perhaps since we have the Basil, opting more for going with Sail and then just inking a second card out of hand. It does look like it's the Tipo. Just want to get some more bodies. And then quest for 1. All right, now our next turn is going to be the more exciting one here, I think. So both players do find the ramp. In this case, it is Sail. Tipo goes away, and no character played. Doesn't really feel like much of an Amethyst deck so far. Basically just Sapphire cards. Now it's on our Sapphire Emerald here to make it interesting, right? Shift Baymax is okay on its own, but a little less exciting if you're not going to sing something kind of fun with it, right? Does opt to shift, shifts it onto the Tipo. And just quests. All right. Now, another sale comes down. We do have an answer in theory for Basil in this deck. Sorry, for Baymax rather. But double inking with, say, Into the Unknown would be pretty rough here. So Peter Pan Shadowfinder comes down, just takes out the other 1-drop, limiting a little bit more of the shift options. There's still already a 5/5 Baymax in place, so it really depends on the next couple of draws for Emerald Sapphire here. They kind of need an additional follow-up. If the play is just do nothing, quest for 2, it's really not where you want to be. All right, just opts to double challenge. Iago's now got 5 on it. Now Baymax is gone. The board's just empty. From the Emerald Sapphire side, there's not a whole lot. Without some card draw or something to kind of follow it up with, this is kind of rough. Looked like a really great start. We didn't really have a lot of payoff after the fact. You know, we got the nice shift line early, a little bit of acceleration, and then we kind of just ran out of steam. Yeah, with the amount of rush that's been coming out of these Amethyst decks, it certainly is possible that losing that 1-drop Basil is a bit of a disaster here. You know, if we have any sort of additional shift in hand, it limits us quite a bit here because we just don't have a second target. Yeah, we could have added another Baymax down. It comes down a Genie. Gonna be able to start putting a little pressure on. We opt to play this Chernobog's Follower, likely just saying we're not gonna have a lot of options for ink. Is okay. Decides to just ink the Elsa. Even if there's a Hades in hand, I think that's fine. That'll be our primary removal. I'm limited on options for full deck here. All right, well, here's the Cloud Kicker. Oh no, that's the Shift Basil. Oh, so if that was in hand, yeah, that is a disaster then. Losing that character to gain 1 lore means that we didn't get to shift this and draw 2 cards off of it either. Decides to quest for 2. Not sure how much I love that. May not have really been much options other than that, but Gogo Tamago get a gain 5 would be pretty good for sure. And with the Elsas, perhaps there's not really much of an alternative. Decides to cash in the Iago, it pulls it off the field so that the Gogo Tamago is not really an issue. Then decides to get in a couple lore, draw an extra card. Just gonna pass. Has the friends for next turn. Certainly better than inking it in this spot. Use the Elsa to sing it next turn and still be able to deploy the Hades and deal with a much bigger problem if there is one. So having to read a card here. I believe that this is Raya. So a card that we haven't really seen pop up much or ever. But this is whenever this character quests, you may pay 2 to ready another chosen character. Really, at this point, kind of just a 5/5. It does allow you to sing a little bit more. Reading the card certainly does explain the card. So I would fully expect this to be Elsa drawing us 2 cards here. Picked up another Hades, it looks like. So probably going to start deploying these. Oh, it was a Hades and an Into the Unknown. Yeah, just remove everything off the field. Deploy a few more threats. Or put a little bit more lore on the field and then send it back. Now it's just straight top deck, whatever you get. That's what you play. And another Basil. No shift anymore, though. It's not really an option. Send it to the Inkwell, quest out, and this is going to be over in 2 turns, it looks like. Play Robin, draw a card. Flashback from set 1. Visions to look at 5. Can't really think of very many cards that allow us to kind of dig out of this particular spot that we've gotten ourselves into here. Surveying our options here before likely scooping it up here. It doesn't really look like any of those cards gain us a whole lot in this spot. Yeah, Triple Hades, a lot of removal. Into the Unknown on that was very, very strong. Definitely unfortunate mistake earlier, losing that Basil, preventing their own shift on it. The game could have gone a lot differently, I think, with some extra cards to at least keep a little bit more of the pressure on. Not sure what our 2 choices are that we're kind of deciding between. I don't know if down in New Orleans really has much of a way of dealing with this board at all, so we'll see what they actually picked if we get another turn. All right, this is likely another Hades. Yep, straight to the Inkwell. Quest out, go to 16, send it back. All right, it was the down in New Orleans. So this card just lets us look at 3 cards. You reveal character, item, or location. Costs 6 or less. Put into play for free. The rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So, hits a John Silver, is able to give something reckless, but doesn't really seem like there is going to be quite enough here. Makes him do it, closes it out, and then we will go to game 4. All right, go to game 4. Yeah. So now, Holy Ghost is down to just the biggest Mickey deck possible. And there's a couple of options from the other side. Now, it really depends on what you think is better on the play into the Big Mickey deck. Your, down in New Orleans sort of pile, or the sort of the Ruby Steel. Because you do get to be on the play in this game. So you either got to beat, Giant Mouse with your sort of Ruby deck, which if they get out a super early 10-10 Quest for 5, it is a little harder to deal with that in Ruby Steel. But you may be able to play to the board pretty fast and then close out the game, maybe using a couple of the steel removal spells to slow down the possibility of cheating it out. And that might give you a shot, right? Where I would say that the Sapphire Emerald probably has a little bit of a better chance, especially if they have in the deck some ways of sending cards directly to the Inkwell, Hades, or anything along those lines. Cards that bounce other cards can also do it. Giving Reckless a little less valuable against the Giant Mouse, since it's a 10-10. It can still just smash your characters, which can be problematic. Opts to go for the Ruby Steel. So we'll see how many games we get to see with the Giant Mouse deck. My ideal scenario would be that we get to see all 5 go to the last game, because then we get a little bit more coverage, a little bit more sweat involved with it. It's always a little bit of fun. But, we'll have to see. Certainly being on the play helps a lot for the less maybe known lists like Ruby Steel, because you can kind of execute your game plan a little bit faster than your opponent, hopefully, or at least before they understand what's happening. You see a John. Looks like maybe a Flynn Rider or two. Desperate Plan. Feels like a lot of uninkables. Some of those are probably going to have to get sent back. Okay, makes sense. You just snap keep. Pretty good. Pretty good plan if you're trying to cheat out something huge. Just keep the best opening 7 you possibly can. Yeah, he does have he does have the Mickey that's able to cheat it out in the Inspirational Warrior. We saw that in the previous game, where he was able to leverage the bow, the Imperial bow, actually give it Challenger and allow it to, trade up into a Simba for 3, and then dump down the, Giant Mouse. It just didn't end up being quite fast enough. All right, here's a Mulan. Started off. All right, then sends it back. So we'll see what the perfect hand is. Looks like it's a Sticky Mickey here. So this one, quite resilient, especially if you want to leave Mickey Mouse's in play. Resist 1, pretty powerful on a character this inexpensive. You know, it's able to take out this Mulan and survive. All right, decides to play the Flynn. So currently, that is the biggest strength on board. Last match, or sorry, game 1, we were able to see Imperial Bow actually come down in combination with the Inspirational Warrior. That was enough to actually challenge and dump out something large. Looks like a Shift Beast is maybe the plan. So Morph actually does cut off the lore gain from Flynn, giving us a 2, which is good. These will make it most likely live, and I don't see any real removal in hand at all, at least not this early. Looks like there's a Shift Tinkerbell, but we're a bit short on time for that before the Flynn would start gaining a lot of lore here. Ooh, there's a good option. So that's a Prince John. I really quite like this card, and I'm glad that it's been seeing some play this weekend. I think it's one of the better, more aggressive characters that has come out of set 8. So it ends up being just biggest thing on board, and it will be for a while. Flynn is going to just start gaining 2 every turn for the foreseeable future. It does put a little bit of damage on the Prince John, and we're not in Amber, so we don't have the Rapunzels, but 5 is still an awful lot to start with. And it's a lot of characters that would need to come into play before that becomes an issue. It's incredibly good in Ruby Amber. We've seen that quite a bit this weekend. Rapunzel just being an incredible way to get some damage on it, to get that extra draw. Calhoun coming down. Not a lot of cards left. I think it's kind of a running theme with Ruby Steel. Don't necessarily need too many, but a little bit. Just says go. I think it's okay. You do still have the 5 strength, so the frenemy is online. All right, runs out the Hades. So I don't know if we've got any payoffs in hand, if we have the large Mickey or whatever, but this is certainly a very threatening potential card, and we are drawing a few extra cards per turn. Up to 6 from the Flynn. So still a decent amount of pressure, but the Beast picking up a couple extra cards a turn, this game could slip away pretty quickly. And if a Mickey comes down, it's going to be unlikely for the Ruby Steel to ever get a character bigger than a 10/10. Here's a Mushu. Probably one of the reasons to actually play this color combo. So whenever you actually do a challenge, which currently we can't, Your character does gain resist. And if you banish another character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore. So unfortunately, we don't have the ability to challenge anything, as, well, nothing has really turned sideways much this game at all. All the lore so far has been gained by Flynn Frenemy. But if anything does actually become exerted, perhaps from this Hades double dealer, then, you know, we're at a spot where you can actually get some decent trades out of this. I think would be pretty good here, yeah. That's true. I believe that we have one in hand. It's like 6 to me. All right, decides to Ursula, dealing 1 damage to the John. Plays a Mickey, deals another damage to the John, and plays 1-drop Clarabelle, dealing another damage to the John. So completely taking John out and shutting off the frenemy here. No, frenemy's still fine from Mushu, correct? Mushu, I think, is a 4/4. So going up to 10 from that, I mean, so far this Flynn frenemy has basically done everything. Now, I don't know how much other reach is in this deck. I know that we did see a Tinkerbell earlier, but without really having any other cards in hand, it's kind of hard to 2-card combo them into something that works that way. All right, Beast again. Draw 2 cards. Like another bow. Send that to the Inkwell here. Pay 6 for Tinkerbell. That takes out 1 Mulan, and all the Calhouns, nothing happens. So, not a lot there. Opts to quest for 1. And we have the biggest Mickey, because we finally drew it. The biggest Mickey in the whole world. Now, I'm surprised that we're not just questing with everything then. May as well just send it. I mean, you can't really punch through the Mickey at all, because it does deal 5 as soon as you take it out, which is, I mean, that's just gonna wipe the whole board here. So I'm not really sure what our consideration is in this spot. Resist 2 is just not doing anything. Okay, just says go. I don't really see how questing with all of these does anything. Calhoun can't take anything out. Mickey is a 10/10 with Bodyguard that says when it's banished, deal 5 damage to each opposing character. That's all of them at the same time. All the characters are gone. Boop, gone. So we'll see what the thought process is here. Got the Mushu. He's bodyguard, correct. It's up on screen. Now, Mushu does give resist 2, but even with the Calhoun, it's only resist 3, which is not quite enough. We've got, what, 1 card in hand, so Sisu is a 2/2. Now, I wonder. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if we quest out. It's only during challenge. Yeah, so then it wouldn't matter anyway. So I don't know what he drew. Just reviewing the hand that we've got available. I mean, let's be real. Holy Ghost has not had this bodyguard in play. The giant Mickey much this weekend. Knowing that the only 2 times that they have actually gotten to play it was top 4 and top 8. So decides to quest. It's up to 13. Now, it is possible, Ruby does have cards that can do this, right? That we can unexert or ready the bodyguard Mickey with some of the Ruby cards. Now, I don't know what's fully in the deck. If there's anything like LeFou or similar, then you can just ready the Mickey and then challenge other things. If he had it, he likely would have done it already. But as some people are pointing out, the Mickey can very easily be sacrificed by Holy Ghost next turn, and then just trigger the deal 5 and quest out with everything for 2 turns, and then the game will likely end. So full deck, just thinking through the lines that they have available to see if there's any potential possibility of finishing this out here. I don't really believe that there is. Just decides to quest. I don't really see any other option other than that, but I don't believe that that's going to be enough in this spot. All right, we'll see what Holy Ghost opts to do this turn. I would expect, plays Cindy. I would imagine a quest for 5 here. Send it. Pull up the board. Play another Mickey, though I believe that you can fail to find, so you can just banish your own character if you want. And then I would expect a full send here. Gain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this one is probably over. We'll see what the last card is. Pretty desperate. Double Super Goof, not an option, I don't believe. I don't believe that there's 8 ink there. All right, and that'll be it. That'll do it. Yeah, I'm not sure what everybody was kind of thinking about there to double challenge into this 10-10 with their characters. Even with the Mushu, I'm not really seeing how we're getting up to enough to really have that matter without your whole board essentially having to go into it. Yeah, both of the Calhouns could have challenged into it. That's 6. So we still need to scrounge up 4 more. I suppose if we challenge the Mushu in there, where does it give Challenger 2 on this card? We have it up on the screen. Reading the card explains the card. And it says resist 2 when your characters are challenging. So I don't really believe that there was a world where there was ever enough power to favorably trade into that and gain anything at all. But that's okay. It is a very weird interaction. We saw our most unique deck kind of all weekend on here, and biggest Mickey of all was able to take it down. That's cool. Super cool. Yeah, if you use every character on the board to gain a little bit of lore and then wipe your own board, that would be fine, all well and good. However, there was still like, what, 10 lore remaining or so on the board. I don't really feel like wiping your own board matters a ton in that spot. So it is certainly, a very odd spot to be in, because you just don't really have experience dealing with either the Mickey or the honestly even the Ruby Steel list. But honestly, it ended up being pretty good. I'm glad that we got to see it on the camera. I know, right? All right, well, you did it. I knew you'd be back.
Victory!
I'm glad that you got to play Mickey in a couple of rounds, right?
Yeah, I got banned 6 rounds in a row. I think just because it was steel, but yeah, it was definitely the brew that I wanted to play. I want to play something fun and wild. Some people banned it because they're like,
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what the heck's going on here. And then other people are like, oh, it's steel. Gotta ban it.
Yeah, hey, that makes sense to me. It's steel, you send it. I mean, there wasn't a ton of interaction really that you're working with. I mean, looking at the deck, there's a little bit, right? But you're kind of just trying to execute your own game plan and then leverage the giant mouse to deal with your problems. It deals with all the problems at the same time. Wins the game super fast. It's got giant bodyguard. It also just can deal 5 to the entire universe.
Yeah, and so when I first was trying to build that deck, there was no giant thing to put into play with Hercules or Mickey Mouse, and then they printed that, and like I saw the spoiler and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. He's bodyguard 10-10. I thought it quested for 1, and then one of my buddies was like, oh, it quests for 5 too. I'm like, oh, it's okay. So it's like the perfect card for that deck. Me and my friend Zach Roberson worked on it a lot. One of the other Lost Boys. He held it. I sent the deck list to him last night just to tweak it a little bit more. I'm like, how about this?
I mean, a real payoff is important. You can't be doing let's cheat a like an interesting thing into play if it's not worth it. You're jumping through all these hoops. What were we getting before? Like Maleficent Dragon,
or like there's like a 10-drop Pluto or something.
The Goofy, the knight. Sure, but it's just like a plain 9/9 or whatever that quests for 4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. But like it doesn't, there's not enough words on it for it to really be worth cheating into play.
Like the next best thing was 7-drop Cinderella. then,
Yeah, that's
like,
cool, but
you can just shift her anyways. You don't,
yeah,
she's not.
you're already cheating it into play by just shifting. That's good enough. So
And I like the way the 2-drop Mickey plays in the deck because like you put him in play and people are like, I'm not questing because if they do, they might just die.
it like massively slows the game down. I mean,
And
even feeling safe, you're not like the obviously the one game
yeah,
round one
the turn 3 Mickey that I
where
lost
you
that
like got
game.
it out, but you're just like already dead on board. So it's
Yeah.
like sweet, but now what?
Yeah,
But
so
that I think the bow is very interesting in the deck. I think it's a really good way of adding challenger in a way that it gives evasive and it really can get over the finish line a lot against these stacks.
One of the other Lost Boys, Peter, that was his idea. So originally the thought was like you use the steel songs to kind of like they feel like they're safe when you have the Mickey and you use it to soften up a character and then get the last damage to trigger it. And then he's like, a lot of these are heroes. And yeah, the bow, you saw what it did the first game when I played it. It was like, oh, I'm safe. I'll play this 2-3 bodyguard. And I just had a 10-10 Mickey on turn 3. I needed a way to that game
to like banish it.
Yeah,
I mean,
he was gonna win that game.
What do you do, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they won 2 into lady with another 2, and you're just like, all right, you're at 15. It's turn 2. For me, like the game's over.
Yeah, the only way to win that is he was at 18, like to get his to take care of his board and then have him miss on just
everything,
the free lore stuff for a while and quest for 4 times,
which is tough because there's a lot of it in Amethyst right now. Goats and White Rose and whatever. It's just apparently he's even also playing all of the 2-cost songs that gain a lore too. So like you were kind of cooked that game, but that happens. That's an on the play sort of Amethyst draw. What do you do?
I'm just so many people were banning that deck, and definitely the most fun of the 3 that I built.
Believable.
And I'm like, I really want to play this. And I'm like, if you get to the finals, that's a 3 of 5. You're playing no matter what. Made that the goal.
Apparently, I'm supposed to ask you about the Bogo Prince Philip combo.
I don't even know what those cards do,
honestly. Yeah, that's
someone said there's like one of them deals 1 damage to all your opponent's characters. And
the other one banishes all of the characters that have damage on them or your opponent's ones.
I don't know if they have like, so part of the cool thing with the Hades is like you're playing little Clarabelle, big Clarabelle, and then little Cindy, big Cindy. So even if you don't get the Mickey Mouse shenanigans, you can just like blow up a little thing and put out a cow or a big Cinderella.
Yeah, I feel like the Prince combo was like sort of a cute thing that. Because you could do that back basically when Hades Double Dealer was spoiled originally, but it's like very expensive and you're kind of jumping through a little bit more hoops than maybe it's worth.
Yep.
Whereas Mickey sort of solves all of that in like a much tighter package.
Right. So that's kind of like half of the deck, and then the other half is like sort of a normal green steel deck, like you saw you play Morph and then Shift Beast, or you have like
which is pretty good.
You have like the Clarabelle Shift package and the same steel removal spells.
Yeah.
So I think the deck was like real enough. It was definitely the most wonky of the 3. So
I mean, that's why people were scared of it, right? They see the card, they're like Tinkerbell. I can't beat Tinkerbell. Or never beating that guy.
Or I don't even really understand what this deck's supposed to do. So I'm just gonna ban it. Like at least 3 people told me that.
Hey, is there ever really? There aren't even that many cards that deal with Mickey outside of just getting you done right away, which we saw worked once, or some of the Sapphire type of removal.
Like the blue green deck that people were playing, they can just bounce it. So that deck is terrible.
It's
not
a
terrible matchup.
Yeah. Hey, you're playing a cool combo deck, and they're like, "What if we just returned it to your hand?" And then you're like, "Well, okay, that's lame." But it worked out for you this weekend, even though you didn't get to play it a whole lot. I am quite pleased that you got to play it on camera a couple times. There was the Ruby Steel list that was kind of interesting from the other side as well.
Oh, his blue green deck was super smooth.
That one too, yeah. The Dino.
So I've tried the down in New Orleans with blue yellow, and I just couldn't get it to work. The Bayamax shift thing.
It's really powerful in that you go from having we just TPO into I guess we can sing a 6-cost song right away. It can add a lot really quickly. I think losing that Basil to the Shadow Finder was a disaster. I think.
Oh yeah, he was probably gonna shift that into something.
He was going to shift it into the one that draws 2 cards.
Yep.
So without that, or even just shifting it into like another thing, the rest of the wheels fell off. Like just saying go on 5, that's not it.
Yeah, so the yellow one, the idea is like you can play a ramp spell on turn 2 and cast it on 3 to play down in New Orleans.
Sure.
But the things that you hit,
your
like,
payoff,
the 6-drops, the green 6-drops are way better. So like his Bayomax shift down in New Orleans and hit Basil for the rest of that game. Every time you ink, they're discarding a card.
Oh yeah, I mean that's pretty sick. I mean, imagine that on turn 3.
Yeah, it's turn 3.
That's crazy.
So, but his deck, that deck was super cool. And then the Ruby steel deck, that fire the cannons or whatever, the dual cost, deal 1 tap.
Oh yeah.
Third thing you have that. Like I think that made that deck a lot better.
I mean, that's one of the better removal spells that they printed in a while. If you can take advantage of it, like it's very low costed for a removal spell.
And part of the issue with red steel has always been the card draw. And now you get to play with Doc and Desperate Plan and or the Sing together one. There you have like actual card draw spells.
Yeah, the Desperate Plan I think maybe is the glue that deck needed a little bit to hold it together.
Yeah, Desperate Plan is really good in that.
We watched a little bit of your opponent playing that last round, and there were some times where just no cards, rip a Desperate Plan, draw 3 cards, play a couple things, do it again, draw. It seemed really good, especially when you have Doc in the list too. It doesn't take that many times to do that before the game's probably just over. Leveraging like that sort of Ruby package of 5 strength matters cards. Or big strength matters like the Frenemy and the Tinkerbell. That gets you the reach. Like I don't know, it's interesting at the very least.
Yeah, it's like
with apartments.com capturing the hearts of hunters.
But it's so easy. Like you only have moves you just never quest until.
I mean, one of the hiccups with Ruby Steel, like they always had interesting. Oh, when you challenge and banish something, you do a cool thing. But like they never had a way of making it so that you could actually challenge stuff consistently. There's no item. There's also there's like a couple of cards that let you do that. There's but they're all like one shots. There's no. What they really need is like some sort of a recurrable item that you can do challenge and untap a ready character.
What needed was that red bubble. Exert all your stuff and then get 2 extra for everything you finish that turn. I thought that was
you're like, now they can play that deck. That's cool.
That deck's gonna be good, but it was the wrong colors.
Not quite. So still very cool. Pretty good turnout today, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a fun tournament. The World Class Cards puts on really cool tournaments.
Yeah.
Getting to see like the whole world format before it happens. I really like the deck building aspect of it. Getting to like try to brew the best 3 decks you could out of all 6 colors was fun. The gameplay itself, I'm not a giant fan of, just because
you're just moving a lot of decks around,
and you get to see exactly what their entire deck list is, and depending on which deck you pick to play with, you're much better on the play draw kind of thing versus what they pick. So there's like these weird little mini games that you're playing at the same time, but yeah, the having to play all 6 colors is super cool. I think that would be awesome if they did like team trios where you have all.
Everybody's got a different color.
Everybody has to
color combo
represent all the colors.
Be kind of cool. And then like where you put each player matters a lot too. It's just depending upon what you're going to run into. I mean, you think about the decks this weekend, it'd be a pretty bit of a disaster if your aggro player runs into the steel player.
Right. And yeah, well, in other team trios events, you just have like A, B, C, and then A plays A, B plays
exactly
C. So how you set it up,
that could make your whole tournament.
Right. So, but it would be, I think that would be funner because then all 6 colors are always being played. You have everybody loves team tournaments.
Oh, absolutely.
You're playing with your friends. Like
it's no longer just about you. We're doing it together.
Right.
Win or lose, we're losing together. At least you're still having fun.
You have someone to commiserate with if you get one out or lost or whatever.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of room for sort of these kind of more fun or interesting side event kind of things. I don't really imagine a 3-deck type of thing being a major DLC format, right?
No,
It's
but look,
it's
if you-
way too uninclusive. It's too hard to manage 3 decks. Like, you want as many people to be able to play in those as possible. But like
Right.
side events, like a competitive side event that's like that would be
Yeah.
so cool.
So I'm a big fan of other stuff. So me and my friend Zach, we've been working on a like casual fun format called Morph Brawl in our Lost Boys chat. It's super fun. So like, playing this, I'm like, dude, this would be really fun as team trios. So
Yeah, and I look forward to whatever we get as far as some announcements come Worlds. That'll be soon, right? A couple weeks.
yeah, as far as
And
like the actual DLCs that are coming up,
we'll get to know some information, and hopefully I'm sure that we'll see a lot more of you.
yeah, I'm crossing my fingers for like double the amount of DLC.
Oh, that'd be
last time.
awesome.
Like,
That'd be
it's
awesome.
fun. Everybody wants to play. They sell out in like 30 seconds. You're like, there's a big demand for people wanting to play
I
these
mean,
for sure.
I always like the idea of, if you want to go, you can. And the only way that you can really do that is you have a lot of slots available, but also you just have to have enough of them. Not every person is going to be able to reasonably go to 15 if there's that many in a year or whatever.
No, yeah,
So if there's enough that you can be like, oh, I'm going to skip this one, I'll go to this one.
the ones that
You
are
know,
locally,
this coast versus this
I can
coast or
drive
whatever.
there, I can drive to that one. I'll go to
Exactly.
that
They
one.
can pick the 3 or 4 that they might want to be able to go to, and they can just get a seat if they want.
Yeah.
That would be the ideal.
Right. Everybody gets to play that wants to play.
Yeah, there's just enough of them that you don't feel compelled to have to go to every single one, or you might miss out,
Yeah, I
and then
know.
it's people just can't go, and that sucks too. You want
Right.
everybody to be able to participate.
Yep. I know I saw World Class Cards last year. They're going overseas to all of them. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
mean,
just in the U.S.
that's just
or
how
what-
many there were.
they're-
That's all they had. If they wanted to play in as many as possible, like that was the only choice. I just want there to be enough of them that the really serious, dedicated guys, if they want to go to all 15, whatever, be on a plane every weekend. But for the people that want to go to their ones that are a little bit more local, roughly within driving distance, or maybe the short plane ride kind of deal ones, not have to feel compelled to go coast to coast just to hit the 3 that they are within range of their schedule. So it'll be exciting. I'm looking forward to more of that. Any other thoughts? Any thoughts on where Lorcana is at right now?
Oh, it's fun. Check out our Lost Boys Discord and check out Morph Brawl. It's a really fun format that I made. Pretty fun.
Absolutely. Check it out. We thank World Class Cards for putting on these great tournaments all weekend. Chimera Hobby, just everything about what they've been doing and trying to do for the Midwest, has been awesome.
Yeah.
Their events are great. The people are great. I love it. I'll be at all of them if I can. This is within driving distance. It's like, what, 6 hours? It's like a day trip,
Yeah, and we're in Appleton, Wisconsin. Really seeing these big 5K, 10K tournaments are in Florida. So
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get down there,
So it's cool that it's local. Like I live 15 minutes from.
That's
I
great.
drive
That's
here,
great.
so-
I mean, locals winning events, you want to see that. Players don't always love the idea, whatever that might be, of some grinder flying in from somewhere else and taking it down every single time. But now, the Midwest, we grind hard up here on these TCGs. It's a tough field. Not even that many players in the room, and it's a grind.
Oh yeah, this event and the last 5Ks from World Class were,
Brutal.
like I guarantee the competition was much more intense at the 5Ks than any DLC I would.
Oh, it's a hyperbolic chamber up here of just a meat grinder. Whatever deck you're bringing, you better be bringing your A game with it, because we don't let anybody get away with anything.
Yeah, and it's like Kendall, Ken.
Yeah, they said no, I'm not up here.
Yeah, he knocked me out in the Vegas DLC, and I played him 4 times in a row now. Got my revenge every time, but that's the kind of
That's the kind of competition that we're facing up here. It's great. I love it. Everything
fun.
about it, super, super fun. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for jumping in the booth.
Sure.
Hey, good job, man.
you.
A good showing. You want me to close it out? All right. Again, thanks World Class Cards. Everybody loves 20 lore. I'm been Jeebus all weekend. I'll probably will be tomorrow too, but we'll see. And we'll see y'all next weekend for Charlie's Collectibles show, where I will be at. I think Liam's going to be down there too, and That'll be an awesome time. I think that's just single deck format though, so we'll get to see sort of the difference in metagames between the 3-deck and the just normal best of threes, I suppose. I know.
People be looking out for
It's gonna
Mickey
be
Mouse.
weird.
Mickey Mouse is gonna be there now. Look
Yeah, and then
out,
somebody's
the
just
mouse
gonna
is
be like,
loose.
"Here's a steel deck," and then you're like, "Please don't." But you know, thanks for watching.
Of 119 people. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? 20 Lore Pro, thank you for the raid.
Let's go. We are just getting started, y'all.
Woohoo!
We love 20 Lore Pro. They're very cool.
Yeah, 20 Lore Pro.
Party.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you so much. We're literally just geeking out right now about all the cool stuff happening in Lore.
We're going over some news. We got some just cards of the week coming up, and then we are gonna rip some boxes. Yeah, thanks for everyone. Thank you for the raid. We appreciate it.
Thank you. If you guys don't know us, I'm Panda.
I'm Eric.
And we're Panda Request. Oh, nice. So much Lorcana.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Ooh, 10K weekend.
Let's go. Well, I'm excited to see who ended up winning.
Yeah, what was the winning deck as well?
The winning deck. We'll probably hear much more about that through our friends.
What a raid. We appreciate it.
We appreciate it. But yeah, so if you guys haven't been here before, I'm Panda. This is Eric. We're Panda Eric. We're Lorcana content creators, players. We're really big in our community based out of Connecticut. And we just do stuff like this. We talk about Lorcana. We love it so much. And we do openings.
Hey, first to 20. Thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
It. We love that. We love that.
Turning up.
Giant Mickey MVP. Oh, wait. No way. The winning deck was with Giant Mickey.
Had the 10-10-10.
Please, I need to know.
Yo, what? Oh, 5. Oh, that's insane.
I gotta see that deck list. I gotta tune in. I'm gonna watch the stream, the recap after this for sure. Speaking of tournaments, next weekend we are heading to Safari Zone. Our team Inca Tink will be showing up there. It's a 5K tournament. Honestly, it's one of the first like 5K and up that's in our area.
Yeah, there really isn't like a whole ton of large tournaments happening like in the Northeast.
Yes.
So this is one of few.
Yeah.
That has ever happened.
And Delaware is 5 hours away. It's not like it's very close either. But it's the first one that's really drivable, I guess. And we're very excited about this.